In this session on my side, after this session, I will send it to you. No problem. Okay. Please turn off your mic. If you have any question, then you can unmute. No problem. Let's start our discussion. So our discussion is on Cisco ASA Firewall. We're going to discuss ASA Firewall. The first, we need to discuss what topic we will cover in our complete training. Okay. Please wait 2 minutes. Okay. Wait. Hello, Abhishek. Can you hear me? Please turn off your mic. Okay, so these are the topics which we can discuss in our complete training to learn Cisco ASA Firewall. Okay, so complete training will take minimum 24 to 26 hours. So you need to spend 22 to 24 hours to finish your training. What I can provide you? I can provide you slides and notes, step-by-step slides you can see, and notes, and software for lab setup, so that you can create lab setup on your laptop and you can do practice. So these are the topics which we can discuss in our next 22 to 24 hour training. Let's start to discuss each topic, what we can discuss in each topic. Okay. So the first topic which we can discuss is called what basic configuration. In basic configuration, we'll discuss why Cisco ASA Firewall. Okay, because in market we have multiple vendors for firewall, like Palo Alto. Palo Alto is a vendor. Fortinet Firewall is a vendor, right? Checkpoint Firewall, or you can say CCSA, Checkpoint certifications. Now we have another vendor called, yes, right now we are discussing Cisco Firewall. See, for firewall, we have multiple vendors in the market. Our focus is on Cisco ASA Firewall. But yes, we have multiple vendors. So like other vendors, we need in Cisco ASA Firewall, we need to know the product family first. Product family, okay, like hardware devices. And we need to know why Cisco, because see, we have multiple vendors for firewall implementation. But why Cisco? What is the feature we have in Cisco technology, in Cisco ASA? So basic configuration is related with the product family. Okay, why Cisco? What features we have in Cisco Firewall? Once you clear your basic option, like basic command, we can discuss. Okay, all the basic command, just like we already know how to work with Cisco routers, Cisco switches. So yes, we'll discuss how to work with Cisco ASA CLI option. So all the basic command is a part of basic configuration. Once you clear your basic configuration option, then you can go for the interface configuration. Yes, it is very important because we know how to configure interfaces in router, how to configure interfaces in switches. Okay, like other vendors, yes, we can focus on interface configuration. In Cisco ASA Firewall, we'll discuss how to configure LAN interface, or you can say inside interface, or outside interface, or DMZ interface. So we have three words. What? inside, outside, and DMZ. What is inside means? Inside means I'm talking about your private network, or you can say your LAN network. What about outside? Outside means what? I'm talking about public side, okay? Public, or you can say untrusted network. And what is DMZ? It is called demilitarized zone. Can anyone help me? What is the use of DMZ network? Because in firewall technology, we are always using this word is called DMZ. Can anyone help me? What is DMZ? Luke, Anit, Ram, do you have any idea about the DMZ network?
No, I know it stands for demilitarizing zone.
Okay. Okay. Any other thing? Navneet, do you have any idea? Ram?
No, sir.
Okay, Navneet.
Yeah, like if you have to connect any server kind of thing inside your internal in the internal network, and you have to provide the access to the remote from outside network to that particular server, then that comes under DMG.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. See, what is exactly DMZ? See, let's discuss a small scenario. Like I have a firewall. Okay, for example, I have a firewall, and right now we are talking about Cisco ASA firewall. So yes, we have Cisco ASA firewall. How to work with Cisco ASA firewall? We don't know. I'm talking about basic stuff. Okay, three keywords is called what? Inside, outside, and DMZ. So what is inside? I told you. Inside is called your LAN network, your LAN portion. What is outside is called? Outside is called what? Your WAN site. WAN site. So yes, we have a WAN portion, and we have what? LAN portion. In that LAN portion, what we have? We have multiple servers. You can say our clients. It's a LAN network. So yes, we have private networks. Okay, servers we have. Like for example, we have web servers, DNS server, SMTP server, FTP server, other clients, and some company confidential servers, for example. So this is what a switch, and this is what a firewall. And yes, you have a topology. For example, if you don't know anything about DMZ, for example, if you don't know anything about DMZ, you have only LAN portion and WAN portion. So what, for example, if I'm going to put all my servers in my inside network, okay, inside, for example, I told you, these are what? Servers. For example, this is what? Web server, this is what? DNS server, HTTP server, and what? FTP servers, and some company confidential servers. So this is your inside network, or you can say your private network, your trusted network. And this is what your outside. It is called what? Your untrusted network. So what we have, the point is, if I'm trying to allow, okay, if I'm trying to allow anyone from the outside can access this web server, for example. If I want to allow traffic from the outside, then what I need to do? See, for example, traffic from untrusted to inside network, traffic is not allowed by default on Cisco ASA firewall. It's not allowed. My point is, if you are trying to allow someone, for example, there is a PC, and you are trying to allow this PC can access this web server, for example. So if you want to allow, yes, you need to configure access control policy, or you can say firewall policy, your rule, you can say security policy. So yes, I can create security policy rule, or you can say in Cisco, it is called access control list to allow traffic. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to allow anyone from the outside. Anyone from the outside can access web server. Or otherwise, you can specify this specific machine. For example, outside machine is for 199, 199, 199.99.10 can access your web server. Okay. For example, you have an IP address on your web server 200.200.200.10. So my point is what? If someone is trying to come, if someone is coming from the outside, and yes, you are creating a firewall policy to allow traffic. Okay, so this PC can access your website. It means traffic is coming from your outside. Outside means what? Traffic is coming from your untrusted network. Public is what? Outside is what? Public network. Your internet side, it means what? It is untrusted network. So traffic is coming from untrusted network, and it is going to hit on your firewall. It's going to hit on your firewall. Now, as per your policy, yes, traffic is allowed. It means this PC can access your web server. As per your access control list rule, yes, you can specify a specific source, a specific destination for specific services, right? Yes, you can configure it, no problem. But the point is, traffic is coming from untrusted network. That is the problem. Traffic is coming from untrusted network. So if this traffic is coming and going to hit on your firewall and is going to hit on your web server, it may be possible what he is trying to, or he can compromise your other devices, because traffic is not coming from your trusted network. Traffic is coming from untrusted network. Traffic is coming from internet side. It may be possible if he's trying to come and going to hit on your web server, it may be possible he can try to compromise your other devices, because your all servers are available in your inside network. Your some confidential servers are in inside network. Your client machines are in inside network. It may be possible he can compromise your other devices. Clear my point, everyone? He can try, right? Yes or no? Everyone? Right? You can type on chat window, no
Yes,
problem.
sir.
Okay, you can type on chat window. So my point is what? If you are putting all your servers, in inside network, so that is dangerous, right? That's why we need to create on firewall a separate zone. It's called DMZ zone. What you can do? You can create a separate zone. It's called DMZ zone. It means I'm going to put, here is a switch. This switch, you have a connectivity with multiple servers, for example, web server, okay, DNS server, FTP server, SFTP server. So what you have your web server, then your DNS server, then SMTP server, FTP servers. So these servers, okay, I want to allow for outside users. These servers I want to allow for my outside users. So these servers I will put in a separate zone. I will not put in into the LAN portion, because in LAN portion, yes, I have some confidential servers. What will happen? See, I can create a separate zone. This is a switch, and this zone is called what? DMZ zone. You can use any name, no problem. But I'm using a keyword, okay? It's a popular in firewall, okay? It's DMZ, demilitarized zone. It's just a keyword, okay? So what I'm doing, okay? I'm creating a zone, and I'm putting these servers. These servers I want to allow for my outside users. So I'm creating a separate zone. I'm going to put all my server in DMZ. What will happen next? Now, if anyone from the outside will hit onto this public facing interface, as per my configuration, my firewall will redirect the traffic onto DMZ side. Clear my point? If anyone is coming from the outside and hit onto outgoing interface, as per my configuration, my firewall will redirect the traffic onto the DMZ side. It means traffic will redirect this side. Now it means your LAN portion is totally secure. Now, traffic is coming from the outside, traffic will redirect it onto the DMZ zone. Is that clear my point? Why we require DMZ zone?
Yes, sir.
Here you can put
Yes.
those servers which you want to allow for your outside users. Okay. So what we have some keywords. Okay. So the point is how to configure inside, how to configure outside, how to configure DMZ zone. And remember always, Cisco ASA Firewall always works with a concept is called security level. So here we will configure what? Here we will configure security level concept. Okay, see your Palo Alto firewall, FortiGate firewall, Checkpoint firewall, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. They are not working with the concept is called security level. But Cisco ASA firewall, yes, it is work with security level. What is security level? Yes, we'll discuss. We'll discuss in topic. But right now I'm giving you idea. In interface configuration, we will use a concept is called security level. Now, once you clear the option how to configure interfaces in Cisco ASA firewall, then we can go for traffic flow through the firewall. It's very important because we need to know how the traffic will flow through the firewall. Right now we are discussing Cisco ASA firewall, and I told you Cisco ASA firewall always works with a concept is called security level. Okay, so what is exactly the traffic flow? We'll discuss in class. Okay, but remember always every vendor has its own traffic flow option. Okay, every vendor like Palo Alto, okay, has its own traffic flow option. FortiGate firewall has its own traffic flow option. In Cisco ASA, yes, we have a separate traffic flow option in Cisco ASA firewall. We'll discuss now how to work with the security level. Yes, we have a separate portion. Now we need to define remote management. If I want to access my firewall through telnet, through SSH, then how we can access? Yes, we can discuss remote management configuration. Once you complete these basics option, then you can move for the routing section. Why? Because see, the point is we are learning a firewall, right? So our focus is what? Our focus is to work with a firewall, okay? But the point is, routing feature you can use on your firewall. Yes, I know for routing we have a dedicated device. It's called router, right? We have a dedicated box for routing feature. But in case like other vendors, yes, you can configure routing option on your Cisco ASA firewall. In case if you want to configure. So yes, you can configure routing option like what? Static routing, default routing, dynamic routing. In dynamic routing, we can discuss RIP, BIGRP configuration, OSPF configuration. Once you clear all the routing feature option, then we can go for the ACL, access control list. Why? To filter our traffic. We require ACL, access control list. In Cisco ASA firewall, it is called ACL. In Palo Alto firewall, it is called security policy. In FortiGate firewall, it is called firewall policy. In Checkpoint firewall, it is called access control policy. In Cisco ASA, it is called access control list. Okay, they all are same. Okay, the point is the configuration part is different. So to filter your packet on your Cisco ASA firewall, we'll discuss ACL concept. Remember ACL from CCNA routing switching classes? Remember CCNA? In CCNA, there was a topic is called ACL, access control list. In ACL, we have two options: numbered ACL, named ACL, and in numbered and named, you can discuss standard ACL option and extended ACL option. Remember from CCNA routing and switching classes, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So yes, same kind of ACL you can configure. The point is configuration part is different. Okay, how to configure it? The configuration part is different, but yes, the concept is same. Now, once you clear your ACL part, then we can discuss our NAT option. This is very important. NAT option is very important for any vendor like Palo Alto, FortiGate, okay, Cisco ASA firewall. NAT is important. It's a common topic. So in NAT actually we will discuss. We already know from CCNA classes. We know static NAT option. We can discuss dynamic NAT. Third option we already know is called what? PAT. But in Cisco ASA Firewall, we'll discuss what is source NAT and what is destination NAT. In source and destination NAT, yes, we'll discuss static NAT option, static NAT, dynamic NAT, and again, PAT, port address translation. So NAT is very interesting topic in Cisco ASA Firewall. Only NAT will take minimum 3 to 4 hours to finish it. Only NAT with the theoretical portion and practical implementation. Once you complete your NAT option, your translation option, then you can move for the object group. Object group is what? It is called advanced access list. First, we'll discuss ACL, and then we'll discuss advanced ACL option. It's called object group. What is exactly object group? We'll discuss in our topic. But right now, I'm giving you an idea. It is called advanced access list option. Now, the next topic is dedicated for IP version 6. IP version 6 concept. IP version 6 is what? IP version 6 first. You already know the IP version 6 format from CCNA classes. Okay, it has 128 bits. It is in a hexadecimal format. And what is the actual format of IP version 6? If you know the basic thing, here you can implement it. Next generation IP, you can configure on your Cisco ASA file. Okay, next generation IP. And you can use a routing method also. So first, we'll discuss how to configure IPv6 IP address on interfaces. Then you will discuss IPv6 routing option, how to configure next generation routing option on Cisco ASA Firewall. Once you clear this IP version 6 option routing option, then we can move for the next topic is called what? Transparent firewall. Remember always, we can use our firewall in 2 mode. We can use our firewall in 2 mode. Either we can use our firewall as a NAT mode firewall, or in short, you can say it is called L3 firewall. And we can also use one more mode is called what? Layer 2 firewall. Or you can say it is called what? Transparent firewall. The point is, what is the difference between both? What is the difference between layer 2 firewall and layer 3 firewall? Layer 2 and layer 3 firewall. See, if I have a L3 firewall, for example, L3 firewall. So onto this L3 firewall, see, we have multiple interfaces. Onto this L3 firewall, we can configure IP addresses, right? We can configure IP addresses onto these interfaces. We can configure routing, NAT, VPN option. And yes, we can use firewall features also, yes. But it's a, if it is, this firewall is what? It is in a NAT mode, or you can say, if it is in L3 mode, so yes, we can configure IP address on these interfaces. We can configure routing. We can configure NAT. Okay, we can configure VPN option here, and we can use REST firewall features. But what about layer 2 firewall? If I have a layer 2 firewall, for example, if I have a layer 2 firewall, so on layer 2 firewall, I cannot configure IP address on these interfaces, because these are what? These are layer 2 interfaces. It's not a switch interface, but these are what? Layer 2 interface, where we cannot configure IP address. So this is what? Layer 2 interface, layer 2 interface. The complete firewall is what? Layer 2 firewall. On layer 2 firewall, we cannot configure first IP address onto these interfaces. We cannot configure. Wait, we cannot configure routing. We cannot configure NAT option. We cannot configure VPN option. No. So the point is where we can use layer 2 firewall, because in layer 3 firewall we have good thing. In layer 3 firewall we can configure routing, NAT, VPN. We can configure IP address on interfaces, right? Everyone. Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir.
My point is we can configure IP on L3 firewall. We have a good feature, right? We can configure IP address on interfaces. We can configure NAT, VPN, right? Options, routing option. And on L2 firewall, we have limitations. On L2 firewall, yes, we have a firewall. We can use the feature of the firewall, but the point is we cannot configure VPN, we cannot configure NAT, we cannot configure routing. So, okay, in which scenario we can use our firewall to act as a L2 firewall? My point is what? In this scenario, because L3 firewall is good. So in this scenario, we can use our firewall to act as a layer 2 firewall. Yes, we'll discuss. We'll discuss in our topic. Here's the topic is what? Layer 2 firewall. So we have a dedicated session for discussion. Okay, we have dedicated topic layer 2 firewall, where we can discuss first basic initialization option, how to work with layer 2 firewall. Yes, we'll discuss what is the difference between layer 3 and layer 2. Yes, and how to configure access policy. Okay, and ether type ACL. In transparent firewall, or you can say on layer 2 firewall, you can configure one more type of ACL option is called what? Ether type ACL. It's called layer 2 ACL. We already know layer 3 ACL. We already know this option, layer 3 ACL. We can configure on our L3 devices, but yes, we have ether type ACL. It is called layer 2 ACL. We'll discuss. So for layer 2 firewall discussion, we have a dedicated portion. Now, once you complete your layer 2 firewall topics, then we can discuss our next option. The next option is dedicated for the redundancy. Here we can discuss two topics. The first is what? Here we can discuss two topics. It's called what? Redundant interface and port channel. Okay, this is a common topic, guys. Okay, this is the common topic. Same. Redundant interface or port channel you can configure on Palo Alto firewall, on Checkpoint firewall, on FortiGate firewall. Yes, the concept is same. Only the configuration option is different. So yes, here we'll discuss the concept and configuration option. Same topic you will get in Palo Alto, FortiGate firewall implementation. Only the configuration part is different, but the concept is same. So how to configure a port channel, how to configure redundant interface, we have a portion. The next topic is what? Layer 2. Next topic is what? Virtual firewall concept. Virtual firewall means what? See, for example, if I'm working with single firewall box, I have what? A single firewall box and a switch, and in my LAN, I have multiple computers, for example, multiple computers. So this is what? A firewall. My point is what? In your LAN side, you have multiple departments, for example. You have multiple departments. For example, you have marketing, or you can say you have a sales department, and what you have? HR department. So for each department, if you require separate kind of NAT, separate kind of VPN policy, separate kind of routing, or you can say for marketing and for sales, you need L3 firewall, for example. And for HR department, I required layer 2 firewall, for example. This is my requirement. Then what I need to do? I need to purchase 3 separate boxes. 3 separate boxes. If I want separate kind of NAT policy, VPN policy for each department, separate kind of ACL rules, separate kind of VPN option. So yes, I need to purchase separate firewall. Right now we have 3 departments, and for HR I require layer 2 firewall, a dedicated layer 2 firewall. Then I need to purchase 3 separate boxes. If I'm doing this, the cost is very high. Cost is very high for 3 separate firewalls. So what we can do? With the help of license, what you can do? You can divide your single firewall box. No need to purchase 3 separate boxes. No. Okay, on Cisco ASA firewall, with the help of license, what you can do? First, you need to purchase a big box, and then with the help of license, you can divide your single box into multiple virtual firewall box. Okay, multiple virtual. It is called what? Separate firewall. So what you have firewall box 1, then you have what? Firewall box 2, and what? Firewall box 2, what? Firewall box 3. For marketing, you have firewall box 1, for sales, firewall box 2, and for HR, we have firewall box 3. So my point is all the marketing traffic is traveling through the firewall box 1, sales traffic is traveling through the firewall box 2, HR traffic is traveling through the firewall box 3. What we can do, we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall boxes. They are what? They are independent boxes. Okay, they don't know each other. There is no communication between these firewalls. Now you have 3 separate firewall boxes, but these are what? Virtual firewall. And this is what in Cisco ASA firewall, it is called virtual firewall technique, or you can say it is called security context. Same topic we have in Palo Alto, in FortiGate firewall, checkpoint firewall. Yes, we have same option. Only the configuration task is different. So now what? Virtual firewall, we can discuss security context. I hope this option is clear, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the outside port will be single, right?
Sorry.
If you are dividing the firewall into 3 virtual devices, in that case also the outside port will be only one, right?
It's up to you, Navneet. Okay, if you have 3 separate internet connection, maybe you have 3 separate internet connection, right?
Yeah.
Okay, for firewall box 1, or maybe okay, and if you have single ISP connection, no problem. Okay, I will show you with single ISP connection only. Okay.
Okay.
I will show you in lab, no problem.
Okay.
Now the next topic is what? Next topic is important, and it is called what? Failover concept. In Cisco ASA firewall, it is called failover. In Palo Alto, it is called high availability. In Fortinet firewall, it is called high availability. Okay. In checkpoint firewall, it is called cluster. What is failover concept? For example, if we have a single firewall box, okay, we have a small scenario where we have inside network, and outside. Everything is working fine in this topology. Everything is working fine means what? We have a LAN interface, WAN interface, IP address, routing, NAT, VPN. Everything is working fine. Traffic is traveling from LAN to WAN. Traffic is traveling. My point is, I have a single firewall box. In case if this box is down, then we lost connectivity. Your LAN user cannot access your WAN site. Why? Because you have a single file. You are working with single firewall box. There is no you can say backup, or there is no redundancy, right? Here you have a single firewall box. So for backup, you can say for redundancy, what we are doing, we are using one more firewall here. It is called firewall box 2. This is called firewall box 1. And now the topology will look like this. The topology is what? We have a switch, and the topology will look like this now. I'm using one more firewall. It is called firewall box 2. Why? This firewall box 2 I'm using as a backup. I'm using as a what? Redundancy, failover. So here we have what? We are using second firewall, and we are using a link. It's called failover link. In between firewall, what I'm using? I'm using a link is called what? Failover link. What is exactly failover link? Okay, where we can use, we'll discuss. But let's discuss the mode first. In failover, we'll discuss 2 modes. The first one is called active standby, and second option we have active. Active standby means what? In active standby means one firewall will act as an active box, and the second firewall will act as a backup. Backup, you can say, or you can say the second firewall will act as it is in a standby mode. So what? One firewall, it is acting So one firewall will act as an active box, and second firewall will act as a standby firewall. All the traffic they are traveling through this firewall box one. In case if this box down, your standby box will become active now. If your active box down, your standby box will become active, and all your traffic will automatically redirected via your firewall box 2 automatically. We'll discuss all the theoretical option, concept option, how to perform lab, what is the scenario. We'll discuss everything, no problem. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. Active standby means what? One firewall is acting as an active box, and the second firewall is acting as a standby, or you can say backup firewall. Now, the next is called what? Active. Active means what? It means I want to utilize my both firewall. That's why it is called what? Active concept. So here we have active. It means I want to utilize my both firewall box. And here we can do a lab active with multi-context. Context is what? What is context? Remember, here we have a concept virtual firewall. It means what? We have a security context. So here we will discuss active failover configuration with multi-context, with virtual firewall. What we can do? We can first divide our firewall into two firewall. What we can do? Firewall box 1, firewall C. It is a box 1, and this is what your firewall box 2. And now first we are trying to divide our firewall box into two separate boxes. Wait. So this is called what? Marketing firewall, you can say. This is what? Sales firewall. Then what? Marketing. Then what? Sales. So I'm dealing with the active. It means what? I want to utilize both firewall. It means for marketing, here we have department. We have marketing and we have sales department. This is what? Marketing and sales. So what I can do for marketing users, okay, on box one for marketing user, this is what? Active. And for marketing users on box 2, marketing is what? Standby. And here on box 1, sales is what? Wait. What we have, what we can do for marketing on box 1, marketing on box 1, marketing firewall is what? Active. But marketing firewall on box 2 is what? It is in a standby mode. And for salesperson on box 2, sales is what? Sales firewall is what? Active. And on box 1, sales firewall is what? It is in standby. So for marketing, this box is active. For sales, this box is active. In case if this box is down, no problem. Your sales is already active, and now your marketing will become active. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So we'll discuss in detail. Okay, right now I'm giving you the basic idea, but this is the what we'll discuss detail. Okay. So the next topic is what? The next topic is dedicated for the. Next topic is dedicated for deep packet inspection. In Cisco ASA Firewall, it is called MPF Modular Policy Framework, or you can say it is called deep packet inspection. So, yes, on Cisco ASA Firewall, we can inspect the traffic from layer 2 to layer 7. Okay, here we can discuss first the concept of deep packet inspection. What is deep packet inspection in Cisco ASA Firewall? What is the concept? Then we'll tune the global policy. we have a global default policy for deep packet inspection. We have a default policy. We'll discuss what is a global policy or default policy. But in case if you want to configure your own custom policy for deep packet inspection, so yes, you can configure it. So we have a what module is called what? Configuring a custom policy. Once you complete your deep packet inspection, then you can go.
Same as
Yes.
the deep packet inspection. Is that the same as packet captures or no?
See, here we are not capturing the packet leave. The point is, like other firewall, like on next generation firewall, we can inspect the applications, right? We can inspect the URLs, malicious URLs, right?
Right.
But here, the Cisco ASA firewall is not a next generation firewall. Here you cannot inspect any viruses. Here you cannot inspect any malicious URL. Okay. Here you can inspect protocols. Like you want to inspect DNS protocol. You want to inspect HTTP, HTTPS protocol. So yes, you can. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes. But we'll discuss in detail. Okay, how we can inspect and how the Cisco firewall will work for deep packet inspection. Okay, no problem. Now the next is what? The next topic is dedicated for graphical configuration. How to access Cisco ASA firewall with graphical page. My point is what? Cisco ASA firewall we can configure through the CLI. See, like routing, we'll discuss, NAT, VPN, okay, IP version 6, layer 2 firewall concept, failover configuration. Okay, all the topics we'll discuss through CLI. But in case if you want to configure, if you want to access, you want to manage your Cisco ASA firewall with graphical page, with graphical option, yes, you can. So we have a dedicated module, approx you can say 2 to 3 hour session only on graphical configuration. Okay, I will show you the idea, because if you know the ACL concept, NAT concept, transparent firewall, failover configuration on through CLI, so yes, you can configure with the graphical option. I will show you the option how to configure, because you know Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint firewall, these firewalls are popular. Why? Because you can configure through graphical, right? And to start a firewall journey, we need to start with the Cisco ASA firewall first. That's why we are learning. Once you get an idea with the Cisco ASA firewall, this is your first firewall. Then you can go for any next generation firewall. So yes, we like other vendor, we can configure our Cisco ASA firewall with graphical page. The next module is what? It is dedicated for the VPN. It's a common topic. It's a common topic for Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint firewall, Cisco ASA firewall, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. First, we'll discuss what is VPN concept, why we are using VPNs. Okay, what is benefit to use VPN? What is encryption, hashing, algorithm, and what is Diffie-Hellman? What is phase 1? What is phase 2? Once we will clear the basic concept about the VPN theoretical portion, then we can go for the first lab. The first lab is called what? Site-to-site VPN implementation with IPsec. So how to connect two branch offices, how to connect sites with each other. Like on one side we have Cisco ASA firewall, and other side we have a Cisco ASA firewall. How to connect it? How to create a secure tunnel in between two sites over this public network, over this untrusted network. So yes, we have a lab is called what? Site-to-site VPN. Then we can go for remote access VPN. For remote access VPN, yes, we have two options. Either we can configure through SSL, or we can configure through IKEv2, Internet Key Exchange version 2. So for remote access VPN, we have two configuration options. SSL, in SSL we have two labs, clientless and full client. Clientless and full client. Hear my point? Everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so these are the topics, okay? These are the topics which we can discuss in our training. Today, I just completed the introduction session. Luke, Navneet, Ramsir. I'm not going to continue today. This is just introduction session today. Okay, everyone.
Yes, sir.
We'll continue our topic from next weekend, and timing is same. Our timing is fixed. Our time is what? 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. IST time. Okay, everyone. Luke, Ram, Navneet.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So let's
problem.
continue our topic from next Saturday. And this session video I will share in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, everyone.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye.
Right now.
Let's start our session. Okay. I'm recording this session on my side. After this session, I will send it to you. Okay. So remember our previous session, day one session, we completed our topic discussion. What topic we can cover in our complete training, in our whole training. Now I'm going to start the session today with the first topic. Please wait. So before start Cisco ASA Firewall, guys, can anyone help me? What do you think about Firewall? Navneet, Ram, Luke. What do you think about Firewall? Anyone? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes. What do you think about Firewall? Luke, Navneet, and Ram. What is Firewall? What do you think?
It's a security appliance that keeps the outside world from getting in.
Okay, it's a security appliance. Okay. And Navneet, you, Ram. What do you think about firewall device? Because we have router for routing features, we have switches for switching feature. What is use of firewall?
Sir, with this, we can allow which traffic to go outside or which from outside traffic to go inside. We particularly decide by using firewall.
Okay, okay. Navneet. Okay, let's start. Firewall is what? Please turn off your mic, everyone. If you have any question, you can unmute. No problem. Okay, now, so what is firewall? Firewall is a device. Okay, it's a security device. Yes, in market, if you talk about firewall technology, so in market we have multiple vendors. Let me show you first. We have multiple vendors for firewall. Okay, let me show you old one, then I will show you the latest one information. Gartner report. Yes, this one. So you can see there is a Gartner report. Gartner is what? Gartner is an agency who survey the technology information. And if you want to know about any technology, like in firewall, which vendor is popular, in server, which vendor is popular, okay, in client operating system, which vendor is popular, okay, in technology. So you can get the information from Gartner, okay. As per Gartner report, you can see these are the vendors. These are the vendors for firewall. As per Gartner report, Gartner divided all the vendors in categories, okay. Categories what? Leaders categories, challengers, okay, nice player, visionaries. So you can see if you talk about leaders in the market right now, so November 2021 report, the latest report. As per this latest report, if you talk about leaders in the market for firewall, there is a vendor, Palo Alto Firewall, Palo Alto Network, FortiGate, and Checkpoint. These three vendors are the leader in the market. Okay, but if you talk about Cisco, yes, Cisco right now is a challenger. He's not leader in the market, but he's a challenger. Okay? So to start any firewall, you always start with the Cisco technology, because just like a other vendor, if you know about CCNA, so yes, you can manage other vendors like Juniper, because the command syntax is different, but the concept is same. Same kind of option we have here is a firewall, and topics are same. Okay, only the configuration part is different, and every vendor has its own feature set with the firewall. So right now I'm talking about what a report. As per this Gartner report, you can see Cisco is a part of Challenger group. It's a part of Challenger group. It's not a leader right now. If you talk about leaders, so these are the vendors. Okay? And we are trying to learn firewall is called what? Cisco ASA firewall, right? Cisco ASA firewall. ASA is what? ASA is called what? Adaptive Security Appliance. It's a firewall. We'll discuss about it. What is Cisco ASA? But let's discuss first the term firewall. What is firewall exactly? So firewall is just like a router. It's just like a router. Yes. For example, if you are configuring ACL, access control list, or you can say if you are configuring packet filtering method on router, yes, you can configure on firewall, no problem. If you are configuring NAT option on router, yes, you can configure NAT topic, same on firewall, no problem. Okay, if you are configuring VPN option, okay, VPN, yes, on router, yes, you can configure on firewall, no problem. If you are configuring, for example, routing section, routing feature on router, yes, you can configure routing on firewall. So firewall is just like a router, but with some advanced feature. There is some advanced features, security features are available in firewalls, which is not available in your devices, in your router. Okay, so see, ACL, NAT, routing, these options, yes, we can use on firewall. So firewall is what? It's just like a router. Okay, and now if you talk about firewall, in firewall we always talk about some word in firewall. For example, inside network, outside network, and DMZ network. There are three keywords. Okay, you will always hear about it. These keywords in the firewall. Okay, in any vendor, inside, outside, and DMZ. Three popular keywords. For example, here is a firewall. For example, we have a firewall. Okay, firewall. So with inside is what? Inside is what? Your private network. Inside is what? Your private network, or you can say your LAN portion, your trusted network. Outside is what? Your WAN side, or you can say your internet side is what? Outside. What about DMZ? What about DMZ? DMZ is called demilitarized zone. Let's discuss first inside and outside option first. Okay. So for example, in my LAN, what? Here is my LAN portion, and other side is what? Is my WAN side. So I have two portions called what? LAN side, your trusted network, and outside your untrusted network, internet side, you can say. So in my LAN side, what I can do? I can put my machines, servers, okay, client machine. So yes, I can put all my servers, client machine. For example, here we have multiple servers, some company confidential servers. For example, here we have web server, DNS server, SMTP server, mail server, or you can say FTP server, and some company confidential servers. Here, these are what? Confidential servers. So yes, I can put all my trusted machine, computers, servers inside, or you can say in LAN portion. Yes, I can put all the devices in inside portion or LAN portion. Here's a firewall. So I can use for all my trusted devices, I can use inside keyword, inside network, and for untrusted network, yes, I can use outside. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Now the point is what? Point is here. In that case, now The traffic is coming, for example, traffic is coming from the outside. Yes, I will allow someone, I will allow someone or anyone to access my, for example, web server. This is what a web server example. It is a web server. This is what DNS server. This is what SMTP server and FTP server. So what I'm doing, see, if I have web server, yes, I want to allow this web server. Anyone can access my web server. So yes, to allow traffic from untrusted network, you will configure some firewall policy or security policy, or you can say ACL access control list in case of Cisco case. So yes, you can configure ACL here onto your firewall to allow traffic. No problem. Yes, you can configure. As per ACL, as per your firewall policy, yes, you can decide, okay, anyone, or maybe this is specific source can come to your network, and as per your configuration policy, okay, you are only allowed to access this web server, for example. It means anyone from the outside, okay, can come to your network and can access only. It means you can specify your source, your particular destination. Yes, you can specify on your firewall. How to configure it? It's a different part. But right now I'm giving you an idea. Yes, you can configure. As per your configuration, if this traffic is coming from the outside, and yes, as per your configuration, traffic is trying to go and hit on your web server. No problem. No problem. But the point is what? Point is, if this traffic is coming from untrusted network, right? This traffic is coming from internet side, or this traffic is coming from untrusted network, and it's coming what? In your LAN side. In your LAN side. And yes, as per your configuration, he can only access web server. But the point is, traffic is coming from untrusted. So, and coming from untrusted networks, it may be possible. Okay, if he is coming in your LAN side, it may be possible he is trying to compromise your other devices. He's trying to, because traffic is not coming from untrusted network. Traffic is coming from internet side, right? Yes or no? Traffic is coming from untrusted. So if traffic is coming from untrusted networks, it may be possible, okay, this outside user is trying to compromise other devices because he is allowed to access your LAN portion, right? No need now.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
there is a problem. There is a problem. Problem is what? It may be possible he can compromise your other device. He's trying. He can try because traffic is coming from untrusted network. That's why no need to put these servers, okay? These servers you want to allow for your outside users. These servers, FTP server, SMTP server, DNS web server, these servers you want to allow for your outside users. So no need to put these servers in your LAN side. Okay. What you can do, you can create a separate zone. You can create a separate zone. Is called what? DMZ zone. It's just a name, demilitarized zone. You can create your separate zone, and you can put all your servers, for example, your web server. You can put all your server, for example, web server, DNS server, SMTP server, FTP servers. You can put all your server in DMZ side. It is a switch, and this is what DMZ zone. So what we have our web server, DNS server, SMTP server, FTP server. And what I will do next? So what I will do next, I will allow traffic from the outside, no problem. Okay, if anyone coming from the outside, yes, can come. And if it will hit on your firewall, as per your configuration, the traffic will redirect it onto the DMZ side. It is not going into your LAN portion, where you have your trusted machine, your some confidential servers. So traffic is coming from the outside, and it is going to redirect it onto the separate zone where you have these servers, and these servers you want to allow for your outside users. So this is the use of DMZ network. Clear my point? Where we can use?
Yes, sir.
In DMZ, we can put those servers which we want to allow for outside users. That is called what? DMZ, demilitarized zone. I hope these options are clear in inside, outside, and DMZ. Navneet, Luke.
Yes, sir.
Now we can discuss, if you talk about firewall, so we can discuss what firewall modes. Okay, firewall modes you can say, firewall features you can say, or you can say firewall technique. Good word is what? Firewall technique. Now we need to learn firewall. See, I'm not talking about right now Cisco ASA. I'm talking about simple word is called fire. It's a common word for everyone. So what we have firewall, we need to learn firewall technique. If you talk about firewall technique, so we can discuss our first technique, which is used by any vendor, any firewall vendor, is called what? Packet filtering method. What is packet filtering method? Remember in Cisco, we have a packet filtering method is called ACL. Remember in Cisco devices, Cisco routers? Everyone, access control list. ACL is
Yes.
what? ACL is what? ACL is called packet filtering firewall method. In Cisco, it is called ACL. In FortiGate firewall, it is called firewall policy. In Checkpoint firewall, it is called access control policy. In Palo Alto, it is called security policy. They all are the same. So what? Packet filtering technique. So this technique is used by any vendor. So the first technique is what? Packet filtering technique, and it is used by any vendor. It's common technique. Second technique is what? Second is what? Second is called stateful firewall technique. Stateful firewall. What is stateful firewall technique? This technique is used by any vendor, any firewall. What is stateful firewall technique? Let's discuss. So for example, see, we are talking about Cisco ASA firewall. Our firewall is what? Cisco ASA. So let's take example. We have a Cisco ASA firewall. With this Cisco ASA firewall, we have a portion, LAN portion, and what? WAN portion. Now in LAN side, we have a switch, and this switch we have a connectivity with some computers. For example, we have LAN computer here, and this is what your WAN side. So in case if you are working with Cisco ASA firewall, in case if you are working with Cisco ASA firewall, this is what Cisco ASA. ASA is called what? Adaptive Security Appliance. So in case if you're working with Cisco ASA firewall always work with the concept is called security level. Security level. How to configure security level? Yes, we'll discuss later. But right now, I'm giving you the idea. So the point is what? Cisco ASA firewall always work with the concept is called security level concept. Security level concept. Now here is what? On this Cisco ASA firewall, here we have some interfaces. For example, fast Ethernet 0/0, and this is what? Fast Ethernet 0/1. Fast Ethernet 0/1. Now this is what? A switch, and this is a PC. So onto this interface, we are using a predefined keyword. In Cisco, we have predefined keyword. It's called what? Inside keyword. INSIDE. It's a predefined keyword. Now, if you will type this predefined keyword INSIDE down on any interfaces, the interface will get a security level is called 100 by default. By default, I will show you in lab. Okay, but right now I'm giving you an idea. If you go on in Cisco ASA firewall, if you go on any interfaces, if you will type this predefined keyword is called inside keyword, then what? It will automatically get a number, security level number is called 100. And on other interface, if I'm using any other word, okay, not inside, because inside is predefined, okay, not inside, anything, your name, my name. If I'm using outside, for example, so this interface will get a security level is called what? 0. So remember, always security level range in between 0 to 100. 0 to 100. So as per right now, as per this configuration onto this fast Ethernet 0/0. I'm using this predefined keyword is inside. Onto this interface, I'm using a keyword is called anything, your name, my name. I'm using outside. If you type outside onto this interface, automatically this interface will get a security level 0. Why we are creating this option? Why we are creating this topology? Because we are trying to discuss our second firewall technique. It is called stateful firewall technique. We are trying to learn. So now here we have my LAN computer, LAN side. I'm using 10.10 IPs, and this LAN computer is trying to access a server. On outside there is server, and the IP address we are using in our example 8.8.8.8. What we have? A server here. So for example, this PC is, if this PC is trying to access, okay, if this PC is trying to access this server, then what will happen? Traffic will go and hit onto this interface. Okay, when any traffic will hit on your firewall, on your Cisco ASA firewall, what Cisco ASA firewall will do? See, Cisco ASA firewall always work with the concept is called what? Security level concept. Security level concept. And here is an option. Traffic is by default allowed. Traffic is by default allowed from higher security level interface to lower security level. No need to configure anything. By default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. So higher is what? More trusted. So by default, no need to create any firewall policy. It's a by default rule on Cisco ASA firewall. Okay, traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. And what traffic? TCP and UDP traffic. Okay. Now, what will happen? See, if this PC, for example, if this PC is trying to access, okay, to the server, so the traffic will go and hit onto this interface. Now, firewall will identify, okay, the traffic is coming from higher security level, okay, and he's trying to go to lower security level. And as per default configuration on Cisco ASA firewall, traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. No need to create any firewall policy. Okay, so traffic is traveling, and when the traffic is traveling through the firewall, then firewall will create a table. Firewall will create a table about this traffic, and the table is called what? State. It will create an entry for this traffic in a table. A table is called what? State table. Just like in router we have routing table, right? In switch we have MAC table. In firewall we have what? State table information. When the traffic is traveling through the firewall, what exactly information we have in state table? Source IP, source port number, destination IP, destination port number. So as per our scenario, what is source IP? 192.168.10.10, and source port number is what? 52,000. Just example. I'm using this port number as an example. Now destination port number is what? 8.8.8.8, not port number, IP address. And destination port number is, let's take a random port number. He's trying to access port number 443. So now traffic is traveling. Traffic is traveling through the firewall, is going to hit onto this 8.8.8. And when the traffic, I told you, when the traffic is traveling, firewall will maintain the state of connection in a state table. Clear my point? Any problem at this state?
No, sir.
Ram, Luke, no need.
Yeah, it is clear.
Now, what about return traffic? What about return traffic? Because now, see, I told you, traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level by default. No need to create any security policy. But what about lower to higher? Lower to higher, everything is denied. The traffic from lower security level to higher security level, all traffic denied. All traffics are denied. Now, you can see, what about return traffic now? If 8.8.8 will give the reply, So the reply packet will go and hit onto this interface. Onto this interface, what we have security level? 0. And now traffic is trying to travel from 0 to 100. Traffic is trying to travel from 0 to 100. Clear my point? Nonit, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So now traffic is trying to travel from 0 to 100. The point is what? I told you, traffic from 0 to 100, from lower security level to higher security level, traffic is not allowed. So what will happen? See, if the reply packet is coming to hit onto this firewall interface, what firewall will do? See, whenever any traffic will hit on your firewall, firewall will verify the traffic information. It will check what? It will check the information in his state table. Is this traffic is a part of my existing connection? Is it a reply packet? So it will verify the information. Okay, that traffic is coming from 8.8. Okay, yes, I have entry. And the reply packet is for 192.168.10.10. Okay, the traffic was initiated from the LAN side. Traffic was not initiated from the WAN side. Traffic was initiated from LAN side, and it is a reply packet. It's not a new session. It's a reply packet. So if information is available in the state table, then it will allow. It will allow because the traffic was initiated from the LAN side. It means what? What is exactly? This is called what? Stateful firewall technique. What is exactly stateful firewall? When the traffic is traveling through the firewall will maintain the state of connection in a state table. Okay, in a state table. Now, when the return traffic will come, firewall will verify the information in a state table. If there is entry, so it will allow. Otherwise, it will drop. Clear my point, everyone?
Yes, clear.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
It's called stateful firewall technique. See, traffic was initiated from the LAN side. Now, if traffic was initiated from the WAN side, then if this traffic is going to hit onto this interface, traffic is not allowed because traffic is initiated from the start from the outside, from lower security level. It's trying to go higher security level. Traffic is denied, but it's a reply packet, and reply packet is going to hit. Firewall will verify if there is any entry regarding this traffic. Yes, there is entry in my state table. It's the reply packet. Yes, it will allow. So that is called what? Second technique, which is used by any vendor, is called stateful firewall technique. So on any firewall, when traffic is traveling through the firewall will maintain the state of connection in a state table. I will show you the state table, how the state table will look like. But here's a topic, stateful. The third technique, which is used by any vendor, is called what? Transparent firewall, or you can say L2 firewall. L2 firewall. L2 firewall, or you can say L2 firewall. So transparent firewall is what? Remember always, guys, we can use our firewall in two modes. Remember always, either we can use our firewall as a NAT mode firewall, or you can say in short L3 firewall, or we can use our firewall as a transparent mode firewall, or you can say L2 firewall. The point is what? What is the difference between both? See, if you are using your firewall as a L3 firewall, for example, we have a firewall, it's L3 firewall, or you can say NAT mode firewall. Point is, on L3 firewall, we can configure IP address on interfaces. We can configure IP address on these interfaces. Okay, it's L3 firewall. We can configure routing, NAT, VPN. Okay, onto this firewall. Now, VPN configuration we can do, NAT we can configure, routing we can configure. Now, what about L2 firewall? If we have L2 firewall, for example, this firewall is what? This firewall is a L2 firewall. So in case if you are working with L2 firewall, then you cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces because this firewall is what? L2. It means these interfaces are acting as a L2 interfaces. You cannot configure IP onto these interfaces. You cannot configure routing here onto this layer 2 firewall. You cannot configure NAT option. You cannot terminate VPN connection. Clear the difference between L2 and L3?
Yes, sir.
But the point is what, if we cannot configure, in case, for example, if we cannot configure our on L2 firewall, if we cannot configure routing, NAT, and VPN, so in this scenario, we are using our firewall as a L2 firewall, because with L3 firewall we have good features. With L3 firewall, what we can do, we can use routing feature, we can use NAT feature, we can configure VPN option. Okay, and yes, we can use the rest of the firewall features. But with L3, with L2 we have problems. We cannot configure routing, VPN, and NAT. Clear my point? So in this scenario, we can use, point is what? In this scenario, we can use our firewall as a L2 firewall. So yes, we will discuss, because I told you in our topic, we have a separate dedicated session on layer 2 firewall. Let me show you again. We have separate dedicated session on layer 2, where we can use layer 2 firewall. See, we'll discuss what is exactly layer 2 firewall. Okay, but right now this is the difference, basic thing. Clear my point, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Now let's move on to the Cisco ASA firewall. Now we are going to discuss our Cisco ASA firewall. So wait. So what is Cisco ASA firewall? Cisco ASA firewall is called Adaptive Security Appliance. It is in a combination of stateful firewall and VPN concentrator. And if you talk about Cisco ASA firewall feature, so yes, these are the features. Like for example, if I'm working with multi-vendor, okay, if in my organization we have what Palo Alto firewall, FortiGate firewall, Cisco ASA firewall, and one of my friend is working with Palo Alto, and he's telling me the feature of the Palo Alto firewall or FortiGate firewall. So yes, I have some option. I can discuss with my friend. Okay, I can discuss some features for Cisco ASA. So these are the features. Let's discuss each feature one by one. Okay. So the first feature is what? Operating system. So in Cisco ASA firewall, hardware and the software both belong to Cisco. It is not just like another vendor. They use other company OS and another company hardware. No. For example, Checkpoint firewall. In Checkpoint firewall, we have a separate operating system. It's called what? Gaia operating system. Checkpoint is what? It's a software-based firewall. What we can do, we can go onto the Checkpoint website and we can download Gaia operating system, and this operating system we can install on my laptop, on my server, on any machine, and we can use, for example, if I'm installing Gaia operating system on my laptop, so yes, I can use my laptop as a complete firewall. Okay, so in Checkpoint case, what? You can just download operating system and you can just store it. In Palo Alto, yes, we have PAN-OS. So in Checkpoint, what we have? Operating system is related with the Cisco. The operating system is related with the Checkpoint firewall, and hardware is related with another vendor. But in Cisco, what we have is Cisco, both hardware and software. Hardware and software, they are belong into the single vendor. So if you face any problem with software related problem, you can talk to Cisco. If you face any problem with hardware, you can talk to Cisco. So single vendor for both operating system and hardware, software and hardware. First feature. Second is what? Stateful firewall. I told you every firewall is using this technique. So this is what? Stateful firewall. I told you already. What is stateful firewall? Remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, a user-based authentication. So user-based authentication, for example, it means what? AAA implementation. So like other vendor, we can configure AAA option. AAA means what? Authentication, authorization, accounting feature. So using this feature, we can authenticate the inbound and outbound request of Telnet, HTTP, HTTPS, FTP using AAA server. So like other vendor, yes, we can configure a user-based authentication. Now, protocol and application inspection. See, we are working with second generation firewall. Cisco is what? Cisco ASA is what? Second generation firewall. It's not a next generation firewall. So, but yes, we can inspect some protocol. Okay, we can inspect some applications. And this section is called what? MPF, Modular Policy Framework. So MPF is what? With MPF, using MPF, protocol and application inspection, we can enable deeper inspection of protocol like FTP, SMTP, DNS, TFTP, HTTP. So we can inspect these protocol, these application layer protocol, okay, with deep inspection. Okay, what is deep packet inspection? Let me show you. We have a topic. See, for deep packet inspection, we have a topic drop. We'll discuss. Okay, what is deep packet concept exactly? Understand a deep packet inspect, tuning the global policy option, configure the custom policy. Yes, we'll discuss. But right now, I'm telling you what we can go with the deep packet inspection option. Now,
Sir, I have a query here.
yes.
You said that it is a second generation firewall. So can it be upgraded to the next generation firewall?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
And if it is not a next generation firewall, does it support deep packet inspection?
See, with onto this firewall, we can use deep packet inspection onto this firewall. Okay.
Okay.
But Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint Firewall, or Cisco fire-powered threat defense, these are what? Next generation firewall. Okay, these are the next generation firewall. Onto next generation firewall, we can, in case if you want to block any application like Facebook or something, you can block it. If you want to block any viruses, yes, you can block. If you want to block any malicious URL, yes, you can block, but only on next generation firewall. Very clear?
Okay.
To start these next generation firewall training, you need everyone will start first. Always start with the Cisco ASA, because Cisco ASA will give you the platform. Okay, will give you the knowledge about the basic thing about firewall. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Now, so yes, protocol and application inspection. Now here is the option VPN. VPN is what? Virtual private network. Yes, like other vendor, Cisco ASA firewall support IPsec and SSL. IPsec and SSL. In IPsec, yes, we will discuss. We have a lab. We'll discuss site-to-site VPN implementation, remote access configuration. In SSL VPN, we'll discuss clientless, thin and thick. L2TP is not your topic. So yes, we'll discuss IPsec and SSL VPN option. Like other vendor, yes, we can configure VPN on Cisco ASA firewall. The next feature of the firewall, Cisco ASA firewall, is what? Virtual firewall technique. It means we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. Okay, I told you what is C. Here is an option. For example, we are working in a single firewall box, and this is a switch. And with switch, we have a connectivity with multiple computers. You can say we have multiple, department in my LAN side. Okay, for example, we have a marketing department, sales department, or you can say HR department. For each department, I required what? I required separate firewall. For example, for marketing and sales, I required L3 firewall. For HR department, I want L2 firewall. What we can do is Cisco ASA firewall, with the help of license, we can divide single box into multiple virtual box, multiple virtual appliance. It means what? we can divide our firewall into 3 firewalls, right? As per this scenario, 3 firewall. This is called what? Firewall box 1, firewall box 2, okay, and then what? Firewall box 3. So now what I can do, I can send marketing traffic. See, now I can send marketing traffic via firewall box 1, sales traffic via firewall box 2, HR traffic via firewall box 3. So yes, we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. That is a feature like other vendors. Now, in Fortinet, it is called same topic. In Fortinet, it is called VDOM, virtual domain. In Cisco, it is called what? Virtual firewall. Now, web-based management. Yes, we can manage our Cisco ASA firewall with graphical option. See, we'll discuss CLI option, but in case if you want to manage your firewall with graphical tab, so yes, you can configure. If you want to configure your firewall with graphical option, you can go with the software is called ASTM software. With the help of ASTM, you can configure your firewall with graphical page. Yes, we can configure our Cisco ASA firewall with CLI and with graphical, both. Stateful failover technique. So here we have concept of failover. I told you in day one section, remember what is failover concept? In failover, we discuss 2 type of failover option. The first one is called what? Active standby, and second we have active failover. In active standby, one firewall will act as active, the second one will act as a backup, or we can say standby. If you want to utilize your both firewalls, so you can go with the active failover, no problem. Now, the next feature is what? IP version 6. Yes, you can configure next generation IP on your Cisco ASA. Okay, like static routing, dynamic routing, you can configure. I will show you. We have a lab. Now, clustering. The good feature we have in Cisco ASA firewall, we can use clustering feature. It means we can combine multiple firewall. Okay, we can combine multiple appliances, and these 3 appliances, for example, can act as a single box. So if you want a big box, what you can do, you can combine these firewall box, and this is what clustering. A feature introduced with OS 9.0, it's enable us to group multiple appliances as a single appliance.
And is it different from stacking?
Sorry?
Is it different from the term stacking? Like we do
stacking is a different thing. Not it.
Okay.
Stacking is different. You can say it's just like a stacking, right? But stacking is on switches. Now, so now let's start our day one on Cisco ASA firewall. Okay. So please give me 5 minutes because I'm trying to start Cisco ASA. I'm using a basic lab first. Okay. 1.23. So we have a simple lab. It's called what? One Cisco ASA firewall. And yes, let's connect inside and outside. But our focus right now today is to learn basic command section on Cisco ASA firewall. Okay, wait. Okay, now let's work with the Cisco ASA firewall. So we are working with Cisco ASA and operating system what we have 9.x. It's called 9.1 operating system. It will take time. Please wait.
Sir, like you said, it is a Cisco ASA 9.1.5. So what kind of versions available for Cisco ASA?
9.x operating system. Okay.
9.x. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We are working with 9.x operating system.
Okay.
9.x means what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
So that is the latest one, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So do we have
This operating system is not the latest one. Okay. Latest one is what? 9.6, 9.7. But
okay.
they all are the same. Okay. They all are the same.
So do we have a session on that also, like what kind of operating system we have and what is the meaning of that 9 dot something dot something?
See, it's not a big deal. See, for example, the new operating system, latest operating system start with 9.x. Okay. And all the features are same. Only what? Once it will enhance the version, it will enhance the processing option. Okay. Processing option, like the new operating system, that the processing speed is good. Okay. It enhances the operating system only. It's not a complicated case. It's just the operating system. We have 9. If we have 9.0, same command we can use on 9.8. Everything is same.
Okay. Why I'm asking this is I have seen a firewall in my lab, and the OS is 6.7 dot something is there.
6.7?
Yeah,
it's
that ASA 5. Okay. What is that?
On ASA firewall.
ASA 5506 we have in our lab.
Okay, okay. And what is the operating system?
6.7 dot something was there.
6.7 dot no. It's maybe you can check. It's a ASDM version.
Okay, okay. Hey, that
it's a ASDM version.
Okay, okay.
It's not operating system. Yes.
Okay.
Please wait. It will take time.
So ASDM version is different and OS is different, right?
ASDM is a software. Okay.
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 Software for firewall.
Yes. With the help of ASDM, you can manage your firewall with graphical.
Okay. So we will discuss that things later, right?
We have an option. We have a topic how to work, how to access our Cisco firewall with graphical. See this option.
And upgrade and all, like if you have to upgrade from 6.7 to the later version.
Yes,
yes.
I will show you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a very simple task. I will show you.
Okay.
Now, everyone can hear me? Luke, Navneet, Ram.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We're here.
Okay, now. So this is a console page. Okay, console page means we have one Cisco ASA firewall and one laptop. On this firewall, what we have? Console. What we are trying to connect a cable with console. And here is what on my laptop I have a putty application. This is what a console. So now you can see from here we can start our basic thing. Like for example, I'm trying to type here enable command. Same Cisco routers command, switches command, we can use it here. So for example, enable to go into the privilege mode. Yes, it's asking for password, but there is no password. You can just press enter. Here I can use all show command. See show question mark. You can see lots of options. Same, just like a Cisco devices, you can use show command here. For example, if I want to go with first, I'm going to verify show firewall. Why? The show firewall command, I can verify firewall mode. Right now, this firewall mode is what? Router. It means it is a L3 firewall. And you can also verify one more command is called what? Show mode. So right now you can see security context mode is what? Single. So right now this firewall is acting as a single firewall. It's not working as a multi-mode firewall. I told you we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewalls. But right now this firewall by default, it is in a security context mode single. Now you can type other command here, for example, like show IP interface. Remember this command to verify our interface information on Cisco routers. Okay.
Yes.
If I'm going to press enter, see, I'm getting problem. I cannot use this command. Okay, on Cisco ASA firewall, there is syntax is changed. Here you can type show interface IP brief. And now you can see here you have these interfaces, Ethernet 0, Ethernet 1, 2, 3. Let's change host name, for example. See, we are in global configuration mode. You can use same command, host name. So for example, it is firewall box 1. In case if you want to set password on privilege mode, enable password. There is no enable secret command here. Okay, here is command what? To set a password on privilege mode, enable password. So for example, CCI. Okay, but this is not a plain text password. Okay, if you verify here, the good thing with the Cisco ASA firewall, you can use show command in any mode. For example, I'm in global configuration mode. I can just type show. Now you can see here, enable password. The password is encrypted. So I told you there is no enable secret command. Here is what enable password, and this password is encrypted. See, enable password is encrypted password. Now you can verify some other information. For example, with show version command, you can verify some information. For example, this is what adaptive security appliance OS version 9.1, 7.3 device manager version, and ASA 5520 RAM. We have 2 GB RAM into this firewall. Okay, Pentium second, and you can verify some other information like license information. So you can see everything is enabled. You can see VLAN. Yes, we can create VLANs. VPN options are enabled. So yes, we can configure VPN option. Failover is enabled. It means we have a proper license into this image. What we have a proper license, everything for everything. See, for security context. So no need to purchase any license. Okay, I will share this image with you guys. Okay, you can install this image in your lab setup and you can perform your lab. Okay, see, for security context for virtual firewall, we have a license for 20 firewalls. So you can get license information here. Now you can see show interface IP brief. This show interface IP brief. You can see these are the interfaces. In case if I want to configure Ethernet 0, then Ethernet 0 this interface, and you can see as per our configuration, I am using what inside network. I'm using 200 network on inside side. So here we have what I'm going into the interface Ethernet 0. And IP address I'm using IP address and what 200 200.1. Mask is what 255.255.255.0 and no shutdown. What? No shutdown. Now you can verify here. You can verify IP address information. Show interface. Show interface IP brief. You can see on Ethernet 0 there is no IP address, but the status of this interface is not. See, we configured our IP address, but it's not visible here. Why? Because whenever you will configure any interfaces in Cisco ASA firewall, you need to specify zone information. You can say you can specify with name it command. Remember, I told you guys in Cisco ASA firewall we have predefined keywords called inside
Inside.
INSID. So if I'm using onto the interface inside keyword, if you press enter, you can see you will automatically get a security level 100. And now you can type this time. You can type IP address. For example, if you want to configure now IP address, now show interface IP brief. See, we have IP address and the status of this terminal is now exit. Now in case if I want to configure Ethernet 1, same task Ethernet 1 and what name it. So I'm not using here inside keyword because inside keyword I'm using Ethernet 0. What I'm using any other keyword. For example, outside, or you can use any name, no problem. If I'm using outside, automatically this interface will get a security level 0. Now I can configure IP address. As per our topology, I'm configuring 10.1.3.1 255.255.0. And now what? No shutdown command. Now you can use what? Show interface IP. You can see here the option what? IP address information, Ethernet 1. See? Is that clear, my point?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can configure any port as inside and other ports as outside
Yes.
and DMZ,
Yes,
right?
we need to
There's
specify the name first, okay? With
Okay.
new command. So now you
there is
can see-
nothing fixed like always we have to use Ethernet port 0 as outside.
No, it's not.
Okay,
You
okay.
can decide, okay?
Okay.
Yes, you can decide. Now, here we have what? Ethernet 0, Ethernet 1. In case, for example, if we have DMZ portion, then, for example, we have DMZ portion, demilitarized zone. Onto DMZ side, for example. So here what we have inside, we have security level 100. On outside, we have security level 0. Now, for example, if I'm trying to configure DMZ network, so for example, Ethernet 2 it's participating as a DMZ, for example. So interface Ethernet 2, name it. I'm using a DMZ keyword, DMZ. Now you can see I told you, if you type anything, not inside, you type anything, you can see the security level for this interface is 0. Now let's configure IP address. For example, I'm using 45. Just example. Okay? Now no shutdown. Now I have two interfaces. You can use this command show name if. With show name if you can get a information regarding your security level. See, on Ethernet 0, this is the name, and what security level 100. On Ethernet 1, outside security level is 0. Ethernet 2 DMZ security level is 0. The point is we have two interfaces with same security level. So it's with same security level. You can see the option. Okay. Now, so remember always, same security level interfaces cannot communicate with each other by default. Okay? Same security level interfaces cannot communicate with each other by default. So we need to change the security level. For example, onto DMZ. For example, onto this DMZ, I want to use security level 50. I told you security level range in between 0 to 100. So in case if you want to change the security level, you can go into the Ethernet 2. And here is a command security level. Here you can decide security level range 0 to 100. So for example, I'm using 50. Now show interface IP brief. Show name if. Now you can see on DMZ what we have security level 50. On here we have what 0. Is that clear? How to configure IP addresses on interfaces? How to change security level information on any interfaces? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
I have a query, yes, sir.
Yes.
So the moment we configure some port as DMZ, doesn't it take the security level as 50 by default?
50 for 50?
Like see, the moment we configure some port as DMZ port, doesn't the security level changes to 50 by default?
No, I told you, see, by default,
Okay.
By default, the security level is 0. I told you.
Okay, for the no, you told me, yeah. Okay.
Yes, and you can change security level manually.
Okay.
Manually, you can go into the interfaces and you can decide what security level you want to configure. But by default,
No, like for inside and outside, it is defined. No, by default, it will be 0 and 100.
yes.
But for DMZ, there is no by default value. It is by default 0.
Yes, if you type anything, okay, not
Yeah.
DMZ, anything on any interfaces, it will get a security level by default 0.
Okay. Because it is an inside port.
So yes, for inside, yes, it's a predefined 100.
Yeah.
But for other keyword, you will always get security level 0. Then you can decide if you want, in case if you want to change.
Okay.
Now see here we have a IP address information, show interface IP3. Now I'm trying to start this router, for example. Why? Because I'm configuring same series of IP onto this router. And from this router, I will try to access this firewall through telnet or through SSH. So let's configure same series of IP. So I'm configuring 200, 200, 200.10 because one we are already using on Ethernet series. No shutdown. Show IP interface brief. You can see the IP address information. Now, in case if I'm trying to ping 200 firewall Ethernet 0 interface, my directly connected interface. If I'm trying to ping, yes, I'm getting reply. Now, in case if I'm trying to access 200 with telnet option, if I'm trying to access telnet, then what? You can press enter. You cannot access telnet by default. Remember, on Cisco routers by default telnet is enabled, password is not set, right?
Yes.
If you are trying to access any router, so you will get a message password required but none set. And here is what we are not getting anything, because to the firewall, remember always, to the firewall only ping service is needed. It means to the firewall you can only ping to the firewall. The rest of the services are denied. What we can do, we can go onto the firewall, and here we can decide. Command is what? Telnet. And here we can decide the authorized machine, subnet, or IP address information, or network. You can say, okay, who can access this Cisco ASA file? So for example, here I can specify 200.200.200.0. It means what? Complete name. And to match this complete network, I'm using a mask 255.255.0. Because in Cisco ASA firewall, there is no concept of wildcard mask. To match any IP address or any network, you will specify mask. So what telnet? I'm trying to, with this command, what I'm doing, I'm trying to allow complete network. Okay, /1 is what? /24. Now the network is on. Where is the network? This network is on DMZ or inside or outside. It is on inside network. So yes, we can go with this option. Otherwise, if you want to allow any specific machine, yes, you can go with the 10, because on inside router we are using this IP address. And if I'm using this single IP address, so I'm using /value what? 32. It is single IP. Clear my point? And this PC is a part of inside me. Yeah? And now you can set your password. Password, for example, CCIE123. Now, in case this time, if I'm trying to access telnet, see, asking for password, and password is what? Cisco. No, CCI. CCI123. Wait, CCIE123. You can access. Clear? Duke, Navneet, Ram.
Yep, pretty clear.
Now, what about SSH? Because telnet is what? Telnet is it is in a plain text format. If anyone will capture the traffic in between this firewall, okay, and connection is what? Telnet. So traffic is what? The traffic is what? It is in clear text. That's why for remote management, I'm going with the SSH option. SSH is what? Remember SSH?
Yes, a secure cell.
Secure cell. Port number for SSH is what?
22.
22. Right? So let's configure telnet. Let's configure SSH option here. For SSH, command is what? Crypto key generate RSA. Enter. And here you can create username, for example, user5, password, user5, Privilege, I'm giving 50. It means full access. Now here is a command SSH question mark like telnet. Like telnet, here I can decide the option IP address information. The IP address of the host or network authorized to log into the system. So here we can specify this PC can access through SSH. Now this PC is on inside me. Now here is a command AAA authentication SSH console and what local. Local is what? Local database. Because right now into this firewall we have a user account in this firewall local database. Let me show you. It is in what? Firewall local database. That's why I'm using this command. AAA authentication SSH console is what? Local. Right. Now you can go on to this router. Okay. What you can do? Remember on router command syntax, SSH space -L and username is what? User 5. And what is the IP address? 200.200.200.1. Enter. Asking for password. Password is what? User 5. Is that clear? SSH, how to configure, how to access with SSH option?
Yes.
Yes.
Exit. Now, in case, if you want to verify, for example, show IP interface, you can see 200, 210. For example, if I'm trying to change IP address onto this route, for example, 15. Mask is what? 255.0. Now, you can see in case if I'm trying to ping, for example, ping. Yes, I can ping. But in case if I'm trying to access, for example, SSH, only 200, 210 is allowed to access SSH. See? Only 10 can access through SSH or through telnet. See, 15 cannot access as per your configuration. Is that clear? This verification?
Yes,
Everyone?
yes, very much clear.
Yes.
Now, let's go on to the slide. Okay, now in case if you want to enable HTTP service, why HTTPS service? To manage this firewall graphically. Right now, we are not managing our firewall with graphical because we have a separate section. After lots of topic, we can go on to the graphical configuration. But right now, I'm giving you an idea. In case if you want to enable HTTPS service for graphical access, so what is the command syntax? HTTP server enable. And like telnet and SSH, you can decide here, like telnet or SSH, you can decide here what? HTTP question mark. Same. IP address of the host or network authorized to access the HTTP. Yes, for example, 200, 200, 200.10 mask and what? Inside. Done. And yes, you require a username. Yes, we have already a username. So with this command, 2 commands we require to enable HTTPS service. Now you can go with the next option. It's called what? Password recovery. So like Cisco routers, yes, we can recover our password. For example, if password is here, and if you want to reset, or if you want to go with the factory default setting, for example, if you want to go with the factory default setting, yes, you can go. What's just like a router? What you can do, you can restart your firewall. You can restart your firewall and press Control plus pause break button. Then you will go into the Roman mode. In Roman mode, what you can do, you can change configuration register value. Remember in Cisco routers, what is the default configuration register value? 0x212102. It's a default configuration register value in Cisco routers, and we can for factory default reset. What we can change? We can change the 0x2140, right? In routers, remember in Cisco,
Yes.
but in firewall, the default configuration register value is what? 0x01. And you can change with 0x41. Same option, you can restart your firewall, you can type control plus pause break, then you can go into the Roman mode.
Okay, sir. I have a query here.
Yes, you can go into the Roman bit. You can go into the Roman mode, and
Okay.
what you can do, you can type config 0x41, then you can restart your firewall for factory default, for that factory default reset or configuration. Yes, Navneet?
So can't we access a GUI in parallel because the way you are showing that how can we enable the HTTP or SSH or telnet? So if somebody is accessing the firewall through GUI, then where to go and what to select?
Navneet, I will tell you. Please wait.
Okay.
See, we have a topic. No problem. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I will see. Topical topic we discuss once we will complete these topics. Okay.
Okay.
See, we have these topics. Once we complete ACL, NAD, these are options, then we can go on to the graphic. No.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
Sure. Because see, if I will access graphical, okay, then what I can show you with CLI command, I will show you how to configure routing, NAT, ACL, and transparent firewalls and failover configuration. Then I will tell you how to implement these all our options with graphical page. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So now this is what our basic thing, okay, about Cisco ASA Features. Is that clear? I hope everyone. So what is called what is interface? How to configure interfaces? Now we know how to configure interfaces. And traffic through the firewall. Traffic through the firewall.
Yes, sir.
Remember, it's work with the security level concept. If traffic is traveling through the firewall, by default traffic is allowed. See, I will show you. Right now, I cannot send the traffic through the firewall, but the concept we know. Traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. Okay, we can send our traffic through the firewall when we will discuss routing section or ACL or NAT section. Then we will send traffic through the firewall. But now security level, yes, we can in Cisco ASA firewall we can work with security level concept. Now you can go with the remote management, telnet, and SSH. Is that clear? The basic stuff.
Yes.
Now the routing section. I'm not going to start today. The routing section we will start tomorrow. Okay, everyone?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have one query.
Yes, sure.
Sir, if we save our running configuration, then we can also go to the factory reset settings in the way you told me.
Can you ask me a question again?
Sir, we have saved our running configuration.
Okay.
So then we can also, after restarting our firewall, we can set our firewall to factory reset.
Yes. See, you can see same just like a router. For example, on your router you have multiple configuration. Okay. If you want to go with the factory defaults reset, yes, you can restart your power with physical button. You can restart from here, or you can restart with a power on off button, and then you can type control plus pause break. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Luke, Navneet, Ram.
Good.
Let's continue our topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Timing is
Yes, sir.
same.
Thank you.
Our timing is same. Okay, 4 p.m.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye now.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Let's start our session. Navneet. Okay, so this is our topology, and we are going to focus on the routing section. I think we completed our basic stuff, basic command. We'll discuss again basic command, no problem. But now I'm going to discuss on routing section on Cisco ASA Features. So routing. In routing, we can discuss today how to configure static routing and default routing on Cisco ASA firewall and dynamic routing. I'm not telling you guys the storyline, okay? The storyline means what? I'm not telling you what is RIP, what is GRP, what is OSPF, because you already know. this concept from CCNA classes. Okay.
Hello.
Here I'm giving you idea how to implement it. Clear my point? Clear my point? I'm not telling you what is static.
Hello.
Yes. Can
Okay,
you?
I'm sorry. I had to fix my microphone. Sorry.
Okay. No problem. No problem. So please wait 5 minutes. I'm doing basic configuration. You can see the topology. We have a Cisco ASA firewall, and with this firewall, we have a connectivity with 3 separate zones called inside zone, inside network, outside network, and DMZ network. Okay. This side, inside side, I have a security level 100. On DMZ side, I have a security level 50, and outside side, I have a security level 0. Now you can go on to the file. You can go and start the configuration now. So I'm configuring interface router first, okay? Then we'll go on to the Cisco ASA firewall configuration. So please wait. As per topology, I'm configuring. See, you can see on LAN side, I'm using 200 network. So interface fast Ethernet. You can see the interface. Interface is for 200. IP address 200, 200, 200.10 I'm using. Mask and no shutdown. I'm creating a loopback for LAN network. So I have a loopback on R1. It's called 1.1.1.1/32 show IP interface brief. This is what R1. Host name is what? It's R1. Now show IP interface. Done. Now you can move on to the second router, DMZ router. Now interface 10.1.34.10. I'm configuring IP address, no shutdown. Now loopback 2.2.2.2. Mask /32 I'm using. Show IP interface brief. You can verify host name is what? R2. Let's move on to the R3. Host name is R3 and IP address 10.1.23.10. Interface loopback 0. IP address we have loopback 3.3.3.3 with /32. Show IP interface brief. You can see you can verify the information. Now let's move on to the Cisco ASA file. On Cisco ASA firewall, you can see we have Ethernet 0, Ethernet 2, and Ethernet 1. Ethernet 0 is participating in LAN side. So I'm going on to here, interface Ethernet 0. Name it inside. You can see the security level information. IP address is what? 200 or 200 or 200 or. So on every interface, I will use .1. It means what? It means 200, 200.1, 10.1.34.1, 10.1.23.1. Now, no shut. Interface Ethernet 2. Name is what? DMZ. And yes, I need to change the security level. Security level 50. IP address 10.1.34.1255. No shutdown. Interface Ethernet 1. name is outside IP address 10.1.23.1255 or 255.0, no shutdown. Show interface IP3 Cisco ASA Firewall, you can see ASA host. Is that clear, the basic stuff, everyone? Duke, Ronit, Ram?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now let's move on to the configuration. So we are going to focus on the first option, how to configure static route or default route. We'll focus first on static and default routing configuration on Cisco ASA Firewall. So in this topology, first I'm going to configure static, first I'm going to configure default route on routers. So what I will do exactly, okay, from routers, I will configure, because our focus is on first to learn static and default routing configuration on Cisco ASA Firewall. So for this, what I'm doing for connectivity on from routers towards firewall, I will configure default routing. From routers towards firewall, I'm configuring default routing. From R3 towards firewall, I'm configuring default. I'm not configuring static routing because we already know how to configure static routing on router. Our focus is on to configure static and default routing on firewall. So from firewall, from firewall towards LAN side router, I will configure static routing, and from firewall towards DMZ side, I will configure static routing, and from firewall towards R3, or you can say outside, I will configure default route. This is the task exactly. Is that clear, the task, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Let's start our configuration part. So I'm on R1 first, and what is the default route syntax? IP route, what any network with any mask, what 200.200.200.1, okay, any network, any mask, and next 4 IP address. Now let's go on to the R2. What we have, IP route, any network with any mask 10.1.34. What's firewall? Default route. Let's go on to the R3 router. And now what we have, IP route, any network with any mask 10.1.23. Let's move on to the firewall. On firewall, what I'm configuring, static and default route. So for inside, I'm configuring what? Static route. You can see as per topology. So route command is what? Route, and here you need to specify first. Okay, before configure routing, you can verify the routing table information. You can see you have only directly connected interfaces information. See, on your firewall, you have directly connected interfaces information. So let's focus on our configuration. On Cisco ASA Firewall, the syntax is what? To configure static and default route command. And here you need to specify you want to configure static and default routing for which zone, or you can say for which interface. Here you can specify, for example, what we have DMZ inside and outside. So I'm on firewall, I'm configuring static routing for inside router. So the first entry is what? For inside router, inside network. What we have network, the remote destination is what? Loopback 1.1.1. And the mask is what? /32. And the next hop is what? 200.200.10. Any problem in this entry? Any problem with this entry?
No, sir.
Clear? This entry is clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Same. We can create another entry for DMZ side. You can see on DMZ router, we have a loopback. So root, and I'm configuring static routing for DMZ. And what we have a remote destination is what? Loopback 2.2.2.2. And now what is next hope? 10.1.34.10.
Good.
Because 10 we are using on R2. Now default routing. So route outside any network with any mask and what we have 10.1.23.10. I can press enter. This is a syntax for default routing. I can press enter, no problem. But the point is here, for any network, I can use single zero, and for any mask, I can use single zero. And now here I can specify what 10.1.23.10. So for any network, any mask, I can use on Cisco ASA Firewall 0. First 0 is for any network, and second 0 is for any mask. Now you can press enter. This time you can verify your routing table information, show route. You can see you have a static route, and what default route. Static route for inside and DMZ side, and default routing for outside. You can verify connectivity, guys. Okay. See, I'm on configuration mode. I told you. Show command you can use in any mode, and here if you want to ping, you can ping here. So for example, I'm trying to ping 1.1.1 because I have entry, I have a root. Yes, I'm getting reply. If I'm trying to ping 2.2.2.2, yes, I'm getting reply. 3.3.3.3, yes, I'm getting. The task is very simple: how to configure static and default. I hope this is clear, everyone.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, in case if I want to delete these route information, so remember on routers, on Cisco routers, if you want to delete any entry, you need to use no command. No means what? For example, if I want to delete default route, this entry on Cisco routers, what we need to do? We need to use no command here. With this command, we can delete this entry. So if we have 100 entry, we need to use no command, right? Now on firewall, if you want to delete entry, so you have two things. Okay, you have two steps. The first is what? Show running route. Here we are not using any pipe section command. That's just like on routers. Okay, remember in routers, if you want to search anything in router, let me show you. If you want to search anything in routers in running configuration, so what you can type, show run pipe section route. You can type like this, right? Then it will search what? A command or syntax which is start with the root. So you can go with the pipe and section command. In Cisco ASA Firewall, no. You can directly search. You can just type show run and the keyword. I want to search all the configuration which is start with the root. Yes, we have a 3 information: root outside, root inside, and root DMZ. Okay. So now if we want to delete any entry, so yes, you can type no, and you can copy this configuration. You can copy this configuration, paste it here. Done. Now you can verify. We deleted 1 entry. So either you can delete like this on Cisco ASA Firewall. Otherwise, if you want to delete all the entry in a single command, the command is what? Clear configure route. It means what? I'm going to clear all the configuration which is start with the root command. If you press enter, this time if you verify show route, you can see there is no root, and you can also verify show run route. There is no entry. Is that clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Now if I'm creating root again, for example, root inside 1.1.1.1 mask and 200 210 root outside 3 root DMZ dot 1.34.10. Okay, if we have entry, for example, again we have entry, yes, we have root information in our firewall. So now it means yes, we are getting reply. And now if you go on to this inside router, and if you have entry, for example, we have entry now. If you verify show IP route, so yes, you have a default route towards your firewall. Yes, I have a root. So if I'm trying to, for example, see, I'm here onto this router, and I have a root. So I can send. I want to access this 3.3.3, for example. I want to go through the firewall this time. I have a root, see, default root. Traffic will go and hit onto this firewall, and then what firewall will do? Based on his routing table, it will forward the traffic to the outside. So now If I'm trying to ping, for example, if I have a route and if I'm trying to ping, for example, 3.3.3.3, for example, if I'm trying to ping, I'm not getting reply. You can see the option. Right, everyone? We cannot ping, right? Ram, Nonit, Luke.
Correct.
We cannot ping. We are not getting any kind of reply. The point is what? We cannot ping. But the point is here, we in this scenario, what we have security level 100 this side, security level 50 this side, and security level 0. And I told you in the previous session, traffic is by default allowed. Traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. It's by default allowed. My point is what? I'm trying to ping. I'm trying to initiate a traffic from higher security level to lower security level. And traffic is not traveling. See, ping, no. Why? Because I told you traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. From higher security level to lower security level. Traffic, yes, traffic is allowed. But the point is only TCP and UDP traffic is allowed. Only TCP and UDP. It means if I'm here, if I'm on this router, if I'm trying to ping 3.3.3, it's ISMP traffic, right? I cannot ping. For example, if I'm trying to initiate any TCP connection, let me enable telnet on R3 now. So from here, I cannot ping. But if I'm trying to access telnet, if I'm trying to access telnet 3.3.3.3, I can access. See, password is what? Cisco. I can access. So remember always, traffic is allowed by default from higher security level to lower security level, but only TCP and UDP traffic. Is that clear? By default, by default, by default. If you want to allow anything,
But
yes.
what is the logic? What is the logic behind it? Like
It's not a logic. Okay, it's a
Okay.
Cisco ASA firewall feature. Okay.
Okay.
Like for example, Nonit, if you're working with Palo Alto firewall, okay. In Palo Alto firewall, traffic is nothing is allowed from one network to another network. Nothing is allowed.
Okay.
So every firewall has
default.
its own feature. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Every firewall has its own feature. So here in Cisco ASA firewall, traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. See, Nonit, you are working with Cisco ASA firewall, so that's why I'm talking about security level. If you talk about Fortinet, if you talk about checkpoint firewall, if you talk about Palo Alto firewall, there is no security level concept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all firewall they have their own feature, okay, their own concept. On Cisco ASA firewall, it's work with the security level concept. And as per security level configuration, what we have a default configuration is what traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. Traffic is by default allowed, but it's what allow TCP and UDP traffic. Clear?
Okay.
Now we can exit. I told you guys traffic is allowed from higher to lower, but what about lower to higher? For example, if I will enable here, I will enable telnet, for example, on R1 CCIE login. Now let's go on to the R3, and now what I'm doing, I'm trying to ping first 1.1.1.1. For example, I'm trying to ping. I'm trying to ping from lower security level. I'm trying to initiate a traffic from lower security level to higher security level. See, I'm not getting reply. And if I'm trying to access telnet, for example, nothing is allowed. See, I cannot ping, I cannot access telnet. That is the problem. So from higher to lower, TCP and UDP traffic is allowed, but from lower to higher, everything denied. I hope this option is clear.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go on to the router. Okay, so I'm here on R1, and what I'm doing, I'm going to delete this entry, this static route entry. Why? Because now we are going to focus on dynamic routing syntax. Okay, so I'm going to delete the entry onto this R2. Yes, I have a static route. I'm going to delete static root entry and on R3. Yes, we have a static root entry. I'm trying to delete. And on firewall, how to delete? I told you guys. You can delete the single command, clear, configure, and I want to delete all the configuration, which is start with the root command. The single line, see, show, run, root, there is no root, and show root, there is no root, see. Now we can configure dynamic routing. Okay, dynamic routing is what? I'm going to start with the RIP. Remember RIP configuration, RIP, routing information protocol. I'm not telling you the storyline, okay? You already know the RIP from CCNA classes, okay? If you don't know, so please revise your CCNA. Here I'm giving you idea how to configure it.
Okay, sir.
So what I'm doing, I'm going to configure RIP on Cisco ASA Firewall. So I'm on Cisco ASA Firewall. The configuration task is very simple, okay? Let's go on to the firewall and what you can type here. You can type the router question mark. You can see you have three options: RIP, OSPF, and EIGRP. But yes, we can configure BGP also. Okay, this option is not visible here, but this option is visible in graphical page. I can show you. But in CLI right now, onto this here, onto this firewall right now on 9.x 9.1 operating system, BGP is not here. So you cannot configure BGP with CLI option. So right now, let's focus on RIP first. So RIP, and I'm going to enable version 2. And now network. So what we have 200.200.200.network, 10.1.34.0, 10.1.23.0. No auto summary. Now let's go on to the routers. So I'm configuring RIP on router. Router RIP version 2. 200.200.200.0 and 1.1.1.1 and no auto summary. Let's go on to the what we have: router RIP version 2 and network 10.1.34.0, network 2.2.2, no auto summary. Now R3 router RIP version 2 and what we have 10.1.23.0 and what 3.3.3.3, no auto summary. No auto summary. Now let's verify route information. So I'm here onto this firewall. Here I can use command show route. I can verify my routing table information and I'm getting route information, which is start with R. R means what? RIP. And see route information, and you can see the AD value information, pop count information. So if you have a route, if you are trying to ping, for example, 1.1.1.1, yes, you are getting reply 2.2.2.2. You are getting reply ping 3.3.3.3. Yes, you're getting reply. So now what we have? Now we are getting reply. You can also verify here on R1 show IP route. Yes, you are receiving route information from R2 and R3. Yes, we are receiving routes. Now, if I have a route, if I'm trying to ping this time, because I have a route, if I'm trying to ping, so I'm not getting reply. Can anyone help me? Why I'm not getting reply? I have a route.
By default, sir, ICMP is not allowed.
By default, only TCP and UDP is allowed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The rest of the all services are denied. Okay. So you cannot ping, but in case if you want to access telnet 3.3.3.3 password, yes, you can access. So this is called RIP. I hope it's very simple task. RIP, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's generate a traffic. Let's generate a traffic, for example, from outside of the PC. So from outside router, you can see I'm on R3. You can see, guys, I'm on R3 and I'm trying to verify route information. Yes, I have a route. And let's initiate a traffic. So I'm trying to ping 1.1.1.1. Yes, I cannot ping. And in case if I'm trying to access telnet directly, I cannot access. by default. But in case if you want to allow, then for example, if you want to allow traffic from lower security level to higher security level, then what you can do, you can go on your Cisco ASA firewall and you can configure access control list ACL rule to allow traffic. What you need to configure? You need to configure ACL, access control list, to allow traffic. Remember ACL from CCNA class? ACL, everyone?
Yes.
Access control list. In ACL, what we
Yes.
have? In ACL, what we have? We have two type of ACL, right? We have two type of ACL. It's called numbered ACL. We have two type of ACL. Let's call numbered ACL and named ACL. So what numbered and what named ACL? So in numbered and named, in numbered and in named, what we have? We have two type of ACL option. The first one is called what? Standard ACL. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Standard ACL. Standard ACL and what? Extended ACL. Right, everyone? What is the difference between standard ACL and extended ACL? Can anyone help me?
Sir, 1 to 99, we made a standard ACL. From 100 to 200, we made a extended ACL.
It's not a good difference. Tell me any other.
Sir, destination and sir source, वो packet filtering करते हैं ना हम.
Okay.
Sir, when in extended ACL, we filtering traffic at a destination side, and at extended ACL, we filtering at a source side.
Source side, right? And in extended access list, we required source, destination, and services, right?
Yes, sir.
Remember everyone? Luke, Navneet,
Yes.
and extended access list, we required what? If we are configuring extended access list, what we required? We required source IP, then destination IP, then service or protocol. Service or protocol. Now, so in Cisco ASA firewall, there is no concept of standard ACL. The first, there is no concept of numbered ACL, and there's no concept of standard ACL. No. In Cisco ASA firewall, you can configure only named ACL, and in name you can configure only extended access list. Okay, so let's go on to the firewall, and I'm trying to configure extended access list. What is the task? The task is what? I want to allow traffic from higher. I want to allow traffic from higher security level to lower security level. Okay, I want to allow traffic. My point is, if you want to allow traffic, you need to configure access control list. And for ACL, you need to verify the information. For example, what? Source IP, destination IP, service, and protocol. So source IP is what? Source IP, we have what? Source IP is 10.1.23.10. So I'm trying to allow this router IP address, and destination, he is trying to access, for example, 200.200.200.200.10, this inside router IP address. And service and protocol, I want to allow telnet. Remember telnet port number, everyone?
23.
23, right? Yes. So this is a task. This is a syntax. What we can do now? See, you can initiate traffic this time. See, if I'm trying to access telnet to 200.200.200.10, if I'm trying to access. See, we cannot access. Now let's try to allow. So I'm configuring access list. So what? Access list is a syntax, access list. And here you can type question mark, you can see is asking for what? Name. If you type anything, number, name, anything, it will take as a name only. If you type 11, it will take as a name only. So for example, I'm using a name what outside question mark. You can see we have two options, deny and what permit. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to permit question mark, asking for protocol TCP, UDP, ICMP, which protocol. So right now I'm trying to allow TCP traffic question mark, asking for source IP address. So what is source IP address right now? You can see as per scenario 10.1.23.10, right? Single IP address. And to match this IP address, see in Cisco ASA firewall, there is no concept of wildcard mask. If you want to match any network, any IP, you need to go with the subnet mask. So here I'm using what? Source, a single IP address. So here I'm using to match the single IP address, I'm using what? This mask /32. Now question mark, you can see what? Destination. Destination is what? 200.200.200.10 and what? Mask 255.255.255 and now question mark equal to what is port number? So I'm trying to allow question mark. Either you can type a name for this particular services. Okay, for example, I want to allow telnet, you can type telnet. Otherwise, if you know the service port number, so you can define port number. Now you can press enter. I hope the syntax is clear. Show run access list. The syntax is clear. This line. Is there any problem in this configuration line?
No, sir.
No.
Now what we can do, we can allow this access list on Cisco ASA firewall interface. Okay, just like in routers, if you want to allow ACL route, what you can do, you can go in interface mode and you can type IP access group command. In Cisco ASA firewall, yes, we need to apply this access control list, this ACL. So command is what? Access group. What is ACL name? So I'm using ACL name what? Outside in interface, and on which interface you want to apply this ACL rule. So I want, because traffic is coming from outside, right? Traffic is coming from outside. So I'm trying to apply this ACL rule on outside interface. Done. You can verify. So yes, we have a rule. So access list. What you have a rule. And right now you can see the option. You can see the option. There's no hook count. I'm trying to initiate traffic now. Okay, you can go on to the R3 and I'm trying to initiate. I'm trying to do telnet, for example. Telnet this time. See, I can access. Password is what? Password is, I think CCI. No, I don't know. Password is, what is telnet password? CCI. Yes, CCI. Let's try again. Password is CCIP. CCI. Is that clear? Nonit,
Yes, sir.
Luke, Ram.
Yes.
Now exit. And now let's go on to the firewall again. Okay. Now I have a route, for example. I am on R route. Okay. I'm on inside route. Now I have a route. So it means traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. So for example, this time if I'm trying to access again 3.3.3.3. Yes, I can access because traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level, but only TCP and UDP traffic. So yes, we are getting reply where we can access. But the point is, remember previous session, if traffic is traveling through the firewall, I told you on Cisco ASA firewall, if traffic is traveling through the firewall will maintain this state, this connection in a table. In a table is called what? State table. Remember, firewall will maintain this state of connection, this connection information in a table, and table is called what? State table. What it will maintain in state table? Source IP, source port number, destination IP, destination port number. So what is source IP? Source IP is what? 200.200.200.10. And what is source port number? Maybe random port number. Destination is what? Destination is 3.3.3.3 and destination port number is what? Port number 23. Now you can verify this state table information. Let me show you. You can verify this state table information on Cisco ASA Firewall with this command. Is called show connection. With show connection. See, in show connection command, you can verify it's a TCP connection. Okay, and it's outside. Outside is what? 3.3.3 and port number, destination port number is 23. And traffic was initiated from the inside network, and this is the source IP address and source port number. And you can see the flag value. Flag is what? UIO. If you want to know about this flag, so you can type show connection detail, and UIO means what? U means what? Up. I means what? Inbound data, and O means what? Outbound data. So you can verify the information. What is exactly UIO flag information? Let's type again show connection, and this is your state table information. Is that clear? Source IP, source port number, destination IP, destination port number. Is that clear, my point?
Yes.
So now if I will type here, if I will go on to the R1, if I will type exit, for example, exit, then now traffic is not, see, if you type exit, so now you can verify on Cisco ASA Firewall, there is no information in the state table because traffic is not traveling now. Okay, traffic is not traveling. When traffic is traveling through the firewall, through the appliance, the firewall will maintain this connection in a table, and table is called state table. Is that clear, my point? What is
Yes, sir.
state table exactly? Okay, now let's move on to the next dynamic routing protocol. Is called EIGR. Okay, let me delete this first. So I'm on R1. I'm trying to delete no router rip. Okay, let's go on to the R2. Okay, no router rip. Okay, let's go on to the R3. R3. No router rip. Now you can go on to the firewall, and I'm trying to delete. Clear configure what? Router command, right? Router. Now let's configure our EIGRP protocol. How to configure? Before configure EIGRP, let's delete our access list also. So clear configure access list. You can verify this time. There is no access list. Now let's go on to the router. So I'm configuring EIGRP. Remember EIGRP configuration, router, EIGRP, and autonomous system. So router EIGRP 10, and I'm trying to advertise my network 200.200.200.0, and the mask, right? In EIGRP we have a mask 0.0.0/24. Network is what? 1.1.1/32. No auto summary. Now you can go on to the second router. Router EIGRP 10. Network 10.1.34.0. You can type wildcard mask. Without wildcard mask, yes, we can press enter. Okay. 2.2.2. No auto summary. Let's go on R3. Router EIGRP 10 network 10.1.23.0 wildcard mask. Network 3.3.3.0 wildcard mask. No auto. Let's configure EIGRP on Cisco ASA Firewall. Task is very simple. See, router EIGRP 10 network, and what we have three networks: 200, 200, 200.0. And I told you there is no wildcard mask concept. If you want to match this network, so you need to type mask. So 255, 255. That is the difference. That's it. Now network 10.1.34.0 mask. Now network 10.1.23.0 mask. No auto send. Right. Now you can verify, show AIGRP neighbors. You can verify your neighbor information, inside, outside DMZ information. You can also verify your route information. So please wait, it's taking time. Let's go on to the R1. Yes, we are receiving. See, we are receiving route information with D. D is called what? AIGRP. We are receiving 1.1.1, 2.2.2, 3.3.3. This is what AD value. And if you have a route, you can verify your connectivity. 1.1.1.1. We are getting reply 2.2.2.2. We are getting reply 3.3.3.3. We are getting reply. Done. Now you can verify on R1 also, show IP route. You are receiving route information. Is that clear? How to? It's a very simple task. How to configure RIP and AIGRP, right?
Yes.
Let's go on to our last dynamic routing protocol. Is called what? OSPF. So let me delete first AIGRP configuration on each file. Please wait. No router AIGRP 10. No router AIGRP 10. Now I'm going to configure OSPF. I'm configuring OSPF now. And remember OSPF concept. OSPF works with the area concept. And we need area. Yes, you can get multiple area as per your requirement. For example, this is what? Area 0, for example. Area 0. And this is what? Area 10. And this one I'm using as a area 30, for example. So area 0, area 10, area 30. Any problem?
No, sir.
Perfect. Let's go on to the R1 here, and on R1 router, OSPF and process ID. I'm on R1, so I'm configuring here 200.200.200.200.0 mask, and I will advertise this network into area 0. Network 1.1.1 mask area 0. Done. You can move on to the second router. Next router. What we have? Router OSPF 5. Network is what? 10.1.34.0 mask area 0. Network 2.2.2.2 mask area. No, it's not area 0. I think R2 on area 10. Wait, let me delete this option first. This area 10. Wait. Not in area 0, it is in area 10. So area 10. And now network, what we have? 2.2.2.2 wildcard mask. Not wild mask. Okay, I'm on router, I'm on firewall. Please wait, guys, 2 minutes. No router OSPF 5. I need to go with the wildcard mask. It's a router, okay? Router OSPF 5 network 10.1.34.0 wildcard mask area 10. And now network 2.2.2.2 wildcard mask area 10. Now you can go on R3. I need to delete the entry onto this router also. Please wait. I thought I was working on Cisco ASA, but it's a router. So router OSPF 5 And what network? 200, 200, 200.0 wildcard mask area 0 and network 1.1.1 wildcard mask area 0. Now we can move on to the R3. Router OSPF 5 network 10.1.23.0 wildcard mask area 20. 20, for example, it's not 30, it's a 20.
30. There you go.
20. And now network 3.3.3.3 wildcard mask area 20. Let's go on our firewall. Okay. So on firewall, you can see this 200 network is a part of area 0. Okay, 10.1.34 network is a part of area 10, and 23.0 network is a part of area 20. So let's configure on Cisco ASA firewall router OSPF 5 process ID. Now network 200, 200, 200.0 and mask /24 and area what? 0. Now network 10.1.34.0 mask area 10 and network 10.1.23.0 mask area 20. Done. Now let's go on our firewall. Show type verify your neighbor table information. Show OSPF name. You can see we are receiving root information, not neighbor information first. We are trying to verify. So yes, we have neighbor. And in case if you want to verify your routing table information, show route. Show route. So you can see yes, we are receiving. I'm receiving root information from R1. Please wait. It's taking time. Let's verify again. Perfect. What we have root information. We are receiving root information with OOO. See, I'm on firewall and O is what? OSPF. To verify on R1, R1 show IP route. You can see the root information. What you are receiving root information with OIA. OIA means what? It's OSPF inter area communication. So OSPF inter area communication here is what? OIA 2.2 3.3. This is called routing configuration on Cisco ASA firewall. Is that clear? The task is very simple, I think.
Yes.
Puneet,
Yes.
Yes,
Ram,
sir.
Luke. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
What we completed, let me show you. So what we completed till now, we completed how to work with routing section. Is that clear, this option?
Yes, it is.
We can move for the, now we can move for the ACL. Now ACL I think is clear. Syntax. Syntax means what? See, ACL will discuss again. We'll configure ACL, multiple ACL rule, okay, in NAT option, in NAT configuration, no problem. We'll discuss in NAT. ACL option we'll discuss again in NAT option. So now what? We completed our routing section and we'll discuss ACL again in our NAT configuration. Now I'm not going to start NAT today. I'm going to focus on object group first. We have a separate topic. It is called advanced ACL. So I'm going to discuss on object group. I'm not going to start NAT today. Okay, everyone. NAT will start in next class. Because only NAT will take minimum 2 to 3 classes. 2 to 3 hours minimum. A separate section. Luke, Navneet, Ram.
Okay.
NAT is required a separate 2 or 3 hours to finish it. So I'm going to start, I'm going to focus on object group first. So let's start our discussion on object group. Why we are using object group concept in Cisco ASA file. So let's discuss on here. Topic is what? Object group. Okay, so we have a scenario. For example, we have a Cisco ASA firewall, for example, and this side we have DMZ portion, or you can say LAN portion, you can say, or DMZ portion. So we have, for example, DMZ portion, and on DMZ side we have our web server, our DNS server, our SMTP server, for example, 3 servers, or you can say we have 3 servers. 3 servers. And IP address is what? For example, IP address is 192.168.10.10, and it's your this IP address. This server is hosting port web, DNS, or you can say SMTP or FTP, for example. The single IP address, the single server is hosting 3 services. This one is what? 192.168.10.11, and same, it's hosting same services, FTP. And we have another server is called what? 192.168.10.12, and it's hosting again same what? HTTP or web service, SMTP service, for example, and FTP. Now my point is what? We have a connectivity with WAN side. This is a cloud. Now, so from cloud, what I'm doing, I'm trying to allow traffic from outside. Okay, now this time, so I have some outside machine. Outside, you can say PC, outside computer or devices, you can say. I want to allow these to access. So for example, here I'm using, for example, IP address is 99.99.99.50. So I'm trying to allow this source IP address. I'm trying to allow this source IP address to access this particular destination, and can access this web service, for example. If I want to allow, see here, this is what? Outside network. Outside means what, Luke? Outside means what? We have a security level 0, right?
That's correct.
And this side, what we have inside, and here we have a security level 100.
100.
My point is, traffic is, I told you guys, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level, TCP and UDP. But remember, traffic is not allowed from lower security level to higher security level by default. Right, Nonit, Ram?
Yes.
Then if you want to allow, in case if you want to allow, then what you can do, you can configure access control list, access list. Access list. So what I'm doing, I'm configuring my first two. For example, I know to allow traffic from lower security level to higher security level, I required rule. So yes, I'm configuring my first two. So what I'm configuring, access list, and wait. Access list is what? Outside. I'm giving just a name, outside. And now what I can define? Permit, then IP or TCP. It's a web service, and source is what? Source is host, for example, 99.99.99.50, and destination is what? Host 192.168.10.10, and service is what? Equal to port number 443. So this is the rule. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Now this is the first one. Okay, source and destination and service. If I want to allow, if I want to allow same source, same destination for these services, then what we can do? We need to create one more rule. Everything is same, but now service is what? 25. If I want to allow FTP, then same service not service, same source and same destination. Service is now different, is 21. So for this source, for this destination and these services, I need to create three rules. If I want to allow this specific source for this another server, for this another server, so what we can do, I need to define three more ACL rules, and then three more, right? So I required 9 line to configure, 9 line to configure to allow this source and this destination and services. Yes or no?
Yes, if you want those.
So 9 rule for this source and this destination. What about this outside machine, this outside machine? So we have 3 machines. It means 9 multiplied 3 is called what? I need to write down 27 ACL line. Okay, 27 ACL line. If I'm talking about in a very small scenario. Okay, if you have, if for example, if on this side, for example, if you have 25 machine, then you need to create multiple ACL rules. That is the problem. That's why what we have a concept is called what? Object group. I'm not creating multiple, okay, lots of ACL rule line, okay. I'm going with the object group option. It means what? I can group, for example, I can group source, I can group destination, I can group services. My point is what? 99.99.90 is a 51. And this is what? 99.99.99.52. So what I can do? I will create here a group, object group. For example, these are the outside machines. So I'm talking about outside partners. Okay, outside hyphen partners, they are coming. And in outside partner object group, I will create an object group. I will combine these IP addresses 99.99.99.50, 99.51, 99.99.52. Then I will create another object group for our inside servers. So servers, in servers, what we have? 192.168.10.10, 192.168.10.11, 192.168.10.12. And I will create one more object is called what? Services object. It's called web, okay, SMTP and what? FTP. So I can combine these outside partners, IP address, servers in a group and services in a group. And these object group, I can call in ACL. I can call in access control list. What I'm saying, okay, you will get a clear picture when we will do a proper lab. Okay, let me see. My point is what? I do not want to create multiple access list rule, right? No need. Ram.
Yes, sir.
Luke. So that's why I'm going with this option, object group. What I'm doing, please wait. What I'm doing, let me delete this these options when I'm configuring it. Route. Just if I'm configuring, I'm going to delete information. No, now I'm configuring basic thing. Okay, for connectivity, for example, I'm using static and default routing. So 200.1. You can use any method, okay, static or dynamic routing method, any method, no problem. No router, OS IP route any network with any mask, and what we have 10.1.34.1. Let's go on to the R3. No router OSPF 5, and now IP route any network with any mask 10.1.23.1. Now let's go on to the firewall. So here what we have here, configure router. Now you can see there is no OSPF, you can see there is no any root, and I'm configuring here static and default route. So for inside, I'm configuring static root, for example. Okay, 200, 200, 200.10. And now route DMZ 2.2.2.2 mask and what 10.1.34.10 and root outside any network, any mask 23.10. Now my task is what? So for example, let's go to the object group configuration. What I'm doing, I have some outside IP address, for example, 10.1.23.15, 10.1.23.16, 10.1.23.17. Okay, I have these IP addresses. They are coming from the outside. Okay, and for live verification, I'm using my outside router IP address. Okay, past is 0/0 IP address 10.1.23.10 we are using. So what they are coming, okay, they are coming from the outside. Okay, and in my DMZ side I have some servers, for example 10.1.34.15, 10.1.34.16, 10.1.34.17, and 10.1.34.10. I'm using R2 IP address, and these are the servers. These are the servers, and we have some services onto these servers. For example, web service, SMTP service, FTP service, and for verification, I'm going with the telnet option also. 20. So every server has these services. Every service, okay. For example, 15 has these servers. It's hosting these services. Now let's go on to the object group configuration. So I'm here. I'm on Cisco ASA Firewall, and what I'm doing, I'm going to create object group. Push mark. If you type object group here, you can get multiple options. Right now, our focus is on network tab because we are trying to create what? We are trying to create a group, and what we have in network, specify a group or host or subnet IP address. Subnet IP addresses. So what I'm doing, I'm going with the network option first. And I'm giving a name for this object is what? PN, partners. Here I can define host. Wait. Here we have multiple command, network object group. Okay, so what I'm doing, network object host, and my first object is what? 10.1.23.15, then 16, then 17, and what? 10. I'm getting one more object group, network, and what? This time I'm using what? Servers. And servers, I'm going to put these IP addresses. So what we have network object host, and IP address is 10.1.34.15, 16, 17, and 10. Exit. Now object group, and this time I'm not using network. This time I'm going with the services. Specify a group of TCP and UDP ports and services. So I'm using what? Services, question mark, and now I'm giving a name SRV1. It's service name. Enter. And here you can see the option. Here we have group object, wait, service object, question mark. Oh, wait, you can exit. Here I'm not using this option. Here I need to define first. Let me delete first. Wait, guys, I'm creating object group again. Okay, object group services. Object group what? Services. And now here I need to specify first. I need to give a name SR, for example, SRV1. And here I need to specify TCP or UDP or only UDP traffic. So I'm creating for what? TCP and UDP. Maybe we have TCP and UDP option. Or right now we have TCP only, so TCP. Now here we can define it. Type question mark. And here is the option, what? Port object. So port object equal to port number is what? We have port number 443, then port number 25, port number 21, and port number 23. Exit. Let me show you what we have now. Show run object group. This time you can verify you have 3 object group. What? Partners, what? Servers, and what? Services. So what we have? Partners, we have object group partner. In partners we have these IP addresses, outside IP addresses. In object group servers we have what? Inside DMZ side servers IP addresses, and in object group services we have all services bundle. Now what is my next step? What I'm doing now, I'm going on to the access list configuration. Access list configuration. Here I'm giving a name, for example, outside. Now permit and traffic is what? TCP traffic. Now question mark. If you type question mark here we are getting an option object group. And you can see the syntax, guys. Okay, network object group for everyone.
Source
For
address.
exactly, yes.
Source.
Object group. So he's asking for source. So he is coming from outside partners. So I have object name partners. Now question mark. Again we have object group, but this time you can see object group for destination. So object group for destination. Destination is what? Destination. Servers. Servers. Now question mark. Again we have what? Object group, and this time object group for destination port. So object group destination port. So destination, let me SRV service object group name. Now you can just press enter. Then now you can apply access list, access group, and what is ACL name? Outside in interface, and I'm going to apply on outside interface because traffic is coming from outside. Enter. Now my point is now if you want to initiate a traffic from outside, for example, from here, if I'm trying to access 10 dot, it's not a 37, it's a 34. So from outside, if I'm trying to, if everything is okay, it means if I have a ACL rule, so if I'm trying to access from here, from this outside router, if I'm trying to access 10.1.34.10, for example, see we are getting a message, password required but none set. Let's trying to enable telnet, Cisco 123. So here we have a security level 0, and here we have a security level 50, and you can verify here. We can access. Why? Because of our ACL rule. Let me show you again. If I'm trying to access, I can access. Password is Cisco 123. I can access. Now you can verify your ACL rule. See guys, type here show access list. What happened now? See, as per your object group configuration or object group configuration, and you call your object group into the ACL. Now you will see As per your combination, it will automatically create all ACL rules. See, as per your combination, it's clear. See, source, destination, service, source, destination, service, source, destination, services. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Object group, Navneet, Ram, Luke.
Yes, sir.
Why we are creating object group? If we are creating multiple ACL, in case we can go with the object group option. And this is our topic. It's called what? Object group. I'm not going to start NAT topic today. Okay, NAT will start from next weekend. Okay, Luke, Navneet, Ram.
Okay, sir.
And before NAT,
Yes, sir.
please revise your NAT configuration and theory and story from CCNA classes. Okay, what is exactly NAT? What is static NAT, dynamic NAT? Please revise your NAT option from CCNA classes. Okay, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's bind up our session today, and we'll continue from next weekend, same time, 4 p.m. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye.
Do we build a lab today or next week?
We'll set up our lab. We'll set up our lab on 16. Okay.
Okay.
On 15, we'll do our session again, and I will set up the lab on 16. Okay.
Okay. And also, I'm sorry, I lost my hard drive yesterday. I spent the day building my PC back again. Can you post the link for the slides, please?
Sure. I will share. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Take care.
Bye now.
Yes, sir.
Let's start our session. Okay.
Okay.
So what we completed two modules. The first one is called Cisco ASA, right? I think you revise all the commands and and the topics in Cisco ASA, I think, because it is related with the Cisco FTD is related with the Cisco ASA. Okay, so you must be familiar with the Cisco command syntax. Clear my point?
Yes.
Second, we have completed our VPN section, and now we can focus on our next firewall is called what? Cisco FTD. Today we can focus on our Cisco FTD. Cisco FTD is known as what? Actually, it is called what? Next generation firewall in Cisco. In market, we have multiple next generation firewall. Okay, we have multiple vendors in the market right now. Kadir, can you hear me, dear? Kadir,
Hello, sir.
we just started. Okay, we just started the topic. Okay.
Okay,
Kadir.
thank you.
Okay, so now Cisco FTD is what? It's a next generation firewall. Let's go with the scenario. Wait. For example, you verify your Gartner report. Here is the latest information, and this list I'm using for next generation firewall. So you can see for next generation firewall, we have multiple vendor in the market. We have Palo Alto, FortiGate, Checkpoint Firewall, and we have Cisco. This is the Gartner report. Okay, as per Gartner report, you can see there are 4 categories. The first one is called leader, second is called challengers, then nice players and visionaries. And these are the vendors for next generation firewall. You can see if you talk about for next generation firewall leaders, so these are the leaders: Palo Alto, FortiGate, and Checkpoint Firewall. These 3 vendors are the leader in the market right now. But Cisco is a challenger. Okay, in Cisco we have a next generation firewall, and it is called what? Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, and this is our topic. Okay, Cisco FTD. Cisco FTD is what? It's a next generation firewall. So why we are using Cisco FTD? Let's discuss scenario. Remember our Cisco ASA firewall, everyone? Cisco ASA firewall.
Yes.
For example, we have a Cisco ASA firewall. Okay. In our network, we have a firewall, and this firewall is connected with ISP site. And now we have our DMZ portion, you can say, or you can say we have our LAN portion. So on LAN portion, we have a switch. And with switch, we have a connectivity with multiple servers, for example, like we have web servers, FTP server, SMTP servers. So we have these servers, for example, web server and DNS server and SMTP servers. Okay, now if this is a Cisco ASA firewall, and in case if I want to allow traffic, see, this is a switch, and this I have interface fast Ethernet 0/2, for example, and fast Ethernet 0/1. 0/0 is participating in inside network. Inside network, it means we have a security level 100 onto this interface. Security level 100. And fast Ethernet 0/1, I'm using, for example, outside keyword. So remember, we have a security level 0. And traffic is by default enabled, by default allowed, but from higher to lower, right? But from higher to lower. In case if I'm trying to allow traffic from lower to higher, so I need to configure access control policy, right? ACL. So for example, source, for example, we have a source here. So for example, from outside, okay, this PC is trying to access this web server. And here we have IP address, or for example, this, okay, web server, let's take example, web server. So IP address is 10.10, for example. So to allow traffic from this, for this outside user to access this web server, what you can define ACL on Cisco ASA firewall, right, everyone? What we can define in ACL, we can define access list. We can define all the parameters, then we can define source, right? Source is what, for example, 10 20.20.20.20 is coming and is trying to access 192.168.10. So you can define with access list, you can define your source and destination and your protocol or service. For example, for web service 80 or port number 443, right? We need to define this access control list, Kadir, Khalid.
Yes, sir.
So what your Cisco ASA firewall can check, your Cisco ASA firewall can check what layer 3 information and layer 4 information, right? It means it will check what the IP address information and it will check what the port number, the services information, the protocol information, right? So it can check what layer 3 and layer 4 information. But your firewall, Cisco ASA firewall cannot identify, okay, the data payload, okay. For example, if this PC, this outside machine is coming, okay, he's trying to access web server. And as per your access control policy, traffic is allowed because what firewall can do, firewall will verify, okay, this source, this destination, this service or protocol, yes, it is allowed, that's it. The firewall can only verify L3 information and L4. But your Cisco ASA firewall cannot identify is this packet is what is good packet or bad packet. It cannot verify the data payload information. Okay, if outside is coming to your inside network, he cannot verify the packet information. I'm talking about data payload. Okay, the data payload means what I'm talking about application layer. Clear my point, Kadir, Khalid?
Yes, sir.
Your firewall cannot identify the data payload information. Your Cisco ASA firewall cannot identify the data payload, okay? Whether it's a good packet or bad packet. Maybe there is some malicious instruction is coming in this traffic information. Your Cisco ASA firewall can only identify your IP address information. If IP address is matched, services is matched as per your access control list, it is allowed, right? Khalid, clear my point? It will allow the traffic. So that is the problem with the Cisco ASA firewall, because Cisco ASA firewall is what? It's a second generation firewall. It cannot detect the malicious information, malicious instruction into the data payload. Okay, for this we have a next generation firewall. We have Palo Alto, we have 14 firewall, we have Checkpoint firewall, and in Cisco we have Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. But before start Cisco FTD, let's discuss one more option. What we can do for this solution? For example, I only have Cisco ASA. What is the solution? Because my Cisco ASA firewall cannot identify the data payload information. What is exactly in the data? What exactly the instruction in the data traffic? So what we can do? We can deploy a device. It's called IPS. We can deploy a device. It's called what? IPS. It's called Intrusion Prevention System. What exactly we have in IPS? In IPS we have signature database. We have signature database, and this box can detect the malicious information, malicious instruction. Clear my point? Clear my point? This box
Yes.
can detect behalf of the signatures in IPS box. We have lots of signatures. For example, in Cisco IPS box, we have approx 8K to 10K signatures. So behalf of the signatures, okay, it can detect, okay, this packet, this information is infected with some malicious code. Your IPS can detect it, but it means what? You need to add after your Cisco ASA firewall. It means on your Cisco ASA firewall, it will check L3 and L4 information, then traffic is allowed. After Cisco ASA, what you can do, you can use your IPS device here. IPS device. What your IPS device can do now, IPS device can verify the information. It can verify the instruction, malicious instruction in the data, in data payload. So you need to add one more device in your organization. Clear my point? Whether it's whether the packet is good or not, your IPS can detect, because in IPS we have signatures. We have signature, attack signature, you can see. Your IPS has a signatures. Behalf of the signatures, he can detect the malicious information. So you need to deploy one more box in your organization that is called IPS. Okay, great, no problem. But if you talk about IPS device, so we have lots of vendor for IPS device, okay, for IPS features. Okay, in Cisco, yes, we have Cisco IPS device, but we have a lots of vendors like firewall. Like firewall, we have multiple vendors: Palo Alto, Checkpoint Firewall, Cisco, right? So for IPS engine, for IPS feature, we have a lots of vendors. So there was a company is called SourceFire. There was a company was it's called what? SourceFire. SourceFire company. Okay, see. SourceFire. SourceFire is what? SourceFire was a technology company developed the network security hardware and software. And in SourceFire is a vendor. Okay, in SourceFire we have it's a IPS device. Okay, it's a IPS device. It's a different vendor. In this SourceFire we have signature information. We have a big database. For example, if I have a SourceFire, it's not related with the Cisco technology, guys. Okay, SourceFire is a IPS device. It's a different vendor. Now in SourceFire, what we have a lots of signature, because in Cisco IPS device, what we have 8 to 10K signatures. But if you talk about a SourceFire vendor, it has what? It has 25K to 35K signatures. So in SourceFire, we have a big database. So this box can detect a lots of attack. Clear my point? The vendor SourceFire, clear my point?
Yes.
Kadir, can you hear me? Kadir, can you hear me? Okay. Now, so what happened? See, now Cisco brought this company. Okay, Cisco brought this company, this SourceFire, and rebranded this device. Cisco brought this company, and what? It changed the name, the SourceFire name, and the name is what? New name is what? It means you can say it will add his IPS box feature, okay, signatures and SourceFire signatures, and create a device is called what? Create a device is called Cisco Firepower. It's called what? Cisco Firepower. Cisco Firepower is nothing. It's a NGIPS. It's called what? NGIPS, Next Generation Intrusion Prevention System. So now Cisco brought this company, this SourceFire. Okay, now you can see the option. See here. Cisco acquired this company, and see SourceFire. The company was founded in 2001 by Martin. That was Martin. And wait, let me show you the option. Okay, the SourceFire company was acquired by the Cisco. Okay, in July 2013, and they bought this company, the SourceFire, and they rebranded this product. Okay, renamed the product, and now the product name is what? Cisco Firepower. Clear my point? Cisco Firepower. Cisco Firepower is nothing. It's a NGIPS, Next Generation Intrusion Prevention System. It means into this box we have a big signature database. For example, now in Cisco Firepower, you have approx 45K to 65K signatures. A big database you have now into this box. So this box can detect a lots of attacks. Okay, we have a big database about signatures. So now what I can do, I'm not going to deploy IPS now, because in Cisco now what we have, in Cisco we have NGIPS. It's called Cisco Firepower. Now you can deploy a box here is called what? Cisco Firepower to detect attack, detect the information. So in case if you have Cisco ASA Firewall, so if you want to deploy a IPS device, you can deploy Cisco Firepower. It's not a Cisco Firepower threat defense. Okay, there is a difference between Cisco Firepower and Cisco Firepower threat defense. I'm not talking about Cisco FTD. Right now, it's a Cisco Firepower. It's not FTD device. It's a NGIPS. Clear my point, Khalid?
Yes.
So to detect malicious information, we have a box, and with a lots of signature information. So now in this scenario, if I want to block malicious information, malicious instruction, then what we can do, we can can add a device in this topology. It means we required one Cisco ASA firewall for L3 and L4 information. And to detect malicious attack, we need to add one more box. It's called Cisco Firepower. So we require two devices, two separate boxes. Okay, but now, if you talk about Cisco FTD, if you talk about Cisco FTD is called what? Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. Cisco FTD is what? It's nothing. It is in a combination of Cisco ASA plus Cisco Firepower. So no need to purchase now two separate boxes. No need to purchase two separate boxes. Cisco ASA, Cisco Firepower. No. Now you can purchase a single box. Single Cisco FTD has both capabilities: Cisco ASA features and Cisco Firepower features. So now we have a single box now. So no need to deploy two boxes here. Okay, two boxes here. What I'm doing, I'm going to deploy what? A Cisco ASA box. We can deploy Cisco ASA, not ASA. We can deploy Cisco FTD. Box. Cisco FTD is what? It is in a combination of Cisco ASA and Cisco Firepower. Clear my point? What is FTD exactly?
Yes.
Now, let's go on to the slide. Okay. So if we talk about, see, wait, not 5 seconds. Okay. So we have Firepower. What is Firepower? Firepower is what? It's a Cisco NGIPs. And see, guys, there is a difference. Okay. For example, if you get this line, this option is what? Cisco Firepower. If I'm using power in uppercase, it means I'm talking about, see, it means I'm talking about ASA firewall with Firepower service features. It means no need to purchase Cisco FTD. You can, in some series of the firewall in Cisco ASA, we can add a module. We can add a module of Cisco Firepower. For example, if I can't purchase Cisco FTD, so what I can do, I have a Cisco ASA firewall. I can purchase module for Cisco Firepower, and I can add with our Cisco ASA. For example, if I have a product in Cisco ASA called Cisco ASA 5500X, if any Cisco ASA firewall I have with X, it means what? It means we have a Cisco ASA firewall with Firepower feature. It means what? This is a complete Cisco ASA firewall, but with Firepower. This X means what? With Firepower service. With Firepower. With Firepower. So either you can purchase Cisco FTD, or in case if you have Cisco ASA firewall, and if you want to add Cisco Firepower, Cisco ASA, and in case if you want to add Cisco Firepower features, so yes, you can purchase a module. You can add, or maybe you know, no need to go with this option. Okay, you can purchase Cisco ASA firewall with X features. With X feature means what? We have a firewall with Firepower service. Okay, let me show you. For example, Cisco ASA with Firepower Amazon. So, for example, this series, okay. This series, this is a small firewall, okay. Cisco 5506X. It means this is a complete Cisco ASA firewall with Firepower services. It's not an FTD box. So either you can purchase with this scenario. It means we have ASA feature with Firepower service. ASA firewall with Firepower service. Now let's go on to the slide. Okay, and if you have what? If you have uses, see, if you have fire and uppercase, power with uppercase, it means we are talking about Cisco ASA with Firepower service. But if you get what? Cisco Firepower threat defense, Cisco Firepower in a small, lowercase. Power is what? In lowercase. So you can say it is what? It is an FTD device. Now, FTD is what? Basically, FTD is what? It's a Cisco next generation firewall product. What is means of next generation firewall? What is exactly meaning of next generation firewall? So in case if you are working with any next generation firewall, so this firewall can detect application. For example, in case if you want to block Cisco, for example, Cisco application, or in case you want to block any Facebook application, for example, okay, or Google-based application. So you cannot block with the Cisco ASA. You need to go with the Cisco FTD box. So in case if you are working with, if you're dealing with Cisco next generation, any next generation firewall, so your firewall can detect application, you can allow a block traffic behalf of the user account information, you can detect the payload information. For example, if any inside user is trying to download any file, and if the file is infected with some malicious code, okay, with virus, for example, then your next generation firewall can detect behalf of the signature database. Your next generation firewall can detect the viruses and can stop it. In case if you want to block any URL information or URL category, for example, I want to block all gaming category application. Yes, I can block with the FTD, or you can say you can block with any next generation firewall product. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Kadir, Khalid. So next generation means what? Next generation firewall. Let me explain you this option. Next generation means what? You can see this option. Like right now, I'm talking about Cisco FTD. Okay, in Cisco we have a next generation firewall. It's called Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. So see, first let's discuss this option: 2 appliance, 2 management console. So if you have Cisco ASA firewall, so yes, you can purchase Cisco Firepower. It's called Cisco NGIPS. It means 2 appliances, 2 management console. So either you can go with this option, or you can go with what? 1 appliance. It means what? Cisco ASA firewall with firepower service. So no need to go with the 2 appliances. You can go with the 1 appliance with 2 images, 2 management console. So either you can go with the 2 separate boxes, or you can go with the ASA with the firepower, or you can go with the single appliance with single image, 1 management console. It's called what? Combination of Cisco ASA firewall and Cisco Firepower NGIPS. It is called what? Cisco FTD, Firepower Threat Defense. ASA feature is what? L2, L4, stateful, application inspection, NAT, ACL, we can configure routing, we can configure HA on ASA. What is firepower? In firepower, we can use IPS feature, application visibility control feature. We can use application visibility means what? Cisco FTD can detect application URL information. I told you, if you want to allow or block any specific URL or URL categories, okay, or any specific keyword. For example, if anyone trying to access any website with news keyword, I want to block it. Yes, you can block it with Cisco FTD box. And we have what? Advanced malware protection feature in Cisco FTD. And we have some other feature like security, intelligence, and pre-filtering. We have some other feature we'll discuss. So these are the basic feature of Cisco FTD. Now, if you talk about if you talk about sensor platform, so if you talk about Cisco Firepower, this option, it means what? This is NGIPS. Only Firepower means what? If I'm saying what Cisco Firepower, it means I'm talking about only NGIPS. If I'm saying Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, it means I'm talking about FTD box, next generation firewall. There is a difference, okay? I think the difference is clear in between Firepower and Firepower Threat Defense, right? Khalid? Kadir?
Right.
So Firepower is what? It's an NGIPS device, okay? If you talk about NGIPS, so we have this series of Firepower, like 7,000, 8,000 series. Okay, we have some ISR router in Cisco. Otherwise, if you want to go with the NGIPS V is called what? It's the virtualization. It means this is an image, okay? We have image, you can say, and this NGIPS, it's a complete NGIPS device, but this NGIPS V you can use in a data center environment. You can use in a virtualization environment, data center environment. Now, if you talk about FTD, our focus is on FTD. So next generation firewall. In FTD, yes, we have a feature like Cisco ASA. We have a product, right? In Cisco, we have a product feature like the series start with the 5500. And we have multiple products in Cisco ASA firewall. Let me show you it.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, yes.
Does all next generation firewalls have IPS?
Next generation firewall, no, they have a IPS feature exactly. Okay.
Okay.
All the next generation firewall, they have a IPS feature. Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
So these are the products in Cisco ASA. Okay. So like these options, like see in Cisco ASA we have 5505, these series. Okay. Now you can go with the FTD option. In FTD, what we have a series. Yes, like Cisco ASA, we have a series. It's called 2100, 4100, 93. It means 2000 series, 4000 series, and 9000 series of the firewall. Now, most ASA X is called what? If I have a Cisco ASA with X, it means I'm talking about Cisco ASA firewall with firewall feature. Now, like NGIPS V, yes, you can go with the next generation firewall V option. It is called what? Cisco FTD small v. V means what? I'm talking about it is a complete Cisco next generation firewall, but this firewall we can use in our data center scenario. Okay, in virtualization scenario. Now you can go with this platform weight. Let me show you. Okay, these are the okay FMC. No, I'm not talking about FMC right. Okay, in case if you want to manage your FTD box, for example, here we have a FTD Cisco FTD device. Okay, and to manage Cisco FTD, either we can manage Khalid, in case if I want to manage Cisco FTD, either we can go with the Cisco FTD box, and this FTD box we can connect with the LAN portion, with WAN portion, and one management PC. With the help of this machine, I can access this FTD box and I can manage. I can configure everything. Clear my point? If I have a single FTD box, so I can go with this option, this scenario. Clear?
Yes.
Everyone? Kadir, can you hear me? Khalid? If I have a single Cisco FTD box, so what I can do, I can go with this scenario. I required one management PC. With one management PC, I can access this Cisco FTD box and I can manage. If I'm working with one Cisco FTD or two Cisco FTD, for example. But in case we have multiple next generation firewall. Okay. For example, we have 20 FTD box or 10 FTD box. Then I need what? Centralized management. So to manage multiple Cisco FTD box, we required what? A centralized management option. So to manage multiple Cisco firepower threat defense, this FTD box, we required centralized management option. It is called Cisco FMC. It's called Firepower Management Center. So if you have one or two firewalls, so yes, you can manage with the same management machine, but if you have multiple Cisco FTD box, so you can manage from the centralized location. What you can do, you can add all your FTD box with this FMC device. And next, what you can do from this machine, you can access your FMC device. And through this FMC, you can manage your multiple FortiGate firewall, multiple Cisco FTD box. Clear my point? This option, what is the use of FMC? So there are two separate boxes. FMC is called what? FMC we can use to manage multiple FTD boxes. Here, so here's the option C. FTD can be configured using two solutions. Either you can manage with the Firepower Device Manager, or you can see you can access through a browser. So what I require FTD box and one management PC, and I can manage. But in case if I have multiple FTDs, so I can go with the centralized box. Is called Cisco FMC, Firepower Management Center. If we have multiple FortiGate. Now in between this FTD and FMC, okay, we have a secure communication. You can say secure tunnel, secure tunnel. And it is what it is work with the TCP port number 8305. So in between FMC and FTD, this tunnel is what, this communication is what, it's a secure. And the protocol we are using, the protocol is what, secure tunnel protocol, and what we have port number 8305, and it's work with the TCP connection. Now I told you, if you want to manage multiple FortiGate, so we require FMC. In FMC, we have multiple FMC series like FTD box. Like FTD, we have multiple FMC option. See, these are the series, Khalid, okay? For example, if you have FMC 1000 series, so this FMC can manage 50 sensors. 50 sensors means what? I'm talking about FTD, Khalid, okay? I'm talking about FTD, it's FTD box. So this FMC 1000, with FMC 1000, you can manage 50 sensor box with 50K host and users. And this box has 900 GB event storage capabilities. If you are going with the FMC 2500, FMC 4500, FMC, see, for example, FMC 4500, 7,050 sensors we can manage. Okay, 600K host and user it will support. And it has a storage capability, event storage capability 3.2 terabyte. Okay, in case if you are going with the virtualization environment, data center environment, so to manage multiple virtual FTD boxes, we have a FMCV option. FMCV, with FMCV, what we have, it has a capability to manage 25 sensors with 50K host and users with 250 GB event storage option. Is that clear my point? This option FMC. So now we can discuss FMC management port. Okay, Khalid, please wait 5 minutes. I'm coming. Okay, Khalid,
Okay.
Khalid, please wait. Okay, Khalid, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no. So let's discuss management interface options. So on FMC and FTD, we have management interface. So FMC management port, yes, we can manage. We can manage through graphical, we can manage through SSH, config network command. We'll discuss command in lab. And now we have what? In FTD, physical management port, it's comprised two logical interfaces. One is for, we can use for SNMP logs and syslog for monitoring. And second, we can use to access through graphical, through SSH. To configure IP address, we have a config network command. We'll discuss in lab. So let's go on to the lab option. Okay, wait. Okay, let's discuss. Let me search other options. FMC, yes, we have FMC. Okay. So this is a small topology. Khalid. Okay, in this small topology right now, I'm using Cisco FTD box. And on FTD box, we have management interface. This management interface is connected with the switch, and this FMC is connected with the switch. And we have a management computer. So right now I'm trying to manage only this FTD. Right now, for example, this is what a console. Wait. This is what a console, FTD console. You can press enter. And it's asking for the login. Okay, so username is what? You can verify the username option. Wait. So the username is what? The default username is admin, you can see. And the password is what? Capital A D M I N 123. What I'm using here on FTD. Username is admin. And password is what? Capital A D M I N 123. Now see, we are here in FTD, Cisco FTD, and now you can see the option what? Press enter. Display the EULA. EULA means what? It's called end user license agreement. So yes, I'm going to press enter. Enter. You can read this information. Wait. Now you can log in again. Admin 123. Wait. Now we need to set a password. Khalid. Default password is what? See, the default username is admin. Default username is admin, and the password is what? Capital A D M I N 123. Now you can set your password, new password. For example, capital P A S S at the rate 123. Capital P A S S at the rate 123. So I'm trying to set a new password. Now we are getting a message here. Khalid, what? The message is what? Do you want to configure IP version 4? Do you want to configure IPv4 address? So here we have what? In case if you want to configure, if you want to change. So in my topology, we are using 199, right? So I'm trying to configure IP address here. What I'm using? 199 series. So yes, I want to configure. You can press enter. You can press enter. Do you want to configure IP version 6? No, I don't want to configure. Now, okay, wait. Now, the default IP address onto this management interface is what? 192.168.45.45. Khalid, this is the default IP address onto this management port. But we are trying to change, right? We are trying to configure IP address as per our requirement. So here I'm configuring with IP address is what? IP address is 199.199.199.1. Enter. Mask, just 255.255. So you can set your password default. If you want to change, you can change. But right now it's a default mask. So you can press enter. Gateway. If you want to set a gateway for this management interface, for example, so 199.199.199.10. Just an example. Okay, this is a gateway. Now, do you want to define your fully qualified domain name? So I'm using, for example, FTD1. Now, host name, enter the set. Okay, enter. Domain name. Domain name none. Right now, there is no domain name. Wait. Now, manage device locally. You want to manage device locally or remotely. So yes, I want to manage locally, but there is an option C here. IP address, I think this option is done. I think let's clear this option again first. Password, I think this is done. IP address configuration, if you want to configure IP version 4, IP version 6, you can configure. IP address you want to configure manually. So yes, you can configure manually this IP address, mask, and gateway information. Now you can define what fully qualified host name for this machine. Okay. Now DNS entry you can configure, domain name in case if you want to configure domain information. Okay, manage this device locally, yes or no? So I am not managing this device locally. I will manage from the management computer, right? Khalid,
Right.
I will manage. So what I will do, I will, do you want to manage locally? No. Wait. Khalid, if you want these images, so please share with me your email ID, okay? So that I can share
Okay.
both images, Cisco FTD and Cisco FMC. FTD requirement is what? Minimum 8 GB, and FMC requirement requirement is what? 12 GB. So total you require 20 GB for only FMC and FTD.
Okay. Okay. I have the UNL lab that you gave me.
Okay, in UNL, yes, in UNL, I think you have image. Yes. Wait, it's taking time. Okay, so right now you can see the option configure firewall mode, rooted or transparent. The difference between root and transparent means what? Root is what? L3 firewall, and transparent means what? It's a L2 firewall. So right now I want to use this firewall as L3. So by default, rooted is selected. If you are going with the transparent firewall, you can type your transparent. Right now I'm going with the rooted. You can press enter. Now configuring firewall mode. So we are using firewall mode as L3. Now, Khalid, can you hear me? Now we are in Cisco FTD box. Clear my point? This is what? Console page. Clear? Here we can use a command show network. Show network command we can use to verify the network information. Network information. What? Remember our gateway information?
Yes, sir.
And IP address information. So this is what our basic stuff. You can verify your gateway information, your host name information, your DNS server information, your management port, IP address. Even you can verify your management port number. I told you we are using a port number is called what? 8305. So what we have, we can verify this information. Is that clear?
Yes.
Let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Khalid. Bye, dear. Take care.
Bye, sir. Thank you.
listening to you. So let's start our discussion with the topic discussion first. Okay, what topic we can cover in our complete training. Okay. So these are the topics which we can discuss in our complete training. Okay, there are 14 modules, and total training will take minimum 22 to 24 hours to finish our training.
Okay.
22 to 24 hours. What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides and notes, step by step, and software for lab setup. I think I already shared the software with you.
Yeah.
So you can download all the softwares, and after 3 classes, I will set up the lab. Okay, I will help set up the lab setup. Now, let's start our discussion. Okay, what exactly we will discuss in our 14 modules. The first topic is dedicated for the introduction and initial configuration, where we can discuss product family information and all the basic thing. Basic thing is what? All the basic CLI command, how to access FortiGate firewall through CLI, through graphical, through console, through telnet, through SSH. Okay, how to configure interfaces in FortiGate firewall, like physical interfaces, logical interfaces, how to configure it, how to create multiple firewall administrator to manage this. For example, to manage a FortiGate firewall, I have 2 or 3 firewall administrator. How to create multiple firewall administrator, how to define privilege to these administrators. So all the basic thing you can say, all the basic thing we can discuss in our introduction and initial configuration. Here we can discuss factory default setting, what we have in factory default setting in FortiGate firewall. Only this introduction and initial configuration will take minimum 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours. Only this introduction and initial configuration. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Once you clear all the introduction and initial CLI option, graphical tab option, okay, interface configuration, logical, physical, okay, how to define zone, how to create logical interfaces, okay, everything option, basic option. Then you can move for the routing section. Routing is important. You know why? See, for routing, yes, for routing we have a dedicated device, we have a router, we can do routing feature on router. But you know, on next generation firewall, yes, you can configure routing like other vendor like Palo Alto, Cisco, Checkpoint Firewall. You can configure routing feature here. You can configure in case if you want to use routing feature, because see, we are trying to learn next generation firewall. So we will use the next generation firewall feature. The point is, in case if you want to configure routing feature on your next generation firewall, you can. Like say what? Static routing, default routing, and what? Dynamic routing. In dynamic routing, we can discuss is what? OSPF and BGP configuration. So we'll discuss everything, okay? Routing concept. So routing concept will take minimum 1 to 2 hours to finish it. Okay, 1 to 2 hours to finish it, routing section.
Okay.
Once you clear your routing section option, then we can move for the next topic. And next topic is a common topic. It's a common topic for any vendor like Palo Alto, FortiGate, or Cisco. Okay, a router. It's a common topic. It's called what? NAT. NAT is called network address transmission. Remember from CCNA classes, that we are using for translation, right?
Yeah.
That we are using for translation, and we already know from CCNA classes. We already know about static NAT, what?
Dynamic
NAT and PAT option.
Right.
Okay, but you know, in FortiGate firewall, we will discuss 2 type of NAT options: source NAT and what? Destination NAT. We'll discuss 2 type of NAT: source and destination NAT. And to configure source and destination NAT, we have 2 configuration options in FortiGate firewall. It's called what? Firewall policy NAT, and second is called what? Central NAT. Actually, we have two configuration options to configure source and destination NAT. We have two configuration options with firewall policy NAT or with central NAT.
Enter. Yep.
Central NAT. So it means in firewall policy NAT, we will discuss how to configure source and destination NAT. Again, in central NAT, we'll discuss same topic, source NAT, and destination NAT. First, we will discuss what is the scenario to use source NAT and what is the scenario, okay, with example, what is the scenario where we can use our destination NAT option. Then we can go for the practical implementation. It means only this NAT topic will take minimum 2 to 3 hours to finish it. Okay.
Okay.
Only this NAT topic with theoretical concept with practical implementation. Then we can go for the next topic is called what? Firewall policy. Firewall policy. In Fortinet firewall, it is called firewall policy. In Palo Alto firewall, it is called security policy. In Checkpoint firewall, it is called access control policy. In Cisco, it is called ACL, access control list, ACL. So, to allow traffic from one network to another network, okay, one network from, you can say from LAN to WAN. To allow traffic from one network to another network, you need to configure here on Fortinet firewall policy. How to create firewall policy? Okay, what is the rule? What is the rule? What is the recommendation? Okay, and what is the syntax exactly? How to configure firewall policy? In firewall policy, we can create object. What is object? Why we are creating? Okay, here we can create services object. Here we can create IP address object. So why we are creating these objects and where we can use these objects and how to configure firewall policy step by step. We'll discuss. Clear my point?
Yep.
So only firewall policy is important, and it is a common topic. It's a common topic for every topic, for everything. So this topic is what? This firewall policy will take minimum 1 to 2 hours to finish it. Then we'll get an idea how to configure firewall policy to allow traffic from one network to another network in FortiGate firewall. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Once you clear this idea, then we can go for the what? Chapter number 5, 6, and 7. These lessons are dedicated for topic is called security profile. Same topic, same name we have in Palo Alto, in Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. It is called what? Security profile. So the point is why we are creating security profile. What are these? Okay, what is the use of security profile? Then you can see we have a dedicated lesson. There is a dedicated chapter topic to discuss each security profile option. For example, what is web filtering security profile? What is application control security profile? What is antivirus profile? So yes, first we will discuss what is security profile option, where we can use it, how we can use it, what is exactly. Then we can move for the chapter number 5, 6, and 7 to discuss security profile option. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you clear it means only these 3 topics. Only these 3 topics will take minimum 4 to 5 hours to finish it. Web filtering, application control, and antivirus.
Antivirus.
Then we can move for the next topic is called what? FortiGate 80. FortiGate 80 is called what? FortiGate authentication, where we can discuss how to create user account, group account in FortiGate firewall, how to integrate our FortiGate firewall with any remote authentication server. For example, this is our FortiGate firewall, and here we have some remote authentication server. For example, Radius server, or maybe we have a TechX server, or maybe we have LDAP or Microsoft Active Directory server. How to integrate my firewall? How to integrate my firewall with these remote authentication server? And we'll discuss here an option is called firewall authentication. There is a topic is called what? Firewall authentication. Here we can also discuss captive portal option. What is captive portal? We'll discuss. Okay, we'll discuss. But here is this option is what? This option is for it is related with the user account information, group account information, how to integrate FortiGate firewall with remote authentication server. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Now, once you clear this FortiGate AD, then we can move for the virtual domain. Virtual domain means what? We can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. Okay, what is the requirement? For example, if we have a firewall, we have a FortiGate firewall, and this is what a switch, and we have multiple computers. You can say we have multiple departments, for example. Okay, we have multiple departments, for example, marketing department, sales department, HR department, marketing, sales, and HR department. So what, for each department, for example, if I want separate kind of configuration, separate kind of firewall policy, separate kind of NAT policy, and for marketing and sales, I want L3 firewall. For HR department, I want L2 firewall. Then in that case, I need to purchase 3 separate boxes for each department, and that is not a good solution because the cost is very high for 3
Very high.
separate boxes. That's why what we can do, we can purchase a single big box, and with the help of license, what we can do, we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. It means what I can do, I can divide my firewall into the marketing firewall, into sales firewall, marketing firewall, sales firewall, and HR firewall. Marketing traffic now marketing traffic I can send via marketing traffic. I can send via marketing firewall. Marketing traffic I can send via marketing firewall. Sales traffic is traveling through the sales firewall. HR traffic is traveling through the HR firewall. It means we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. In FortiGate firewall, the technique is called what? VDOM, virtual domain. Okay, it's called VDOM. It's called, we have 3 separate VDOM: marketing VDOM, sales VDOM, HR VDOM. How to work with virtual domain? What is the concept? Okay, how to configure it? What is exactly concept? We'll discuss in our talk. Okay. Yep. Clear, Prateek?
Yeah.
Now the next topic is called what? Layer 2 firewall.
Layer 2.
Remember, always we can use our firewall in 2 mode. Either we can use our firewall as a L2 firewall, or we can use as a L3 firewall.
L3.
If I am using, for example, what we have L3 firewall and what L2 firewall. So my point is what, if I'm using this firewall is L3 firewall. L3 firewall means what? In FortiGate firewall, L3 firewall is known as NAT mode firewall, and L2 firewall is known as transparent firewall. Transparent firewall. Now the point is what? This firewall is acting as a L3 firewall. It means we have interfaces. We have interfaces here. Okay, and onto these interfaces, I can configure IP address, because this is what L3 firewall. I can configure IP address onto these interfaces. I can configure IP address onto these interfaces. I can configure routing, NAT, VPN. Okay, and yes, I can use next generation firewall features also, in case if I'm using my firewall as a L3 firewall. So yes, I can configure IP address on interfaces. I can configure routing, NAT, VPN. But if I'm using my firewall, as a layer 2 firewall, for example, then on layer 2 firewall, the point is you cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces. You cannot configure IP address onto these interfaces, because these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interfaces.
Layer 2.
You cannot configure IP address. You cannot configure routing. You cannot configure NAT. You can't configure VPN also. So the point is what? On layer 2 firewall, we have limitations. We cannot configure routing, NAT, VPN. But yes, we can use next generation firewall feature, no problem. But the point is we have limitation. So if we cannot configure routing, NAT, VPN, IP address onto these interface, so in which scenario I can use my firewall as a L2 firewall? Because with L3 firewall, I have a lots of features. I can configure routing, I can configure NAT, VPN, right?
Yeah.
The point is, in this scenario, we can use, yes, we will discuss. We will discuss because we have a dedicated session on layer 2 firewall. We'll discuss
Layer 2.
how to work with the layer 2 firewall. But remember, always we can use our firewall as a in two mode, in L3 mode firewall, in layer 2 firewall. Now the next topic is what? Logging and monitoring.
Monitoring.
So once you configure everything means what? NAT policy, firewall policy, security profile option, everything, routing, everything is working fine. Okay, traffic is traveling through the firewall. But the point is, I want to troubleshoot the need. I want to see the log information. I want to see if someone will hit on my firewall policy, I want to see the log. If someone will hit onto my NAT policy, I want to see the log. If someone will hit onto the application control profile, yes, I want to see the log. So here, logging and monitoring, in logging and monitoring will not configuring anything. Here we can only verify the information. Okay? If someone will hit on my firewall policy, if someone will hit on my security profile, I can see the log message. I can see the log message. I have multiple options to verify the logs in login and monitoring. Even in login and monitoring, we can discuss how to send all logs to remote logging server, or how to connect our FortiGate firewall with remote logging service called syslog server or SNMP server.
SNMP, yeah.
So I will tell you how to send your logs on syslog server or SNMP servers. Yes, we have a topic in chapter number 11. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Now chapter number 11, chapter number 12 and 13, these two topics, these two chapters are dedicated for a strong topic, a common topic for any firewall is called VPN, virtual private. So first we will discuss what is the use of VPN, okay, what is the benefit, then we'll discuss what two type of VPN option. We'll discuss IPsec VPN, and second we have SSL. In IPsec VPN, what we have? Site to site VPN. Okay, site to site means what? Connecting multiple branch offices. We have multiple branch offices, and these branch offices I am connecting over this public network in a secure manner. It is called what? Site to site. Site to site. It's called site to site. Okay. Now we have another type of VPN. It's called what? Remote access VPN. Okay. A remote access VPN, what? A home user. A home user is trying to establish, if he's trying to access company private resources. For example, here is what? Web server or DNS server or SMTP server or FTP server. If this home user is trying to access company private resources, so he need to create first a secure VPN connection from his laptop to this VPN gateway device. Once this connection is established, then this PC can access private resources. So to establish this connection, it's required, it will establish remote access VPN connection. And once this connection is established, this is outside PC can access these servers. So my point is what? We can connect sites. If we want to connect site, we can go with a site to site. But if I want to allow home user to access company private resources, I can go with the remote access VPN option. Clear my point? To configure.
Sir, can you please explain remote access VPN again?
I see remote access VPN where a home user, okay, a home user is okay. He has a simple Wi-Fi connection. For example, he has a simple Wi-Fi connection at his home. Wi-Fi connection, and this Wi-Fi connection is connected with the internet. Now he's trying to access from his home. He's trying to access company private resource. Okay, at home he's trying to access web server. He's trying to upload or download file from FTP server. Then he need to establish a VPN connection first. Okay, from his laptop, from his mobile phone or tablet or desktop server, he needs to establish a VPN connection. Once the connection is established, then this PC can access private resources. This is called what? Remote remote access. So
Remote access.
all
Yeah.
the traffic, so all the traffic in between this client PC and to this VPN gateway device is fully encrypted. Clear my point?
Yeah.
So this is called what? Remote access. Remember
Remote
all,
access.
remember always to configure site-to-site VPN, what we have an option IPsec. And to configure remote access VPN, we have two configuration
SSL.
options. Either we can configure with the IPsec or we can configure with SSL.
SSL.
So only this chapter number 12 and 13, only these two topics will take minimum 6 to 7 hours to finish. Okay, because in site-to-site, in Fortinet Firewall, in site-to-site lab, we will discuss 3 labs: route-based site-to-site VPN, policy-based site-to-site VPN, and template-based site-to-site. So we have 3 separate labs only for site-to-site VPN connectivity.
Site VPN.
So chapter number 12 and 13, these two topics will take minimum 7 hours.
7 hours.
Now, the next topic is what? And last topic is what? It's called high availability. In Fortinet Firewall, it is called high availability. In Palo Alto, it is called high availability. In Cisco, it is called failover concept. So what is exactly C? For example, here, if we are working with single firewall box, for example, single firewall box.
Okay.
And we have a switch and some inside machine. Everything is working fine in this topology. Okay, we have a simple topology: LAN portion and WAN portion. So LAN and WAN. Now there's a cloud internet site. So everything is working fine. Fine means what? I have IP address on interfaces. Okay, I have a firewall policy, NAT policy, routing. Everything is working fine. Traffic is traveling through this path. Now the point is, in this scenario, in this topology, you are working with single firewall box. What you have single firewall box.
Single firewall. Yeah.
Okay. The point is what? You have single firewall box. Now, if this box is down, you will lose connectivity. Your LAN user cannot access internet site. Your LAN user cannot access internet site. No, they cannot access. So that's why, because there is no backup plan, there is no redundancy. What we are doing, I'm trying to add one more firewall here. Okay, now the connectivity will look like this. Now what we have, now the connectivity will look like this. This is what? Firewall box 1, firewall box 2, and this is what? Firewall box 1, firewall box 1, firewall box 2. And we are using a failover link in between these firewalls. Okay, using failover link. In high availability, we'll discuss 2 more. Okay, we'll discuss 2 more. The first one is called active passive. Active passive mode. It is called high availability mode. The second is called what? Active. In active passive mode, what you can do in active passive mode, one firewall will act as an active box and the second firewall will act as a standby or passive.
Yeah.
Okay, and it is active. It means what? It is a forwarded firewall. It means traffic is traveling through this active box. In case if this box is down, okay, and if this box is down and firewall box 2, see, with this failover link, if this box up, okay, and with this failover link, box 1 is sending what? A keep alive message or hello packet information to firewall box 2. Okay, in keep alive message, he's sending what? I'm active right now. Okay, once this firewall is down, and then what will happen? Firewall box 2 is not getting any hello packet from firewall box 1. If firewall box 2 is not getting any hello packet or keep alive message from firewall box 1, he will get an idea. Okay, this box is down. Now I am going to become active. And once it will become active, traffic will automatically redirect via firewall box 2. Okay, what is the requirement? How to configure it? What is failover link? We'll discuss in detail. Okay, everything. Yeah. So we have two labs, active, passive. In active, passive, one firewall will act as an active and second firewall will act as a passive box. And the second one is called what? Active, active. In active, active, we can use when we want to utilize both the firewall, okay? For example, we have two firewall, we cannot utilize it. So if you want to utilize, see, an active passive, you can only use one firewall at a time, okay? Next firewall will act as a passive box, standby box. But if you want to utilize both firewalls, so you can go with the active, active. It means both
Okay.
firewalls are active. And now what I can do, I can send some traffic via firewall box 1 and some traffic via firewall box 2. This is called what? Active, active. Clear, Pratik, my point?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what a just introduction section, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not going to start continue the session today, okay? This is just introduction session. We will continue our topic from next Saturday, okay?
Yeah, no worries, sir.
Other students, okay? And this session recording, I'm sharing in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, Pratik?
Yeah, no worries, sir.
Okay, Pratik, then let's continue from next Saturday, okay? And timing is same, Pratik, okay? Timing is 12:30 to 2, okay?
Okay, no worries, sir.
Bye, Pratik, take care.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Any question? Then you can unmute, no problem. Please turn off your mic. So, in previous session, we completed our topic in the introduction session, what topic we can cover in our complete training. And now today we can start our 14th firewall day 1. So Fortinet training is called what? Fortinet training is called NSC program. It's called Network Security Expert Program. Okay, it has 8 level of certifications. Just like in Cisco, we have CCNA, CCNP, and CCIE. In Palo Alto, we have PCNSA and PCNSE. In Fortinet, we have certifications called Network Security Expert, and we have 8 level of certification. In Fortinet, it is called NSC1, NSC2, NSC3, NSC1 to NSC8. NSC1 and NSC2, these 2 certifications are totally free. What you can do to get certificate in NSC1 and NSC2, what you can do, you can just open training.fortinet.com, training.fortinet.com, this website, and you can create your account. You can click on public. If your account, so you can log in, otherwise you can click on sign up. You can create your account, email ID, password, you can give anything, name, last name, company, country, and once you create your account, you can log in. You can log in with your account. Here what you can do, Pratik, voice is break. Now is it okay, Pratik? Is it okay? My voice is okay. Are you using any headphone or earphone something? Pratik?
No.
Please use earphone or headphone, okay? Otherwise you will face problem.
Yeah.
Okay, now what we have, so you can click on library here, and in library you will get an option for NSC1C, NSC1, NSC2. You can click on NSC1, and if you click on NSC1, you can go into the information security awareness, and you can click on here. Here you will get some videos. See, lesson number 1. This is what NSC1 option. I told you guys NSC1 and NSC2. These 2 certifications are totally free. So you can log in for training.fortinet.com in NSC1 and see, here's the lesson number 1, lesson number 2, 3, 4, and 5. So there are 5 lessons. Okay, see, for example, if you in lesson number 1, what you have a video for bad actors. You will get some videos here. You can click on here, you can click, and you can watch every day, every hour, people of all ages. You can watch this video, okay? And this, once you watch this video, so you can attempt your questions. Here's your questions. You can attempt your question. If you pass with 80% in every lesson number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it will take hardly 30 to 40 minutes to pass this examination. So what you can do, you can watch the video, you can attempt your questions, then you will get a certificate. And you can verify here if you are certified in NSC1. If you are certified in NSE1, so you can see the option down. If you can download the certificate, and you can see the option. This NSE1 will look like this. This is NSE1 certification. Okay. So if you can go with the free certification NSE1, NSE2, you can go on training.14.com. Okay, I'm certified in NSE1, NSE2, NSE3, NSE4, NSE5, NSE7. Okay, so I'm taking batches in NSE4, NSE5, and NSE7. So now we can see our training is what? Our training is related with NSE4. But in NSE4, we can learn how to work with FortiGate file, like other vendor. What we have a firewall in Fortinet. Okay, so how to work with firewall? Like Fortinet is what next generation firewall. So like Palo Alto, like Checkpoint firewall, like Cisco ASA. We need to know how to work, how to configure our next generation firewall in Fortinet. Okay, before purchase of firewall, we need to review some feature. Like I'm an administrator, for example, and I want to buy a firewall for my organization. So I need to review some features in firewall. Okay, before purchase, before go with any vendor. Okay, I'm not talking about right now Fortinet. Okay, I'm talking about any vendor, any firewall. So you need to review some features before purchase a firewall for your organization. The first option is what? Architecture. First, you need to verify the architecture of the firewall. Why? Because each vendor has its own architecture. For example, in case if you are working with checkpoint firewall. So checkpoint is what? In checkpoint, we can download the operating system. It's called Gaia operating system. And this is what checkpoint is what? Software based firewall. We can go on checkpoint website and we can download this Gaia operating system from checkpoint website, and this operating system we can install on our laptop, on desktop machine, and we can use our laptop or desktop as a complete firewall. So this is the architecture of checkpoint firewall. Okay, you can download operating system, and this operating system you can install on anywhere. Okay, but if you talk about Fortinet, in Fortinet we have a FortiOS. We have FortiOS operating system, and this FortiOS we can use on Fortinet firewalls, Fortinet hardware devices. So architecture is what? Prefer a software firewall that you can install on a new or existing PC, or you can go with a dedicated appliance. You can go with a dedicated appliance, like for example, these are the dedicated appliance for Fortinet. Okay, some entry-level models, some mid-range models, some high-end appliances, and you can go with the JJS base. So what we have, we need to review some first features called architecture. We need to know the architecture of the firewall. The second thing I need to consider if I want to purchase a firewall for my company is called what? Session. The number of session it will support. For example, if in my organization I have 100 users or 50 users, so entry-level firewall can handle this. Okay, can handle this 100 user or 50 users. But in case if you have thousands users, 500 users, so you need to go with the high-end model. So these are the examples for high-end model range. Mid-range start with 100 and 900 series, and entry-level firewall series is what? 30 to 90 series. So it's up to you. You can get the good speed, okay, with 1 to 10 GB, 10 gig, and 10, 25, 40, and 100 gig. So it's up to your scenario, up to your requirement. So here's the option: what? Number of how many concurrent firewall session does the firewall need to support? Because if we have entry-level firewalls, it may support limited traffic information. So you need to verify is this firewall is suitable for or not for your organization. Clear my point, Narendra? Prateek?
Yes.
Now, the next feature I need to review, for example, what? VPN. VPN is very important because maybe in my organization, I'm dealing with IP6 site-to-site VPN configuration, and or maybe if we are using the remote access VPN option. So can I configure VPN onto this firewall, onto this vendor? So we need to verify the VPN option. Then integration. Can I integrate my firewall with any remote authentication server or any other servers like Microsoft Exchange server, mail server, or SharePoint collaboration server? Can I integrate my firewall? So I need to review these features. In case if I want to manage my firewall through CLI option, through graphical option, so can I manage? Okay, in case if I want to manage my firewall through SSH, through Telnet, through SNMP, so can I manage? Or in case if I have multiple firewall, for example, if you are working with Palo Alto firewall, if you have multiple Palo Alto firewall, and for example 25 firewall or 50 firewalls, and if you want to manage all these firewall from centralized location, so we have an option in Palo Alto, it's called what? Panorama. In Fortinet, if you have multiple FortiGate firewall, if you want to manage multiple FortiGate firewalls from centralized location, you have a device, it's called Forti Manager. So you can manage multiple FortiGate firewall from centralized location, and centralized location box is what? Forti Manager in FortiGate. Like for example in Cisco, if you want to manage in Cisco multiple Cisco FTD, Cisco Fire Tower Threat Defense device, so you can manage all your FTD boxes from centralized location, is called Cisco FMC. In case if you are dealing with checkpoint firewall, so checkpoint firewall, if you want to manage multiple checkpoint firewall from centralized locations, so you have SMS server. So you need to review, okay, in case if you have multiple firewalls, and in case if you want to manage multiple firewalls from centralized locations, so can I use this feature into this firewall? So I need centralized management for multiple firewall. Okay, high availability solution. If I'm going with the high availability, for example, I want to configure failover concept in my organization. I want to go with the high availability active passive concept, or I want to go with the active failover concept or high availability concept. Can I configure this onto this firewall? So these are some features you need to review before purchase of firewall for your organization. Now you cannot say which firewall is good, okay? You cannot say which firewall is good because in market we have multiple firewall. Let me show you. Let me show you the firewall information. Here we have it. Firewall report. You can see this is what latest information. You can see we have a latest database, and you can see as per latest database as per Gartner report. You can see, okay, see guys, these are the firewalls vendor, okay? These are the firewall vendors, and Gartner divided all these vendors into the categories: leaders, challengers, nice players, and winners. You can see these are the top 3 leaders in the market: Palo Alto, Fortinet firewall, Checkpoint firewall. Cisco is not a leader, Cisco is challenger. So you can see there are lots of vendor, okay, for firewall. Okay, if you talk about which firewall is good, you cannot say because each firewall has its own feature. But if you talk about top leader in the market, so yes, Fortinet, Palo Alto, and Checkpoint firewall. Now, these are the images for firewalls. Okay. Sonic firewall will look like this. You can search this image from Google. Okay. Checkpoint firewall and Palo Alto firewall, Cisco ASA firewall, and Fortinet firewall. If you talk about some history about Fortinet, so you can see Fortinet was founded in 2000 by 2 brothers, Ken and Michael. The company's first product was FortiGate firewall, later adding wireless access point, sandboxing, messaging security. If you talk about products in the FortiGate firewall, so these are the products. See, these are the products in FortiGate. See. FortiGate firewall, FortiAnalyzer, FortiManager, FortiSwitch, FortiCamera, a lots of products we have. Our focus is on to learn how to work with FortiGate firewall. So now let's discuss first our factory default setting on FortiGate firewall. So in case if I am working with high or mid-range model. For example, I have a high or mid-range model. For example, I'm talking about this range. Wait. This high end or mid-range model. So onto high end or mid-range model, what you will get a dedicated management port. You will get a dedicated management port, management interface. You can see what you can do. You can connect your PC. This is what your management interface, for example, MGMT interface. What you can do, you can connect your management interface with your laptop, with your management PC. On your management interface, by default, you will get this series of IP addresses. By default, 192.168.1.199, 1.99. If you don't have, so no problem. I will show you how to configure IP address, no problem. But by default, onto this management interface, you have this IP address, and same series of IP you need to configure onto this device, onto this management PC. And if in case if you want to access this firewall from this management PC, so you need to verify the connectivity first. If you have connectivity, then you can access this FortiGate firewall from this management PC with graphical, with telnet, or with SSL option. So with high-end or mid-range model, you will get a dedicated management port. But in case if you have entry-level model, entry-level model means what? I'm talking about this one. Okay, 30 to 90 series of FortiGate firewall. So on entry-level firewall, you will not get any. You will not get any management port. So on entry-level firewall, what you have multiple data interfaces. For example, port number 1, port number 2, port number 3. So you have multiple port. In entry-level model, port number 1 you can use as a management port, because by default on port number 1, these services are enabled by default. Only on port number 1, okay? So what I can do, I can connect my machine, my management PC, my laptop, my desktop, okay? And I can configure, I can take this firewall console first, and I can configure IP address onto this port number 1. And same IP address I need to same series of IP address I need to configure onto this management interface. I will verify connectivity, and by default you can see these services are enabled onto this port number 1. In case if you want to use any other port as a management port, no problem, you can use. But port number 1 is what? It is your management port, entry-level model. So by default these services are enabled. And if you talk about default username on FortiGate firewall, it's admin, and password is nothing. Password is nothing. Let me show you. Wait. Okay, what we have a basic topology. For example, one FortiGate firewall. Wait. So we have one FortiGate firewall and one management PC. This PC, this cloud is acting as my laptop, my management PC. What I'm doing, I'm trying to start this FortiGate firewall, and we are working with 6.4.4. The FortiOS version, what we have, 6.4.4. So you can go with the 6.4.4, or you can go with the 7.0. You have same features. Okay, Narendra, Pratik, please wait. It will take time. Please wait. It will take time to start. Please wait. Okay, so this is console, Prateek. Okay, this is console page. Okay, now what I'm doing here, I'm going to use username as admin. I told you as
Admin, yeah.
admin. Password is nothing. Okay, you can set your password now. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Now you are in your FortiGate file here. So we can use multiple command. If you type question mark here, you can see you have a lot of command option. You have lots of command. Okay, I will discuss everything. Okay, but right now let's start with the some show command. Show system interface. If you type show system interface, this command will help you to verify your interface information. So what we have, you can see onto this FortiGate firewall, we have port number 1, port number 2, port number 3, port number 4. Port number 1, what you can see on port number 1, these services are enabled by default. And now we can configure port number 2, 3, and 4 also. But let's start our configuration. I'm trying to configure port number 1 first because I want to manage this FortiGate firewall from this management PC. How to configure any interface through CLI? Task is very simple. To verify, to show the command, to have what show command, and to configure anything, command is what config. Config system interface. Now I'm in configuration. Any question, Prateek?
No,
Yes. Any question?
no, sir.
Okay.
All good.
No. So I'm in interface mode. Here I can type edit, and which port I want to edit? I want to edit port number 1. You can press enter. And now you are in port number 1. Here you can type first set mode static. Why? Because by default DSCP service is enabled onto this particular interface. You can see set mode what
Yeah.
DSCP by default.
That's
By
my
default DSCP service is enabled, but I want to configure IP address manually. That's why I'm using set mode static. You can press enter. And now I'm configuring IP address set IP. And I'm configuring 192.168.1.190/24. Okay. I'm using this IP address. Maybe in your laptop, in your topology, you would use different series of IP address. In my topology, in my scenario, I'm using 1.190. Why? Because on my laptop, I have same series of IP address. See, 1 dot series. That's why I'm using 1.190. Now enter. And you need to allow some services. So you can go with the set allows command question mark. You can see all the services. These services you can allow. These services. And what we have ping, or you can say I'm trying to allow HTTP, HTTPS, and ping and SSH services. Now to save any configuration in FortiGate firewall, here is a command end. End command we can use to save our configuration. Yeah. Now you can verify your interface information, so system interface. So you can see this is your port number 1 and IP address information and services information, and port is what? It's a physical port. You can verify connectivity from this FortiGate firewall to this management PC. So from this management PC, I'm trying to ping my FortiGate firewall. What IP address we have? 192.168.1.190. So we are getting a reply. And if you want to verify connectivity from FortiGate firewall, so here is a command, execute command. You can execute multiple things. So right now I'm trying to execute what? Ping command. I'm trying to verify connectivity with 1.2. You can see, guys, I'm getting reply. So we have a connectivity in between this FortiGate firewall and this management PC. If I have a connectivity, what I can do, I can open any browser. I can open any browser, and here I can type 192.168.1.190. Okay, and this is what? The graphical page. Username is what? Admin, and password is 123 we are using. This is our FortiGate firewall. You can click on later, you can click on OK, and this is your graphical page. This is what? Your graphical page. So this is what? Your CLI page, and this is what? Your graphical page. On your graphical tab, you can verify we are working with VM firewall. So you can see the option. Firewall is what? FortiGate VM64K. If you have, for example, if you have FortiGate 60D, FortiGate 60F, so you can get what? 60D here on the. Okay, here you will get what? FortiGate 60D. You will get what? Product information. We are working with VM firewall. That's why we are getting a message. It's a FortiGate VM64 KVM. And onto this graphical page, you can see you have multiple tabs: dashboard, security fabric, network, system, policy and object, security profile, VPN, user authentication, login, multiple tabs. We'll discuss, no problem. Now, let's start first with the dashboard option. Okay, with dashboard option. On dashboard, you can verify, guys. You have a status. Dashboard, what we have? Status. This is what? Dashboard status. Dashboard you can use for monitoring only. You can monitor here lots of things. Let me show you what you can monitor. Let's start our discussion on dashboard. On dashboard, we can verify first system information. So the host name onto this FortiGate firewall is what? FortiGate VM64 KVM. It's a default host name. In case if you want to change host name, what you can do, you can go onto your CLI and type config system global and set host name. Host name is what? Firewall 1. Just example. Now to save this configuration, I told you to save any configuration in FortiGate firewall, end command. Now you can refresh your page. You can refresh your page. This time you can verify the host name is changed now. The host name is what? Firewall 1. And now serial number onto this FortiGate firewall is this. Firmware version. So we are dealing with FortiOS 6.4.4. The build version is what? Firmware version is 1803. Now mode of this firewall is NAT. Remember, always you can use your firewall in two modes. Either you can use your firewall as a NAT mode firewall, or you can use your firewall as a transparent. NAT mode means what? I'm talking about layer 3 firewall. And transparent means what? I'm talking about layer 2 firewall. What is layer 2 firewall? Yes, we have a dedicated session. I told you. Please verify in day 1 session. In day 1 session, I told you what we have a topic is called layer 2 firewall. So we'll discuss what is layer 2 firewall concept. But right now I'm giving you idea. We can use our firewall in two modes. Either we can use our firewall as a layer 2 firewall, or you can use as a layer 3 firewall. Clear my point? Prateek, Narendra?
Yes.
Prateek? Okay, great. Okay. Now, not what we have, we can verify other information, system time information, uptime information, WAN IP unknown. WAN IP unknown because we didn't configure anything. Now you can verify license information. So we don't have license onto this FortiGate firewall. We have VM firewall. And yes, we can utilize all the feature of the firewall, but this VM firewall is only valid for 15 days. This is only valid for 15 days. After 15 days, what you can do? In your topology, you can delete your FortiGate firewall. You can delete your FortiGate firewall and add a new FortiGate firewall, no problem. So license information, you can verify here. So we are working with VM firewall, so it's a virtual machine and we have one CPU, so we are utilizing 100% CPU. Allocated RAM is what? We have 2 GB RAM and right now we are utilizing 50% of RAM. FortiCloud not support. We don't have license for the FortiCloud. Okay, it's a separate concept. Security fabric information you can verify here. Administrator information you can verify here. Administrator means what? One administrator is accessing through console and one administrator is accessing through HTTP with graphical. So one through console, one through graphical. See, admin user. And the username is what? You can verify username is admin, and with this admin account, what we have a profile, admin profile is called super_admin profile. Okay, what is super_admin profile? I will tell you later. Okay, we have a topic, proper topic. Now you can verify some other information like CPU utilization, memory utilization, number of sessions you can verify, and see you can change the timer. For example, I want to see CPU utilization after 24 hours, after every 24 hours, or I want to see CPU utilization after every 1 minute. So you can verify. Memory utilization, you can change time in case if you want to resize these options, so you can resize these tabs, see, or if you want to go with the 2 tab or 1 tab option, you can. Okay, so these are the default page. Okay, memory utilization, number of session you can verify. In case If you want to add more information on your dashboard, you can click on add option and you can add as per your requirement. For example, I'm using high availability option. I want to see high availability information status here. So you can click here and click on add, close. See, now you have HA information. Right now you can see the message HA mode is what? Standalone. It means your firewall is acting as a standalone firewall. It is not participating in fail. You can click on add, and what you can do, you can verify some other information like interface. So I want to verify interface bandwidth. For example, on port number 3, you can click on add. So you can verify bandwidth utilization onto this particular port. You can see inbound, outbound. So this is your dashboard. It's up to you. You can add some other information or you can remove, up to you. Is that clear? This dashboard option, everyone?
Yeah.
Now you can go with the next option is called security tab. In security tab, you can get all security related information like what compromised host by verdict, top threat by threat level, OT client detected vulnerabilities, host scan summary information. In network tab, you can verify these information. These are what? These are related with the dashboard. So what you can verify, for example, if you want to verify routing table with graphical page, you can click here. Okay, you can verify your routing table here. In case if you want DSCP with DSCP status, SD-WAN status, IPsec status, SSL VPN status, so you can go here. You can verify network. If you want to add more information, other information, you can add as per your requirement. Now you can go with the user devices. So if you want to verify device inventory or FortiGate client information or firewall users information or quarantine something, you can verify into the user end devices. Now let's go here onto this side or onto this right hand side. Okay, we have some tab information. What we have, you can click here, you can click onto this tab. What we have here, we have a search. So for example, if you want to search any tab, for example, you can click on network to configure interface. You can click on network. You can click on interfaces. And here what you can decide, you can select your interface, you can edit. So to configure interfaces, what we have, we need to go into the network, we need to go into the interfaces. Or in case if I want to configure firewall policy, I need to go into the policy and object, firewall policy, and yes, I can create. So either I need to go into the policy and object, click on firewall policy, then we can create. Otherwise, if you want to search anything, any tab from here, so you can search and you can directly go. Let me show you the option. For example, I want to verify interface information. So if any tab, if we have any tab which is related with interface keyword, so you can get the information here. So I want to go with the network interface. If you click here, it will automatically redirect it onto the network interface. See? So you can search your tab information with any keyword from here. Okay, you can go with the word CLI option. If you click, you will get CLI. This is CLI console. Okay, it is same, this one. But this console you can access when you can access your FortiGate firewall with graphical page. Otherwise, you cannot access. You cannot access this CLI console. Okay, so first time, if you want to manage your FortiGate firewall, so you can access through the console first, this console. And once you access your FortiGate firewall with graphical page, what you can do, you can access the CLI console option. See, same, you can use any command, get system status, same option, show system interface, same command. So this is the CLI console, but this CLI console you can access when you access your graphical page. The next option is what you can go with the full screen mode in case, or if you want to exit, you can exit. Or in case if you want to get any help related with any topics, so you can click on online help. It will automatically redirect it onto the FortiGate library, document library. Okay. So our firewall is what, 6.4.4. So we have a administration guide for 8.6.4. In case, for example, if you want to know about what is interface setting, you can click on interface. Here you will get this complete information, how to configure interfaces. Or in case if you want to go with any other option, or if you have any other operating system, so you can click on this FortiGate here. Here you will get all FortiOS version 7.0, 6.4, 6.2, 6.0. See, for example, if I have 6.0, in case I can click, I can get what cookbook and book information. In case if you have 6.2, you can in 6.2 what we have 6.2.10, 6.2.9, these versions. So you can get online help regarding any topics from here. You can go with the video tutorial, so you will get some small videos on YouTube. Okay, on FortiGate website, FortiGate YouTube channel. Now you can verify with this bell icon. You can verify your VM information. So right now you can see I told you guys a VM firewall is what? It's a VM firewall, and it's only valid for 15 days. So we can get the license information here, like license expired soon. Okay. Now you can get the user account information. So this admin account is managing this FortiGate firewall. If you click here, you can get other information. For example, it's a FortiGate PM64 KVM, and we are dealing with FortiOS 6.4.4 build version 1803. If you click on system, from here you can restart, shut down your FortiGate file. See, in case if you want to restart, I'm not restarting, I'm giving you an idea. If you click on configuration, so from here, with this tab, you can go with the backup and restore option in FortiGate firewall. So backup and restore option is very simple, okay? Like other vendor like Palo Alto and Checkpoint Firewall or Forti or Cisco Firewall Threat. Backup and restore is very simple. You can just click here. In case if you want to take a backup, you can just click on configuration and backup, and you can take a backup. Here we are getting a message. It's called what? Here we are getting an option. It's called local PC. So I'm trying to store my backup information onto this local PC. So yes, you can click on OK. And right now we didn't configure anything, so we have a default configuration backup. It's a default configuration backup. So you can click on, you can open your backup configuration file, and you can verify this backup file. It is in a plain text format. This default configuration backup file, it is in a plain text format. Is that clear my point? Prateek, Narendra?
Yeah.
Now we have another option. If you see here, we have what encryption. So in case this backup is what? It's a completely plain text format. If anyone got this backup file, he can verify what exactly configuration available in my FortiGate firewall. Okay. But in case if I want to encrypt this backup file, the task is very simple. I can enable this encryption option. I can click on OK, or we can set password also. So in case in future, if anyone trying to restore this backup file in any firewall, so what? It's required password. So what we have? 123 123. You can click on OK. Now this backup is not, it is in a not in plain text. You can verify, you can click on OK, and you can verify now this backup file, it is in a encrypted backup, encrypted format. You can verify, see, this backup file is in an encrypted format. Clear my point? Prateek?
Yes, sir.
Narendra, clear for you? Narendra, clear for you? Narendra? You can type on chat window, no problem. Okay, now what we have, you can see in both backup file, you can verify your first line. See, you can verify your first line. It's what? Config version. In both backup, in encrypted backup, in plain text backup, you can verify your first line, and your first line, it is in a plain text. See, your first line, it is in a plain text. See, the first line, why it is in plain text? Because the first line will give you the idea. The first line will give you the idea about the version. See, the product information, the 40 OS version information, build version information. See, in encrypted backup, okay, in plain text backup, what we have, FortiGate 6.4.4. It means this backup is from 40 OS 6.4.4 and the build version is 1803. And if you go on to this second firewall, or sorry, onto this encrypted backup, you can verify here your first line, what we have a backup and backup from 6.4 operating system. And the build version is what? 180. The build version is what? 1803. So in both backup file, the first line, it is in a plain text format. In encrypted backup, in plain text backup. Okay, why? Because the first line will give you the idea this backup is from which 40 OS version and with which build version. Clear my point? This is our backup. In case if you want to restore this backup file, you can click on system, you can click on restore. You can click on restore and you can restore your backup file. If you have backup file, you can click on upload. You can select your backup file, you can click on open. Is that clear? This backup and restore option? Pratik, Narendra.
Yeah.
Let's take a break for 5 minutes, then we'll continue. Okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's take a break. Please turn off your mic. Okay, can you hear me? Ready, Pratik? Let's continue our topic.
Yes.
Okay, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we can go with the backup and restore option. So you can go with the backup and restore, but this option is what local. Local means what? On right now I'm accessing this FortiGate firewall from this machine, okay, and this is local machine. So either you can go with the local PC, or maybe you in your organization you have a TFTP server. Maybe you have a TFTP server, trivial file transfer protocol, and you are storing all the backup configuration file onto this TFTP server. Then, so it means you have a one FortiGate firewall, and you do not want to store your backup configuration onto this local PC. You want to store all the backup file onto this TFTP. Then what you can do? It's very simple. See, in my topology, you can see the option. This is a FortiGate firewall, and this is what my laptop. So example, let's take example. This laptop, my laptop is acting as a TFTP server. How my laptop is acting as a TFTP server? Because I have a TFTP application. You can download any application from Google. In my example, I'm using 3C Daemon, this application. You can download any application, no problem. But I'm using in my testing, I'm using TFTP. So 3C Daemon application, because this application can help you for multiple tasks, TFTP server, FTP services, syslog. So the single application can help you for multiple different lab. Okay, let's focus on TFTP. So what we have a one FortiGate firewall. So we have one FortiGate firewall, and I'm verifying my connectivity with my TFTP server. Okay, execute ping, and my laptop is acting as a TFTP server, and IP address is what 1.2. We have a connectivity. What I'm doing to send a backup onto TFTP server, first you need to verify you have a connectivity or not from your FortiGate firewall to your TFTP server. Now the next step is what you can install TFTP application on your machine, and you can open your application. And I'm not configuring anything here. I can just open this application. Then my next task is what? I can go into the CLI page, and here is a command config backup, config system backup. Okay, execute backup question mark. So what you want to take a backup? I want to go with the configuration backup right now. So config backup question mark, and you can see in your application you can decide TFTP application where you want to store this backup file. For example, you can click on configure TFTP, and here is the option. See, upload and download direction. So which folder you are using for uploading and downloading, or you can say backup and restore. So for example, on my desktop, I have a folder, multiple folder. For example, Palo Alto, Wildfire, or no problem. You can use the folder. For example, 48 JNtech. Okay, you can click here this option. You can click on this. Okay, you can click on apply. You can click on okay. Okay. Now you can go on to the firewall here. Command is what? Execute backup config question mark. So where you want to store this backup, because we have in Flash, on FTP server, on TFTP. So I want to store my backup on TFTP. Question mark is asking for, please give a name. Okay, name onto this for this file. So file name is what? Firewall111.cfg. It's a configuration backup file on TFTP server. Question mark. You can type the IP address. So IP address is what? IP address is 192.168.1.2. You can press enter. Now we're getting a message what? Save config file to TFTP server. Okay, and then now you can verify in your application also. You can see, guys. See?
Yeah.
Okay, what you have? You have a backup from 192.168.1.190. 190 is what? My firewall IP address. See, 190 is my firewall IP address. Yes, we have backup, and you can also verify this backup on folder. We have a folder on 14.8 add what we have. See this
Yeah.
So you can go with the either you can store your backup on local machine or you can store your backup on a TFTP server. I hope this task is very simple. Clear,
Yeah.
everyone? Now let's move on to the next option. So in FortiGate Firewall, see right now, guys, we are on here. We are on here, introduction and initial configuration. We're talking about this topic only right now. Let's continue this topic again. So we are on introduction and initial configuration topic. And in introduction and initial configuration, we are going to focus on next topic is called what? RBAC. Next topic is called what? RBAC. It's called rule-based access control. So my point is to manage this FortiGate firewall, what we have to manage this FortiGate firewall, we have a FortiGate firewall, and to manage this firewall, we have firewall administrator. We have firewall administrator. For example, admin, we have an administrator. So we have what? Admin 1, for example, and admin 2. So to manage this FortiGate firewall, I have two firewall administrators called admin 1 and admin 2, for example. So yes, I can create firewall administrator, admin 1, admin 2, but my point is what? I want to give a different level of access or privilege for each administrator. For example, admin 1, I want to give him a full access. Okay, so whenever admin 1 will log into the FortiGate firewall, he can change anything. He can change anything. He can do anything into the firewall. But I want to give a privilege to admin 2. Whenever admin 2 will log in into the FortiGate firewall, he can only read the information. He cannot change anything. Then what we can do? To define privileges, we can create admin profile here. Admin underscore profile. For example, I'm creating a profile. It's just a name. Okay. For example, L3 admin profile. L3 admin profile. In L3 admin profile, what I'm using, I'm giving a level of access, full access, for example. Full access. It means in this L3 admin profile, we have what? Full access privilege. And this L3 admin profile, I'm trying to attach with this admin 1. So when admin 1 will log in into the FortiGate firewall, he can change anything. He has full access. And I can create one more profile. It's called L1 admin profile. It's just a name. L1 admin profile. In L1 admin profile, I'm giving what? A privilege, read only. And this profile I'm trying to add with this admin account too. So whenever admin 2 will log in into the FortiGate firewall, he has only read permission. He can only read the information. He cannot change anything. Clear the concept, the point? What is RBAC?
Yeah.
Now you can go into the firewall here and you can verify here. You can click on system. You can click on administrator. Here you can see you have two tabs: administrator, admin profile. So you can click on administrator, for example. In administrator, you can verify we have what? Admin account. We have a default admin account is called admin, this admin. And with this admin, we have a profile is called super underscore admin profile. And we have a type is called what? Local. Local means what? It is in a local database. In FortiGate firewall, local database. Now you can click on admin profile. You can see here we have a two predefined profile is called professional underscore admin profile, and second is called super underscore admin profile. So we have two predefined profile, professional underscore admin and super underscore admin. What is the difference between both? We didn't create anything, okay? We'll create later, but right now I'm talking about we have two predefined profile into this FortiGate firewall. It's called professional underscore admin and second is called super underscore admin. What is the difference between both? So if you select super underscore admin option, this option you can see, you can only view the configuration. Okay, if you click on view, you can see the name of this file is what? Super underscore admin, and you can verify some other information. These are the access control, okay, like firewall, login report, network. These are the tab, okay, network, okay, system, okay. So these are the what? Access control, and you can see in the super underscore admin profile, For everything, we have option read, write, read, write, read, write. It's called what? It's a full access. You cannot edit. It is a read-only mode. You cannot edit anything. You can click on return. But if you select professional underscore admin profile, then if you select, you can see here's the option edit. It means we can edit this profile. If you want, in case if you want to edit, so you can edit only professional underscore admin profile. For example, read, custom, read, write, read. Up to you, okay? Up to you. So I'm not using this option. I'm only giving you idea. And this, if you want to change, you can change only in professional underscore admin profile, and super underscore admin profile you cannot edit. So these are the two predefined profile. But in case if you want to create your own, you can click on create, and I'm creating my custom profile. So what I'm using a name L3 admin. It's just a name L3 admin. It's just a name. And here you can provide the privileges. For example, for into this L3 admin profile, I'm going to give read write access for everything. Read write access for everything. You can click on OK. But I'm creating one more profile. It's called what? L1 admin profile. In L1 admin profile, what I'm doing, I'm going to give a privilege for read only access. You can select read only access. You can click on OK. It means in this L1 admin profile, we have read only access. You can click on OK. So we have two profile. Now I'm trying to create firewall administrator. You can click on administrator. You can click on create new. You can click on administrator. And now I'm creating firewall administrator. For example, see, I'm creating what? Admin one. And here you can see the type. Type is called what? Local. It means I'm creating this firewall administrator in FortiGate firewall local database. In case if you have remote authentication server, maybe your user account is on remote authentication server, for example, on Radius server, maybe on TechX server, maybe on LDAP server. So yes, you can specify these options, you can take these options. But right now for testing, I'm creating this user account in FortiGate firewall local database. So what? Local user password is what? 123 123, and you can see the administrator profile. Yes, we have two custom profile, L3 admin profile and L1 admin profile. Now you can click here, and I'm trying to attach L3 admin profile with admin. You can click on OK, no problem. But here we have a tab is called what? Restrict login to trusted host. So here we can specify only this specific IP address or this specific subnet can manage this FortiGate file. Okay, so you can define your trusted host, for example, 192.168.1.55/32. Only this PC can manage this FortiGate firewall. Or you can go with the subnet option. For example, 192.168.1.0 complete network is allowed to access this FortiGate firewall. So you can specify your trusted host who can access this FortiGate firewall. So I'm not using this option. I'm only giving you the idea. You can restrict login to trusted host. Now you can click on OK. Now you have a first account admin one, L3 admin profile. I'm creating one more profile is called what? Admin 2, for example. And password I'm using 123. L1 admin profile I'm trying to attach with admin 2. You can click on. What is next? I'm trying to log out and log in again. Admin 1, password 123. Click on later. Now you can see the option. What we have admin is what? Admin 1. With admin 1, what we have? L3 admin profile. So you log in with the admin 1 and you can see the option. If you click on network, you click on interfaces. If you select any interface, there is an edit button. It means you can edit this interface. If you click on firewall policy, there is a tab create. It means you can change anything. If you click on system, for example, and click on administrator, Guys, there is a difference between your default profile. For example, remember our super underscore admin profile? Remember everyone?
Yeah.
See, so this admin one has L3 admin profile, but you can see this L3 admin cannot verify admin account information. See, you can only verify his account and other administrator information. You don't know about admin. So that is the difference between L3 admin profile and super underscore admin profile. Okay, now you can log out and log in again with admin2, password 123. Admin2 has what? L1 admin profile, so you can verify from here with dashboard. L1 admin profile means if I'm going into the network tab or interfaces tab, if you will select any interface, what you can only view the information. In case if you want to click on firewall policy, you can only view the information. You cannot change anything. Is that clear now? The topic?
Yes.
Are back. Okay, let's log in with the main administrator account, admin account. So in admin profile, in this admin profile, we have two predefined profiles. The first difference is what? Super underscore admin we cannot edit, but professional underscore admin we can edit. This is the first difference. What is the second difference? Second difference is what? Second difference is what? Here we have super underscore admin profile and professional underscore admin profile. Second difference is what? Here we have a, for example, profile, and what we have, for example, I told you guys, if any administrator has super underscore admin profile, so he has full global access. It means he can go in anywhere. He can go anywhere into the firewall. He can change anything. Okay, if any administrator has super underscore admin profile. Okay, now remember I told you in firewall we have a concept of VDOM. We have a concept of VDOM. It means in VDOM option, what we can do, we can divide our single firewall box into the multiple virtual firewall box. This is what marketing firewall, sales firewall. So for example, I'm using my single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. So we have 3 separate firewall box now. And to manage these firewall, we have a separate administrator, for example, user number 1, user number 2, and user number 3. Now I can create this account, and with this account, I will attach this professional underscore admin profile. Why? I will attach this professional underscore admin profile. Why? Because you can see the option. See, with this user account, what you have, professional underscore admin profile. So this administrator, he has full access. He has what? Full access, but in virtual domain. So this administrator has full access, but only in marketing firewall. It means you can only manage marketing firewall. Cannot manage sales firewall. It cannot manage HR firewall. No. So this administrator is only he has full access, but he can only manage. He has full access only in marketing firewall. Is that clear? The difference between super underscore admin profile and professional underscore admin profile? Everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is our topic for today. Okay. Let's continue our topic. This again, introduction and initial configuration task tomorrow, everyone. Okay.
Okay.
So when the lab setup will be done? Like
We'll set up our lab on next Saturday.
next Saturday.
Yes. Tomorrow
Whatever
we'll do
we-
our session. We'll set up our lab on 22.
Okay, so okay, fine. No issue.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's continue this topic, introduction and initial configuration, tomorrow same time. Okay, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
I'm recording this session on my side. After this session, I will send it to you.
Okay.
So let's start our introduction topic today. What we can cover in our complete training in Palo Alto. Please wait. So these are the topics which we can discuss in our complete training. So complete Palo Alto firewall is divided into 16 modules, and the target audience to start this firewall training: security engineer, security administrator, security operations specialist, network engineers. And the requirement to start this Palo Alto firewall training, you need to have basic networking idea, like what is routing, what is switching, what is IP concept. In case if you know about some security terminology or some security technology, like what is IPS, proxy, content filtering, so that is good. Otherwise, if you don't know, so no problem, we can discuss it in our training. No problem. So I told you complete Palo Alto firewall training is divided into 16 modules, and the complete training will take minimum 22 to 24 hours minimum. What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides and notes for practice for topics, and I can provide you software for lab setup. Even I can help you to set up your lab. No problem. So I will share the software. I think did I share with you?
No.
Okay, so I will share no problem. I will share all the software and tools for lab setup. Even I can help you to set up your lab. So now let's focus on to the topic. So module number one is dedicated for the architecture and dedicated for the product family. For example, the first topic is next generation security platform and architecture, where we can discuss the product family, like other devices, like other vendor. We are familiar with the Cisco technology, so we know about Cisco routers, Cisco switches series. Same here, if we are working with firewalls, we need to know the series of the firewall. Like if I'm working with in physical environment, so I require a physical firewall. Which series of the firewall is good or suitable for my operation, or in case if I'm working in a virtualization environment, like Azure or AWS technology, so which VM firewall is suitable. And even we can discuss here in module number one, we can discuss Palo Alto SP3 architecture. Remember always your Palo Alto firewall is divided into two different planes. First one is called management plane and second is called control plane. So we'll discuss what is data plane, what is control.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, your voice is not proper audible.
Are you using any headphone or earphone something?
No.
You will face problem.
Okay.
Use any headphone or earphone. Otherwise you will face problem.
Okay. Just a minute.
Yeah, can we continue?
Yes.
Okay, done. Can we continue now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So what we have, we can discuss SP3 architecture. Palo Alto, we have architecture is called SP3 architecture. It's called single path parallel processing. What is SP3 architecture in Palo Alto? We'll discuss module number one. Once you clear your first chapter number one, module number one, then we can move for the module number two. And module number two is dedicated for the deployment. How to deploy a firewall in a virtual environment or in a cloud environment. For example, how to deploy on VMware. Okay. So yes, we can discuss how to deploy. The next topic is called initial configuration. Initial configuration is what? Day one on Palo Alto firewall. It's how to access Palo Alto firewall through console, through management. And we can also discuss all the basic CLI command. Basic CLI command, how to restart, how to change IP address on management interfaces, backup, restore. Okay, how to upgrade our operating system, how to install the license, all the basic stuff we can discuss in initial configuration. It means only initial configuration will take minimum 2 hours. Then you can go for the interface configuration in Palo Alto. See, in interface configuration, actually we have multiple modules. Here we can discuss how to work with the interfaces, how to configure interfaces like physical interfaces, logical interfaces, how to create zone, how to create management profile, how to configure routing on Palo Alto firewall in case you want to use routing feature, how to configure routing. It means in model number 4, what we have, model number 4 will take minimum 2 to 3 hours, 3 hours to discuss, to finish it. Only this topic, interface configuration. In interface configuration, we can discuss different interface type in Palo Alto. For example, in Palo Alto, we have L3 interface, L3 interface, we have L2 interface, tap interface, virtual wire interface, HA interface. So we have these type of interfaces. We have these type of interfaces, interface type. Okay, where we can use tap interface, virtual wire interface, HA high built interface. We'll discuss in our topic. But right now I'm giving you an idea. Yes, we have interface configuration option where we can configure IP addresses. We can discuss on these interface types. I told you we can discuss routing option also. So only this chapter number 4 will take minimum 3 to 4 hours, you can say. Is that clear, Pati?
Yes.
Once you complete your interface configuration, routing option, everything, then you can go for the chapter number 5. And chapter number 5 is dedicated for 2 topics. In chapter number 5, we can discuss 2 topics. The first one is called what? Security policy. Security policy we required to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, because Palo Alto is what? It's a zone-based firewall. And like checkpoint firewall, like Cisco firewall, threat defense, Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall. And to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to create security policy. In Palo Alto, it is called security policy. In checkpoint firewall, it is called access control policy. In Cisco, it is called access control list. In FortiGate firewall, it is called firewall policy. So they all are the same. Okay. In Palo Alto, it is called security policy to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, or you can say from LAN to WAN site. So to allow traffic, we can go with the security policy option. We'll discuss how to create security policies, how to work with the security policy, what is the rule to use security policy. After that, we can go for translation. Translation. For translation, we are using a concept is called what? NAT. That is a common topic, right? NAT is a common topic for any firewall, for any vendor. We can configure NAT in FortiGate firewall, in checkpoint firewall, in Cisco firewall, threat defense, in Cisco ASA. So in Palo Alto, we can discuss 2 types of NAT options called source NAT, and we can discuss what? Destination NAT option. Source NAT and destination NAT option. The first one is what is source NAT? What is destination NAT? We'll discuss. What is the concept exactly? In this scenario, we can use our source NAT option. In this scenario, we can use our destination NAT option. Yes, we will discuss. And how to configure it? It means only this topic. Only this NAT policy will take minimum 2 to 3 hours. With your theoretical portion, with your practical implementation, only NAT topic. Hi, Ethisam, can you hear me? Ethisam, can you hear me? Ethisam, can you hear me, dear? Okay, now. So now what we can do, we can discuss NAT option. Is that clear for you, Pradeep?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you clear this concept, it's very interesting topic. It means only chapter number 5 will take minimum 5 to 6 hours to finish it. Only this chapter number 5. It's very important topic. Then we can go for the next generation firewall feature. In Palo Alto firewall, we can discuss these next generation firewall features. It's called what? App ID, content ID, URL filtering, user ID, These are what? These are the next generation firewall features. App ID means what? The Palo Alto firewall is a next generation firewall. So this firewall can detect application behalf of the application signature database. For example, you want to block any application, for example, Facebook application you want to block, or in case if you want to block Facebook chat, Facebook like button, Facebook sharing, or you want to block BitTorrent application, or you want, in case if you want to block all gaming category application. You don't know how many application we have in market, okay, in gaming category. We don't know. But in case if you want to block it, yes, you can block it with the app ID feature. So yes, we can discuss this interesting topic, app ID concept. Then we can move for the content ID. Content ID means what? Content ID means what? I'm talking about data payload. Okay, here we have what is content ID. We will discuss a topic is called security profile. We can discuss a concept is called security profile. In security profile, this is a common topic. If you go in Fortinet, if you go in Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, you will get same topic. It is called security profile. It's the same. So in Palo Alto Firewall, yes, we can create security profile like what? Like antivirus security profile. We can create vulnerability protection. We can create anti-spyware profile. We can create file blocking profile. These are the profiles. Okay, we can create URL filtering profile. So in content ID, we can create security profile. So the first question is what is security profile? What is security profile and why we are creating? Then we can discuss each security profile option. See, for each security profile, we have a dedicated chapter. So we'll discuss, we can create security profile, antivirus security profile, vulnerability security profile, anti-spyware, file blocking, URL filtering. We can create these security profile. These security profile we can attach with our security policy. We can attach with our security policy. So what we have, we can create security profile. Why we are creating, we'll discuss Pradeep in topic, okay? In topic. Right now I'm giving you the basic side, okay? Basic side. Ethism, can you hear me? Ethism. Hello, Ethism, can you hear me? Ethism. Hello, Ethism. Okay, let's continue. Now, it means we can discuss security profiles and URL filtering options. It means chapter number 7 and 8. Is that clear, Pradeep, for you?
Yes, sir.
The next topic we can discuss is called what? Decryption. Decryption is what? Decryption, here we have in Palo Alto, we have a great concept. It's called decryption. Decryption is what? For example, we have an inside machine and one Palo Alto firewall, and as per your security policy rule, traffic is traveling through the firewall as per your security policy. Okay. Now, this PC is trying to download viruses. Maybe it's trying to download a data file, okay, application, a file, and maybe the file is infected with some malicious code. Then yes, you have in content ID, you can discuss a profile is called antivirus profile. So yes, your antivirus profile can detect viruses, no problem. But if this connection is HTTP, then your firewall, your antivirus profile can detect the virus and can block it. But if this connection is not HTTP, if this connection is what? If this connection is HTTPS, then if this connection is HTTPS, then the complete traffic is fully, see the complete traffic, or you can say the full traffic is what? Encrypted. If this traffic is if this session is encrypted, then your antivirus profile cannot detect because the complete traffic is what? Encrypted. So with the help of decryption, your Palo Alto firewall can decrypt this HTTPS connection. And once it will decrypt your HTTPS connection, so it will look like normal HTTP. And once it will look like normal HTTP, then your antivirus profile can detect viruses and can stop it. It means your Palo Alto firewall can decrypt HTTPS connection. So yes, we have a topic to discuss it. Then we can go for the Wildfire technology. In Palo Alto firewall, we have a concept is called sandboxing, or you can say Palo Alto, it is called Wildfire technology. So we'll discuss what is Wildfire technology, where we can use, and we can also discuss, we have two types of concept in Wildfire: public Wildfire cloud, private Wildfire cloud. So we'll discuss what is Wildfire concept. The next topic is what? User ID. Why user ID? Because I want full visibility. I want full visibility. It means what? With the security policy, I can define my source IP, destination IP, good traffic is traveling through the firewall. But from the source PC, which user is trying to access this malicious file, which user is trying to access this malicious application, how I can get this information? User ID. I can, yes, Athizam, can you hear me?
Yes, now I am able to hear you, sir.
Okay. I'm talking about I'm talking about topics, okay, what we can cover in our Palo Alto training. Okay, Athizam?
Okay.
Okay. So the next one is called what? User ID concept. Athizam, please turn off your mic. If you have any question, then you can unmute. Now, user ID is what? So we can go with the user ID concept. It means in firewall policy, we can use user account information. So this time, if from the source PC, which user is trying to access, I can get a full visibility. This source IP, this is specific user. So here we have a concept of user ID for full visibility. Then you can go for module number 12 and module number 13. These two topics are dedicated for VPN section. VPN section. In VPN, what we can do in VPN, we can discuss first. The concept is called, what is VPN first? What is VPN? Then we can move for the discussion on. Actually, we have two types of VPN to discuss in our Palo Alto firewall training. The first one is called IPsec VPN. And second, we can discuss SSL VPN. IPsec VPN we can use for site to site connectivity. And SSL VPN we can use for remote access VPN. So for connect multiple branch offices, we have site to site. And to configure site to site, we have a concept is called IPsec. And when a home user is trying to establish a VPN connection with his laptop, with his phone, with his tablet, so yes, this is called what? Remote access. So for site to site, yes, we have chapter number 13, and for remote access, we have chapter number 12. In Palo Alto, we'll discuss remote access VPN option. For remote access VPN, we have a configuration option, SSL VPN, and SSL VPN is known as Global Protect. And for site-to-site branch office connectivity, we have a module number 13, site-to-site VPN connection. Is that clear? It is some Pradeep.
Yes, sir.
Only this chapter number 12 and chapter number 13, only these two topics will take minimum 4 to 5 hours. 4 to 5 hours. Only these two topics. Then we can move for the next one. See, once you configure everything, everything is what? Your security policy, your NAT policy, everything, your app ID, security profile, everything is working fine. Now, if everything is working fine, if someone will hit on my security policy, if someone will hit on my NAT policy, if someone will hit on my security profile, URL filtering, I want to see the log for troubleshooting. So chapter number 14, module number 14 is dedicated for monitoring. It means if someone will hit on a VPN section, someone will hit on security policy, someone will hit on app ID profile. Yes, you can monitor all the traffic information in monitoring and reporting. This module number 14 is very interesting. Module number 14, we will not configure anything. In module number 14, we are only monitoring. You can say just like show command we have. We can verify all the show command, you can say. And even we can discuss how to connect our Palo Alto firewall with remote logging server, for example, with syslog server, with SNMP server. Yes, we can discuss. Now, the next topic is called what? High availability, module number 15. In module number 15, we can discuss active, passive, high availability option. High availability means what? For example, let me show you what is high availability. So for example, we are working with single firewall box. Single firewall box, we have LAN portion, WAN site. Everything is working fine, okay, in this scenario. We have computers, we have IP address onto these interfaces, LAN interface, WAN interface. This is your firewall. You are using what? To allow traffic from LAN to WAN. You are using security policy. For translation, we have NAT policy. Everything is working fine. Traffic is traveling through this firewall. Now, my point is, in case if this, say in this scenario, we are working with single firewall box, there is no backup. If this box is down, then this firewall box down, then you will lost connectivity. Your LAN user cannot access your WAN site. They cannot go on WAN site. That is the problem. That's why for backup, or you can say for redundancy, I'm using one more firewall here, and it is called what? Firewall box 2. Firewall box 2. This is what? Firewall box 1. And now the connectivity will look like this. What we have a switch. Now I'm using my second firewall. Why? I'm using my second firewall for backup, or you can say for redundancy. So now in this is called what? High availability topics. In high availability, we can discuss active passive. Active passive means what? One firewall will act as active. See, actually we have two topics in high availability. We'll discuss two topics. The first one is called active passive, and second we have active. Okay, so what we have in active passive, one firewall will act as an active box, and the second firewall will act as a standby or passive firewall. So active firewall means what? Active firewall means it's a forwarded firewall. It means all the traffic will go via this active box. And in between firewall, in between firewall, we are using a failover link. It's called high availability link 1 and high availability link 2. We have what? HA, high availability link 1, then high availability link 2. In Palo Alto firewall, this is called what? Control link. And this is what? Data link. What is control link? What is data link? We'll discuss in detail in our talk. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. So what we have with active passive, one firewall is active and it is a forwarded firewall, and second firewall, it is in a passive state. All the traffic is traveling through this firewall box. And if this box is down, and firewall box 2 is not getting any hello packet through this control link, so he will get an idea. Okay, I'm not getting any hello packet. It means this firewall is down. Now I'm going to become active, and once it will become active, then what will happen? Traffic will redirect it via second firewall. Is that clear?
Yes.
It means in active passive,
Yes, sir.
we can only utilize our only one firewall. Second firewall is in a passive state or standby state. You can go with the other option, active means what? In case if you want to utilize both firewall. So yes, you can utilize your both firewall with the active state. Means I want to use both firewall. So yes, we can go with the active state. But in active passive, you can utilize only one firewall and second firewall is in a passive state. If this firewall is down, then second firewall will act as an active and traffic can redirect via this. We'll discuss in detail, okay? Because only this high availability topic will take minimum 2 to 3 hours. Only this concept, high availability. So we'll discuss this concept. And this is called what we Palo Alto firewall training. See, chapter number 16 is what? It is for practice. So it is for practice. So I can share with you some Palo Alto dumps questions. Okay, so for practice, you can practice, and if you face any problem, you can ask your questions. Is that clear? Pradeep, at this time.
Yes, sir.
So today we completed our introduction session. I'm not going to start my topic today. We'll start in next session. This is just introduction session. Okay, Rizam, Pradeep.
This was the first class, sir.
Yes, it's an introduction session, first class at this one. Yes.
Okay.
It's a first class.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Pradeep. Okay, guys.
Yes,
Next weekend, I'm not available. Okay, 22, 23. We'll continue our topic on 29. Okay, Pradeep, it is on.
okay.
All classes
sir.
are suspended. So 22 and 23, I'm not available. We will continue our topic. Timing is same. Timing is same. 7 to 8:30. So it's 7 to 8:30.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. Let's
Okay, sir,
continue.
all right.
Let's continue our topic from 29. And SSM, please share your email ID. And Pradeep, please share your email ID so that I can share all the tools and software for lab setup.
Okay.
And I'm sharing. I think I already shared all the slides, Pradeep, with you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, SSM, I will share all the slides with you also. Okay.
Okay, sir. I will wait.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Take care. Let's
Take care.
continue our topic from 29. Same time.
Okay,
Take
sir.
care,
Alright.
guys. Bye bye.
Yes,
Bye.
sir.
I'm sharing this today's session video in 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, yes, sir. Please share.
Bye, everyone. Take care. Good night.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
I'm recording the session on my side. After this session, I can send it to you.
Okay.
So
Sure. Thank you.
we're going to start with the first slide. Okay, I think we completed our introduction session, and today we are going to start our topic. So wait. So what topic we can cover in our complete training? Already discussed this. And now we are going to start our session with the platform and architecture discussion. So first we can discuss the platform.
I just want to know. So, like, this is my first class. So, earlier, is there any class done for this Palo Alto?
Only introduction session. I think. Do you have introduction session video?
You said that you will share that video, but I didn't get any.
Okay, no problem. I will share it today. Okay, after this session. Okay, it's just introduction session. Okay, what
Okay,
topic? What
cool.
topic we can cover in our complete trainings? It was just introduction session. And no problem. I will share today with this video. Okay. It is
Sure.
Faizan. Faizan or
Yeah,
Faizan.
Faizan. Yeah, yeah,
No.
Faizan.
So let's just start our discussion with platform and architecture. Okay, everyone. Faizan, Pradeep, and Prakash.
Okay.
So like other vendor, like we are all are already familiar with the Cisco technology, okay? And we know the routers and switches series. Same, if we are trying to start firewall training, so we need to know the firewall platform. Like if I'm talking about hardware, so yes, we need to know the series of the firewall in Palo Alto. So you can see these are some series. Okay, in my slide we have some series of the firewall like PA7000 series, PA5200, 5000. These series of the firewall you can use in a big enterprise organization or in a data center. For medium size of organization, you can go with the PA3000 or PA800, PA500. And for a small organization, you can go with the PA200 series of the firewall. Let me show you about PA200, for example. 2 minutes. Okay, so we can see some image information about some series. For example, if you talk about PA200, so this is image for PA200 series of the firewall. See, onto this firewall, you can get 8 Ethernet ports. Let me show you it. It's working very slow. So you can see some information, guys, onto this Palo Alto firewall. It is a PA220. Okay, so onto this firewall, we have 8 Ethernet port, one management port, and 1 console port. Okay, this series of the firewall we can use for a small organization. Like if we are dealing with 50 computers, 100 computers, so yes, we can go with the PA220. We also have PA200 series of the firewall, but on PA200 we have limited ports. For example, you have 4 Ethernet ports here and 1 management port and 1 console port. So these are the series of the firewall. Okay, in my example, see, we have lots of series, but in my example, I'm going with these series of options. So these 7000, 5200, 5000, these series you can use for enterprise organizations, big enterprise organization, or you can go with the data center. And this series of the firewall you can use for medium size of the network, and for a small organization we can go with the PA200 series. Okay, we have a lots of series. So if you want to know about the next generation firewall at Palo Alto, so yes, this is what a URL. With this URL you can verify the next generation firewall series. So paloaltonetworks.com/product/secure the network/next generation firewall. This URL you can use to verify the new list of product in Palo Alto firewall. So these are the series. Okay, I told you earlier, these are the series. Okay, PA7000, 5000, PA2000, 3000. So these series you can use for data center or for big organizations. And these series you can use for small medium size of the organization. And for a small organization, you can go with the PA200 or PA500 series. Now we need to know the capabilities of the firewall. Okay, we have a lots of products, but right now in my example, we have 5 to 6 firewall here. So we need to know the capabilities of the firewall. For example, you can start with the lower series, PA200. On PA200, what we have 100 Mbps firewall throughput, and 50 Mbps is dedicated for the threat prevention. What is threat prevention technique? See, for threat prevention, we can discuss a topic I told you in our introduction session. Wait. I told you in our introduction session, we have a dedicated module for threat prevention. It is called content ID. So we'll discuss what is threat prevention technique. Okay, so we have a dedicated session only on threat prevention, but right now I'm giving you idea. 50 Mbps is dedicated for the threat prevention technique, and this firewall can support 64,000 sessions, and it has 4 copper gigabit port. You can verify with this example. This is what PA200 series of the firewall. So we have 4 gigabit port, 1 console, and 1 management, and 1 console. So if you want to go with the higher series, okay, so yes, you can go with the PA500 series of the firewall. On PA500, what we have, the firewall throughput we can get 250 Mbps. 100 Mbps is dedicated for the threat prevention technique, and it will support 64,000 sessions. But here we have 8 copper gigabit. If you want to go with the higher, so yes, PA3020. So firewall throughput is 2 Gbps. 1 Gbps is for dedicated for the threat prevention, and this firewall can support 250,000 sessions. So you can see if you are going with the higher series, the number of sessions is increased, and you can get 8 SFP port for a 12 copper gigabit port. So you can go with the higher series for as per your requirement. Okay, for example, if you want to go with the higher firewall throughput or number of sessions or number of ports, so yes, you can go with the higher series. See, like for example, PA5020. This series of the firewall can give you the 5 Gbps firewall throughput, and 2 Gbps is dedicated for threat prevention. Now it will support approx 10 lakh sessions, and we can get the at SFP port and 12 copper gigabit. Is that clear my point? With every product, what we have a specification, right, Faizan, Prakash?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So,
So,
yes.
sir, one more thing. So, like for SFP port, like there is any foundation, like in 5050, I can see for SFP they marked 1 gig separate for its SFP, and for SFP there is no gig speed foundation over there. So for
You're talking about this one.
yeah, this one and 3050, like
Okay.
lower models that
on both firewall you have same port. Okay, you have what 8 SFP and 12 copper gigabit port. But if you talk about firewall throughput, then if you want to go with the higher firewall throughput, so this you can see the difference. Okay, 5 Gbps firewall throughput. Here we have what 4 Gbps. Clear? The number of session you can verify the number of session. So ports are equal. Okay, for example, see here we have onto this. Okay, this is our on PA 3020. We have same SFP 8 SFP port, 12 copper gigabit port, but the capability is different, right? So you can go with the each feature option.
No, I'm just talking about this part that they mentioned, a 1 gig SFP. Okay, so here, like for SFP, is there any foundation 1 gig is need to be used, or any SFP we can use over there?
SFP means what? See, it's a normal SFP port. Okay, SFP port you can verify on the same SFP port you have on Cisco devices, right? On other vendors. So same, it's the same SFP port. Okay.
Okay, it will be of gig port, gig
yes
SFP port.
It's a good port, yes.
Okay.
And guys, please don't use a pen. Okay. Faizan, Pradeep, Prakash.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Now see, these firewalls are what? These firewalls are hardware firewall. But in case if we are going with the VM firewall, because like other vendor like in Fortinet, in Cisco, we have physical firewall box, we have virtual firewall box. Like in Cisco, what we have in Cisco ASA, it's a physical box. But if we have ASA with a small v, it is called what? It's a complete firewall. But it's a virtual firewall.
Virtual firewall.
This firewall we can use in a data center, okay, in a virtualization environment. This is what a physical box. So like other vendor in Palo Alto, yes, we have both options. Either we can go with the physical boxes, or in case if we are working with virtualization environment, so yes, we can go with the VM firewall. Here in my example, we have some series of the firewall in VM, okay, like VM 500 series of the firewall, VM 1000 HP, VM 300, okay, 150, VM 50. You can see the information here onto this VM. App ID firewall throughput is what? 8 Gbps. Now the point is, what is app ID? So for app ID, I told you in our introduction session, for app ID, we have a dedicated module. It's called what? App ID topic. So yes, you can go with the app ID topic. What exactly the app ID? We'll discuss here. But right now you can see some information. Okay, for app ID firewall throughput, we have 8 Gbps. Threat prevention technique, 4 Gbps. Connection per second. So these are the higher modules. Okay, wait. These are the what? Higher modules. You can go with the lower one, like PAVM 50. So either you can go with the physical boxes, or you can go with the VM firewall. Is that clear my point? Pradeep, Prakash, Faizan?
Yes, sir.
Now, in Palo Alto firewall, we need to know the architecture. We need to know the architecture of this firewall. So, for example, we have architecture in Palo Alto is called SP3 architecture. We'll discuss what is SP3. It is called single pass parallel processing, or you can say single path parallel processing. What is SP3? We'll discuss. But here, what we have, for example, we have a Palo Alto firewall. This is what complete Palo Alto firewall. Remember always, Palo Alto firewall is divided into two different planes. The first one is called control plane, and second is called what? Data plane. Control plane. In control plane, we have dedicated RAM, CPU, hard disk. And control plane, you can say this plane you can use for management. For example, your management port is a part of control plane. It means you can connect your management PC with control plane in case if you want to configure this Palo Alto firewall. And data plane is what? It is for data traffic, data interfaces. So in control plane, we have separate RAM, CPU, and hard disk. It's a separate plane, okay? In data plane, yes, in data plane, it is for data traffic. Now in data plane, we have three separate processor RAM, okay? So the first processor is called what? Signature match processor. Second is called multi-core security processor. And the third one is called what? Networking processor. So in data plane, we have three separate processors. Okay, what is the use of these processors? See, in Palo Alto, to forward the traffic in Palo Alto through the Palo Alto firewall, okay, Palo Alto is using a technology, that architecture is called what? SP3 architecture. SP3 is what? Single path parallel processing. It means if any traffic is going to hit onto the firewall, for example, this is your ingress interface, for example, okay. If any traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface, then what Palo Alto firewall will do? Palo Alto firewall, this interface, onto this interface, it will create a copy of this packet. It will create 3 copies of this packet, okay, and send it to the each processor. And they will what? They will process the data. For example, this signature match processor, okay, it will process the data. For example, if it will take 1 second, and the same multi-core security processor, if it is taking 1 second, networking processor, if it is taking 1 second. So they are processing this data parallelly, okay, parallelly at the same time. So they will take only 1 second to process your data. That is called what? Single path parallel processing. Clear my point, everyone? You process your data parallelly, okay. So if signature match processor will take 1 second, multi-core security processor will take 1 second, and networking processor, so they are processing your data traffic, okay, parallelly. So it will take only 1 second to process your data. Clear my point?
Yes.
That's why it is called what? Single path parallel processing. It's not like, for example, if you talk about single solution, box solution, for example, in other vendor, what we have, wait. Remember, guys, UTM box, Unified Threat Management, this box. Okay, in earlier days, companies they were using this UTM box. The single box can provide all the solution. Like for example, we can go with the UTM box, Unified Threat Management. In UTM box, we have multiple separate processor engine. Okay, like for example, for routing, we have a separate engine. Okay, for antivirus, okay, for routing processor, for antivirus, for IPS engine. So we have multiple processors. What it will do in UTM box, there was a problem. If traffic is going to hit onto the ingress interface, so the first engine will process the traffic. So for example, if it will take 1 second, and once it will process the traffic, then it will submit the traffic onto the another engine, another processor. So it will take 1 second to process your data. Now it will send the traffic onto the IPS engine. It will process the data. For example, if it will take 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. They are not processing your data parallelly. That was the problem with the UTM box. They are not processing your data parallelly. Okay, they are going with 1 by 1 option. It means to process this data, it will take 5 seconds. See, to process this data, it will take 5 seconds. But if you talk about Palo Alto, in Palo Alto, they are processing your traffic information parallelly. That is why it is called what? Single path parallel processing. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's discuss this SP3 architecture in detail. Okay, wait. Palo Alto SP3 architecture. So I told you what our Palo Alto firewall is divided into 2 different planes. It's called what? Control plane, and second one is called what? Data plane.
Data plane.
In control plane, your management is part of control plane. Okay, and you have a management processor, you can say. Okay, in control plane. In data plane, we have 3 separate processors. It's called what? Networking processor, security processor, and content processor. What are these? See, If you verify here, networking processor is responsible for routing lookup, flow lookup, status counting, NAT configuration option, and similar functions are performed on network specific hardware. So networking processors are responsible for these tasks. Now we can go with another processor. Is called what? Multi-core security processor. Multi-core security processor is responsible for user ID concept, app ID concept, policy configuration, encryption, decryption, decompression. So for these tasks, we have a separate processor engine. Is called what? Multi-core security processor. And for content ID means what? It's called data payload. Okay, I'm talking about data information. So for content ID, we'll discuss in detail what is content ID, but right now you can see chapter number 7 is called what? Content ID. So for content ID, what we have a dedicated content processor. So what we have? Networking processor, multi-core security processor. What we have? Let me show you. What? Networking processor, multi-core security processor, and this is called what? Content processor. This one, signature match processor. Now, what is control plane? So in control plane, I told you we have a dedicated management processor, and it is only responsible for management. So these are the processor we have, and Palo Alto is using SP3 architecture to forward the traffic. Okay, so they will process the data. Palo Alto will process the data parallelly. So it will take what? Only 1 second. Just example. Okay, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. So it will take only 1 second to process your data. That is called what? Palo Alto SP3 architecture. Now we can discuss this option, this control plane and data plane again. Okay. So I told you your Palo Alto firewall is divided into 2 different planes, right? Control plane and data plane. Control plane is what? Only for to traffic used for management. So all your management configuration is a part of control plane. This control plane is also responsible for HA. What is HA? It is called high availability. Okay, for high availability, we have a proper topic is called what? Active passive high availability. So we'll discuss, no problem. So, but here is the option what? High availability is part of control plane. Session synchronization is a part of control plane. Logging means what? Logs. For example, we have a Palo Alto firewall, and onto this Palo Alto firewall, for example, we have our management port MGMT, and we have some data interfaces. Wait, data interfaces, data interface, data interface, data interface, and this one is called what? Management interface. Wait, management interface. So these are what? Data interfaces, data interfaces, data interfaces, and this port is what? Management. So in control plane, we have a logging information. Logging means what? For example, here we have a switch in my LAN site, and we have a cable from this management port to the switch, and we have a management PC on in my LAN site, in my control plane site, this portion. Okay, in my control plane, what we have remote logging server, for example, syslog, or maybe we have what? We have syslog server, or maybe we have SNMP server. So we are sending all kind of log by default. We are sending all kind of log to this control plane. Log information is what? It is a part of control plane. It means if traffic is traveling from this LAN port to WAN side, if anyone will hit on your security policy or if any rule, so if you want to see the log, so log is a part of control plane by default. It means traffic is traveling, log traffic is traveling, and it's going on to the syslog server and or onto the SNMP server. Maybe if you have maybe if you have SNMP, so it will go on to the SNMP server. Clear my point?
Yes.
So logging is a part of control plane. Even your signature update is a part of control plane. Signature update means what? So in case if I want to download latest signature update for app ID, for example, for antivirus signatures, okay, for URL information, URL filtering information. In case if you want to download latest signature update from updates.paloaltonetworks.com, so by default it will download a signature update from control plane. It means It means what we have a separate internet connection on control plane side. We have a separate, for example, here we have a Wi-Fi connection, and this Wi-Fi connection is connected with the switch. We have a separate Wi-Fi connection on control plane side, okay? And if this Palo Alto firewall is trying to download latest signature update, so by default it will go with the management port. So like this PC, okay, if this PC is required, for example, if this PC is trying to open google.com, yahoo.com, or try to go onto the internet, so this PC required what? This PC required IP address, mask, gateway, DNS entry, right? See, this management interface is required what? IP address, mask, DNS entry. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Everyone?
Yep.
Now what we have. So to download latest signature update, we can use by default, control plane option. But in case, for example, if we don't have any internet connection on control plane side, so and we have internet only on data interface. So yes, we can change this behavior. In case if you want to change this behavior, for example, you want to download latest signature update, you want to use this interface. So yes, you can change this behavior. How you can change this behavior, I will show you in lab. But right now I'm giving you the idea. By default, to download signature updates, it will use management port. But in case if you want to change the behavior, for example, to download signatures, you want to use this port, because with this port we have an internet connectivity. So yes, you can go with this option. Is that clear my point now?
Yes, sir.
Palo Alto operating system is known as PAN-OS. Like in case if you are going with the checkpoint firewall, so in checkpoint firewall we have GUI operating system, right? And in FortiGate we have FortiOS. In Cisco we have iOS. Okay, please turn off your mic, guys. If you have any question, then unmute, please. Thank you. If you have any questions, so you can unmute, no problem. So like in Cisco, what we have operating system is called iOS, and FortiGate is called FortiOS, and Palo Alto it is called PAN-OS. In checkpoint firewall it is called GUI operating system. So Palo Alto operating system is known as PAN-OS, and it is a Linux-based operating system. And Palo Alto is what? It's a zone-based firewall. Remember always your Palo Alto, checkpoint firewall, Cisco Firepower, threat defense. These are what? These are the zone-based firewall. FortiGate is not a zone-based firewall. Palo Alto, checkpoint firewall, Cisco Firepower, threat defense. These are what? These are the zone-based firewall. So what is zone-based firewall? In case if you are working with zone-based firewall, for example, here is what a zone-based firewall. So you need to create everything manually. It means what? For example, if you know anything about Cisco ASA firewall, if you know anything, for example, in Cisco ASA we have a predefined concept in Cisco ASA. For example, if we are working with Cisco ASA, so for example, on fast Ethernet 0/0. On fast Ethernet 0/0, if I'm using a predefined keyword, in Cisco we have a predefined keyword is called INSIDE. If I will type this predefined keyword on fast Ethernet 0/0, then this interface will get a security level automatically 100. It will get a security level 100 onto this interface. And for example, we have fast Ethernet 0/1. Onto this fast Ethernet 0/1, if I'm using any other keyword, not inside, okay, any other, your name, my name. So this interface, for example, I'm using outside. So this interface will get a security level 0. Okay.
I think outside I have 0.
Sorry.
Yeah, so outside it will take 0, correct?
Yes, any keyword, okay, not inside, okay, any keyword. So it will take a security level. It's a predefined concept on Cisco ASA. And we have another concept on Cisco ASA, for example. By default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. So this is what 100, this is what 0. So no need to configure any firewall policy. In Cisco ASA firewall, traffic is allowed by default from higher security level to lower security level by default. So this is the concept in Cisco ASA, but in case if you are working with any zone-based firewall, Cisco ASA is not a zone-based firewall. Cisco ASA always work with a concept is called what? Security level. But if you talk about Palo Alto, Checkpoint, and Cisco Firepower threat defense, so they are the zone-based firewall. So in case if you are working with zone-based firewall, so there is no any default thing, okay? You need to create zones manually, for example, LAN zone, WAN zone, okay? and to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to create firewall policy manual. There is no any default concept. Clear my point? It
Yes,
means
sir.
in case if I'm working with any zone-based firewall, so we need to create zone manually. We need to assign the interfaces to their respective zone. To allow traffic from one zone to another zone, we need to create firewall policy or security policy. So Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall where we need to configure everything manually. Palo Alto is an object-oriented firewall. Not only Palo Alto, your FortiGate, Checkpoint Firewall, Cisco Firewall, Threat Defense, Cisco ASA Firewall. These are what? These are the object-oriented firewall. So in this firewall, we can create object, and these objects we can use in our firewall policy. Okay, how we can create a object in firewall. Okay, where we can use. I will tell you in lab, but right now I'm giving you idea. Palo Alto is a object-oriented firewall. Now here is a option. Interfaces should be configured to respective zone. Yes, I told you Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall, so you need to create zones manually. You need to define interfaces to the respective zone. Now by default, any services. For example, here we have a Palo Alto firewall. On this Palo Alto firewall, we have data interfaces. These are data interface, and here we have what? We have our management port. So onto this wait, we have our management port. So by default, these are the data interface, and this is what MGM management interface. So by default, any services like ping, SSH, and HTTPS are not enabled on data interfaces. So these services are not enabled on data interfaces by default. No services are enabled on data interface. But if you talk about this management port, so by default onto this management port, ping, SSH, and HTTPS, these services are enabled onto the management interface by default. If you want to enable other services, so yes, you can, but by default, these services are enabled onto this management port. So what we can do, we can connect a management PC with this management interface, and we need to configure IP address here. For example, onto this management port, on Palo Alto firewall management port, we have a default IP address. It's called 192.168.1.1. If you don't have, so yes, you can configure, no problem. But by default, if we have 192.168.1.1, so same series of IP, we need to configure onto this management port. Then we can check the reachability because ping service is enabled, so we can check the reachability. If we have reachability, so we can to manage graphically, we have HTTPS service. To manage through SSH, yes, we have SSH. So these three services are by default enabled onto this Palo Alto management interface. Is that clear my point?
Yes. So one more thing. So what is the default username password for?
I will show you. Okay. I will show you the option in lab.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. Now security policy should be configured to communicate between multiple zones. I told you Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall, so we can create zones, and to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, we need to create security policy. In Palo Alto firewall, it is called security policy. In Fortinet firewall, it is called firewall policy. In Checkpoint firewall, it is called access control policy. In Cisco, it is called access control list. Okay, so security policy you need to configure to communicate between multiple zones. Now, remember always traffic is unidirectional from source to destination. It's a unidirectional. It means what? For example, if I'm trying to allow traffic from LAN to WAN zone, so yes, I need to create a separate policy. In case if you want to allow traffic from WAN to LAN, then you need to create a separate policy. So traffic is always unidirectional. Clear my point, everyone?
Yes. Yep.
Now we need to know the packet flow. Okay, first packet flow onto the Palo Alto firewall. Now I'm telling you the basic thing. Okay, first. Okay, I'm not going to deep because we have these options. We need to first discuss these options: app ID, security profile. Then we can go into the deep. But right now, for basic idea, I'm giving you the basic packet flow option. It means what? This is what Palo Alto firewall, and here we have what? If any traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface, for example, if any traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface, then what Palo Alto firewall will do? it will do first initial packet processing. In initial packet processing, it will verify these information. What? Source. And see, guys, for Palo Alto packet flow, we have a dedicated session. Okay, see, I will show you in detail. Okay, see, here we have a dedicated session on packet flow. Okay, I will show you in detail. But right now, I'm giving the basic idea first. So what we have, it will first check. It will first do what? Initial packet processing. In initial packet processing, it will verify the traffic is coming from which source zone, address information, user information. Then it will go and check the policy based forwarding information, or you can say routing lookup. Then it will check the what destination zone. Okay, traffic is coming from which zone, going to which zone. Then it will verify the NAT information, NAT policy availability. Then it will go with the security pre-policy. It will check the allowed port information. If port is allowed, so it will create a session, because if traffic is traveling through the firewall, so it will create a session for this information. And now I'm not talking about this application and security profile right now. These are optional. No. It will create a session, and if there is a NAT, so it will apply the NAT information and then forward the traffic onto the egress interface. Clear my point? The basic packet flow option. If any traffic is going to hit onto the Palo Alto firewall, it will first verify the traffic is coming from which source zone, and it will verify the routing information. Then it will verify what destination zone. Clear my point? This option, Faizan, Pradeep, Prakash.
Yes.
Yep.
Now here we have what you can verify. For example, we have a Palo Alto firewall, and onto this Palo Alto firewall we have a management port. For example, I'm using this port as a management. What you can do, you can connect your PC, your management PC, with this management port, and onto this management port we have a default IP address for 192.168.1.1. If you don't have, so yes, I will show you how to configure it. Okay, wait, let's do it.
Is this tool GNS3?
No, it's a EVNG.
EVNG. Okay.
Yes.
So on EVNG we can deploy Palo Alto.
Yes, dear.
Okay. So you will guide us, or we have?
I already shared all the software. If you don't have, so you can share your email ID in group. Okay, I will share again.
Yeah, those things are still not shared with me.
So please share your email ID in group.
Yeah,
okay?
I think already I shared my email ID last week. Let me verify it.
Please check in WhatsApp. Otherwise, you can send it again. Okay, Faizan.
Okay, let
Okay,
me
no problem.
verify. Yeah.
No problem. You can share it again. Okay, I will share after this session.
Sure, thank you.
Now let's go on to the topic. So wait. So what we have on the Palo Alto firewall, we have a management port. Onto this management port, what we have IP address 192.168.1.1. If you don't have, so you can configure it. I will show you. Now the default username is what? Admin. The password is what? Admin. So I will connect a management PC. I will configure same series of IP address 192.168.1. series. Then I can verify the connectivity, because I told you onto this management interface, 3 services are enabled by default: ping, SSH, and HTTPS. These services are enabled by default. So let's start our basic implementation. So we have a one Palo Alto firewall and one management PC. Okay, only 2 devices we have. A simple topology. Okay, everyone. We have a simple topology. Now
Yep.
So it will take time. This Palo Alto firewall will take time. It will take minimum 5 minutes. So please wait.
Okay.
Let's take a break for 5 minutes. Okay, everyone? John, Pradeep, Prakash.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yes, sir. I have shared my email ID.
Yes, Faizan.
You can share on that email
Sure.
ID.
Faizan, I will free at 10 p.m. Okay, I have another batch. Okay, then I will share with you. No problem. Okay.
Okay. Thank
After
you.
your batch, I have another batch. So I will free at 10 p.m. Then I will send it to you.
Sure. No issue.
Okay. So let's take a break. It will take time. We'll continue at 6:55. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Please turn off your mic, everyone.
Mhm.
Hello, can you hear me, everyone? Rajan, Pradeep, Prakash.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's continue. So what we have, this is what a console page, okay? And here we can use our username. Username is admin, and the password is admin. Now we are in Palo Alto Firewall. This is what a console page. Wait. This one. Now what we can do, we can verify multiple command here. If you type question mark, you can verify lots of command here. So let's start with the basic stuff. For example, show interface management. I'm trying to verify management IP address first. So interface management command you can use. And you can verify there is no any IP address onto this management port. IP address is unknown, mask is unknown, gateway is nothing, okay? So if you don't have IP address onto this management interface, so yes, you can configure manually. How to configure? To configure, we need to go into the configuration mode. Now we are in configuration mode. Here, it's just like a global configuration mode in Cisco. So now what you can do, you can define here is a command, set command. So, you know, like Fortinet, here we have a set command, set device config, system type, and I'm using static. Why static? Because by default on management port, by default DSCP service is enabled by default. It means if you are connecting this management port with any DSCP server, so this interface can get IP address from this DSCP. This interface can get IP address from this DSCP server automatically because DSCP service is enabled by default on management port. In case if you want to configure IP address manually, statically, so you can define the type. So what I'm using, set device config system type static. It means I'm trying to configure IP address statically. Now what I could
one query here. So like this same thing with the production firewalls as well. Like this is a virtual firewall. So
it's a firewall, Fazan. Okay, don't think it's a virtual. Okay.
Okay.
It's a
so
complete
same
firewall.
thing. Okay, complete
It's
firewall.
a firewall. It's a firewall, Fazan. Okay, it's not a VM firewall. It's a firewall. That's it.
Okay, and one more thing. So if there is no like we assign that port which we are going to connect on that firewall management interface, and that port is not having, that VLAN is not having any DHCP configured. So in that case, it will not pick any IP address, correct?
Can you repeat your question again?
Like if there is on that particular VLAN of the interface, there is no DHCP configured.
Why
so
are you talking about
depends.
VLAN? Why we are talking about VLAN? We have a management port, dedicated management port. I'm not talking about data interfaces. I have a management port, and it is not part of any VLAN something. Okay.
No, if we connect to, like we are saying that it will get IP address from the DHCP.
See, management service is enabled onto this port. DHCP service is enabled onto this management port. Like for example, on our LAN card, we have option. On LAN card, what we have?
Yeah.
We can select DHCP option. Let me show you again. You can go with the automatically.
Correct. Automatically and manually.
Same kind of option is enabled. Service is enabled on management port. So if in case if there is any DHCP server is connected, DHCP service connected with this management port, so this management port can get IP address automatically from this DHCP server. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. So I'm thinking in the way, like if there is no DHCP server in that particular infrastructure, so and in that case it will be mandatory to assign the manual IP address, correct?
Yes. You need to configure. Yes. You see, to manage this port, this Palo Alto firewall, you need to configure IP address on management port. Okay. Okay. If you are configuring through DHCP, so yes, you can. Otherwise, you can go with the static option.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. So this command I'm using why? Because I want to configure IP address statically here. Okay. Now you can configure, you can assign your IP address now. So command is what? Set device config system IP address. Pradeep, can you hear me? Prakash, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so we can define here our IP address. IP address is what? Just example. I'm using 199.199.199. And now net mask. So I'm using net mask 255.255.255.0. Then you can press enter.
Okay. So will you share these command or we can note down side by side?
Faizan, I think I shared every slide in group. Did you get any slide?
Yeah, and WhatsApp I got few slides.
Yes, not a few slides. It's a lots of slides. Okay, I think
Let
approx
me count.
10 to 15 slides. Okay,
Let
and
me count here.
no need to count. You have a you have all the slides. Okay, no need to count. You have all the slides. And these slides are shared. Approx 28. Okay, Faizan. Faizan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You can count later. Okay, let's focus on to this topic. See, but if you talk about commands, so yes, you can open this this option, this Palo Alto Lab part one. You can open this, and here you can get all the configuration options. See, like username and what is the command, basic thing. You can verify it. Okay, I will show you. Okay.
Yeah, actually in my slides that has been shared, like I think few are missing in it.
Which one?
Part from lab 2 I got part 1. Part 2 I'm having, but part 1 is not there.
Okay, you can verify again. Otherwise, I will share again. Okay, you can verify. I will share again. No problem. Okay, Faizan.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir.
Now see. Let's go on to the topic. So here what we have. See, remember always, guys. Whenever you will change anything in Palo Alto Firewall, it's same like a Juniper. Okay, whenever you change anything, you need to commit your configuration.
Commit, yeah.
Okay, so you can press enter. Then please turn off your mic. If you have any question, then you can unmute. You need to commit. Why commit? Because see, whenever you want to change anything, you need to save it, right? So for save your configuration, you need to type commit command here. So once it will commit, so we can verify our information, IP address information onto this management port. So to verify the IP address on management port, so we can go with the exit option, and here we can type show interface management. This time you can verify, guys, your IP address, your mask information. See, now what I'm doing, I'm trying to configure same series of IP address onto this management PC. So onto this management PC, I'm trying to configure same series of IP. You can verify, okay, we have a different IP address. So let's change. So properties, Internet Protocol, TCP IP version 4 properties. And now I'm configuring 199.199.199. For example, 10. Okay. You can click on OK, you can click on close. And now you can verify here IP config this time. And yes, we have 10. Now I'm trying to verify connectivity. Remember, guys, on management interface, Faizan Prakash, we have a services, 3 services are enabled, like ping, SSH, and HTTPS.
Correct.
So now we are getting reply. Okay, we are getting reply. Now, if you are getting reply, so you can open your browser, and in browser you can type here. Wait. In browser,
HTTPS and that IP address.
now in browser we can type here what HTTPS colon 199.199.199.199.1. Okay, so ping services enable, HTTPS services enable. So we are trying to access this Palo Alto firewall with graphical page. So you can open any browser, proceed, and this is what your login page. So you can verify information here, username and password. So username is what? It's admin. And password is what? Admin. So default username is admin, password is admin. You can click on login. Here we are getting a message. See, wait. We are getting a message what? Warning message. Your device is still configured with the default admin account credential. You are getting a message, okay? You are trying to access your Palo Alto firewall with default username and password. Okay, if you want to change, you can change it. But right now you are trying to log in with the default admin, default password. So now wait, it's taking time. So it will take time. So let's go on to the CLI option. Now, so in case if I want to restart my Palo Alto firewall through CLI, so command is what? Request, okay, shutdown, restart, then request restart system. You can press enter. I'm not going to press enter because it will take time. It will take 5 minutes to restart your Palo Alto file. But I'm giving you an idea, okay? In case if you want to restart or if you want to go with the shutdown, so request shutdown system. Now you can go with the factory default setting. If you want to go with the default factory reset, so yes, you can. For example, if there's a lots of configuration and if you want to reset all your configuration, so what we have request private data, request system private data reset. I'm not going to press enter because it will restart your firewall. This is the command to reset your configuration. Okay. If you want to go with the default factory reset option, so request system private data reset. Now let's go on to the graphical page. So this is what your Palo Alto graphical page. Okay, onto this graphical page, we have multiple options like dashboard, ACC, monitor, policy, object, network, devices, multiple tabs. Okay, we can discuss all the tab option, no problem. Now let's start with the dashboard option. On dashboard, what we have, this is dashboard information. On dashboard, we have some default tab, like you can start with the general information. So you can verify some general information here. General information here. For example, for Palo Alto host name is what? PAPA. And the management IP address is what? 199.199.1. Mask, there is no gateway. In case if you want to configure gateway onto this management port, why we required gateway? Because I told you. Because I told you, in case if this Palo Alto firewall is trying to download signature update, so it's also required. Like we have a management PC and management port is connected with the switch, and we have a separate Wi-Fi connection. So in case if this PC is trying to access any website, Google, Facebook, or something, it's required what? Mask, IP address, mask, and gateway information. Same, this management port. If he's trying to go on to updates.paloaltonetworks.com to download latest signature update, so this port is also required gateway entry. So in case if you want to set a gateway entry onto this management port, so yes, you can go on to the CLI option, configure, set device config system, and remember our IP address information, 199.199.1 mask 255.255.255. Now you can set your gateway here, default gateway. So for example, my gateway, just example, 199.199.100, just example. Even you can set DNS entry. DNS entry, why? Because to resolve IP to name or name to IP, because in my LAN card, what I require, if I want to open google.com, facebook.com, you can verify here in my LAN card with IP address, I have a DNS entry. IP address, we have what? DNS entry. To resolve IP to name or name to IP. Same, this port is required what? This management port is required to resolve IP to name or name to IP. It's required DNS entry. So yes, you can create DNS entry. So what? DNS settings, servers, and primary, because we have two options for DNS setting: primary DNS server or secondary DNS server. So primary is what? Primary, for example, 8.8.8.8. Secondary is called 4.2.2.2. Now you can press enter. And I told you, whenever you change anything, you need to commit your configuration.
Yep.
So it will take time. Please wait. So here, so it's taking time. So here you can verify on graphical page. Refresh time. Okay, default refresh time on this dashboard is 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, it will refresh this dashboard information. But in case if you want to refresh this page manually, because now I have a IP address onto this, I have a gateway information onto this management port. So we can refresh our page manually. And now this time you can verify your gateway information. Now IP version 6 is unknown because we didn't configure anything. MAC address information, model is PAVM, serial number is unknown, software version is 9.0.1. So this is what general information. Same information, guys, you can verify through CLI. Pradeep, can you hear me? In case if you want to verify, Prakash, Faizan, so what command? Get show the system info. So system info. So
Interface.
system info. Wait. What happened? Show system. Wait, guys, 2 minutes. Show system guys. So system info. Why we are facing problems? So system SIST system info. Okay, good. So you can verify same information here. We can verify same information onto the CLI page. You can verify this what PAVM host name. PAVM host name, then IP address information, then mask information, gateway information. IP address assignment is what statically you can verify some other information, PAVM model number. Okay, PAN OS version. Is that clear my point?
Yeah.
So either you can verify with the graphical option or you can verify with the CLI. Now you can verify some other information on this dashboard, for example, system resources. So we can verify management CPU information and what data plane. So on management CPU, you can verify management CPU utilization, data plane CPU utilization, log in admin, so you can verify administrators information. So admin user is accessing this FortiGate firewall, sorry, this Palo Alto firewall. One is what through console, and second one is what from this PC 199.199.10. Yes, onto this machine we have a IP address 199.199.199.199.10. So yes, you can verify this information. Data logs, there is no data log because there's no traffic is traveling right now through this Palo Alto firewall. System log, you can get all system log information, system generated logs. If you change anything, so config log information you can verify here. No logs found, ACC information. So these are the dashboard options. Is that clear my point?
Yes.
Everyone, Prakash, Faizan,
Yes, sir.
Pradeep?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone?
Sure, sir.
Let's continue this topic tomorrow. Tomorrow's the timing is same. Our session is what? 6 to 7:30. Okay, everyone?
72, right. Okay.
So tomorrow, same 6 p.m. Please connect same time.
6 to 7:30, correct?
Yes, 6 to 7:30.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Take care, guys.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
So,
Thank you.
you will share that doc details, or I can like check them with Pradeep or Prakash.
No, Faizan, I will share with you. No problem. Okay.
Okay.
I will share at 10 p.m. Okay, I will share the recordings today's session. Okay, and slide again in group. All the slides.
Okay. So if you can mail them, like it will be more like, I think in WhatsApp earlier
I
you
will
shared.
share a link. I will share a link. Okay, in link you will get everything. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone. Take care. Good night, guys. Faizan, Pradeep,
Okay.
Prakash.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
sir.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. Bye. Take care.
Sachin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sachin, you can start recording on your side. Rick,
We need permission.
yes, now you can start. Kumar, I'm recording on my side, and then after that, after the
Oh,
session, I will
it
send it to
says,
you.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
getting a message that says, please ask the host to give permission to record.
Now, please try again, Rick.
Okay, it's working now. Thanks.
Sachin, you can start recording now. So what
Can you?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you send through the video recording from last week? Because you sent a link through in the chat, which is it doesn't have any information in there. It was a link to the mybridge.com website.
Yes.
But there's nothing in there.
No, actually, Rick, the link is exactly expired in 24 hours. Okay. So whenever I upload any link, so please download in 24 hours. It will expire by default.
Okay. Can you send me the video recording?
Sure. No problem.
For last week, because
okay.
Yeah, for at the moment I've got no and also I've got no I haven't set up the files that you sent yet.
No problem. No
problem.
I will send it to you after this session. Okay. Hello,
Okay,
Shashikant,
thanks.
can you hear me? Shashikant?
Yes.
Dear, please start recording on your side. Okay, so what we discussed earlier the basic lab setup. So what is the topology, Gomati? Let's discuss here, right? What is the topology we will create in our lab setup? Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, fine, thanks.
Everyone, okay. So let's discuss what is the topology exactly we can create in our lab setup. Wait. So here we have what? We have a checkpoint gateway. And in my LAN, or you can say in my management network, I'm using a test PC. This is a switch. I'm using a test PC. With this test PC, or you can say this is the management network. And here I'm using what? CP management. So from this CP management, I can manage my checkpoint firewall. Here I have what? Outside network, ISP side. On outside network, I have another checkpoint gateway. This is checkpoint gateway 2, and this one is what? Checkpoint gateway 1. And I have one more network which is called what? DMZ network, demilitarized zone. So actually we have what? Inside, we have DMZ, and we have outside. Clear, guys?
Yeah, clear.
Inside I will use what? 192.168.1.0 network. Here in DMZ side, I'm using 10.1.23.0 network /24. On outside, I'm using what? On outside, I'm using 10.1.34.0 network. So this is our topology. And this topology, Sashikant, I'm trying to set up on VMware. Okay. So on VMware, I'm using what? Multiple LAN card. You can see in my topology, in my lab setup. Wait. We have here 3 devices. One is what? Checkpoint management. Sashikant, can you hear me? One test PC, or you can say management PC. From this, I will access my checkpoint management. And now we have what? Checkpoint gateway. Okay, everyone, Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, guys? Everyone?
Yeah, clear.
Okay. Now here,
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to verify the username here. So on my management, I'm using what? pass@123. This is my management firewall. Let's verify the interface information. So we have what show interface, and you can verify here. Right now I have a single LAN card, Ethernet 0. So in my topology, we have what? Wait. And this is, I'm using what? Ethernet 0. This is Ethernet 0, ETH 0, LAN card. And now on this checkpoint gateway, if you talk about checkpoint gateway, so if you right click and click on setting, so on setting I have 3 LAN card, you can verify that. Okay, right now I have 2, so I will add another one later, but right now I have 2, VMNet 1 and VMNet 8. So what this is the, in this topology, Gomathi, this is the setup for VMNet 1. This setup exactly, this complete is called, it's called VNet 1. It means what? I'm using a Windows PC on here, Windows 10, and on this Windows 10 I'm using VMNet 1. On checkpoint management I'm using VMNet 1. On checkpoint gateway I'm using VMNet 1. So this is a VMNet 1 network. Understood, guys?
Yes.
Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's verify the interface information on my management. So show is Ethernet 0. You can verify here some information if I'm verifying some interface information on my management. So you can see here what state is what? On. So it means what? The interface is on, it's not shut down. The MAC address of this interface is this one, type is Ethernet, link status is link up, MTU size, auto negotiation is on, speed, okay, multiple information, IPv6 auto configuration is not configuration, duplex is full. You can get some information about this interface with this command, Sachin, on the checkpoint firewall. So interface Ethernet 0. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Now here I'm using what one management PC. 1, 2, 3 password I'm using. Okay, it will take time. So let's work again on this gateway. Here I'm typing what CP config. What is CP? Config here. What? Oh, I'm facing a problem here. What is the problem here? What, guys? I installed the checkpoint gate management, but here's I'm getting a message here. What? In order to configure your system, please access web UI and finish the configuration first. So I install the gate management here, but I need to finish the configuration. For finish the configuration, let me access this checkpoint management. So IP address I'm using here what? 192.168.1.25. I'm trying to ping from this management PC. Wait, it's working slow. Two minutes, guys. Guys, I already shared some notes about, I think, Gaia checkpoint operating system and some VMware setup file. Guys, did you get it, everyone? Gomathi?
When did you share this? Is this in the video or is it via email?
Okay.
Because
yes, Rick.
Yeah, because I checked my emails from you, and the only email I received last Sunday was regards to the DNS3 VM setup.
Yes.
Oh, that's all I've received from you.
Do you have Windows operating system? I shared checkpoint Gaia operating system.
Yep.
Did you get this?
Yeah, I've got Windows 10.
If you want Windows client machine, so I can share with you Windows 10. Okay, if you want.
Yeah.
Hello, Rick. Do you have checkpoint Windows machine, Windows operating system?
Yeah, I've got a Windows operating system. Yes.
Do you have?
Yes. Yes.
Guys, please turn off your mic. Kumar.
Yes.
Please turn off your mic. Okay, thank you. Now, so here let's open the command prompt, and I'm verifying the connectivity from this management PC. So IP address I'm using here, what IP config 192.168.1.55. Let's try to ping here from this PC, ping 192.168.1.25. So I'm trying to generate some traffic. I'm trying to generate some traffic, or you can say ping. So I'm getting reply. I'm using a 25 IP address. So yes, I need to access Internet Explorer browser here. Wait. Here I am typing what? https://192.168.1.25. More information, go to web page. So we need to finish the configuration part here. I'm configuring, I'm trying to manage what? I'm configuring what? This management gateway, okay? Management. This username is what? Username is admin. Wait. Username is admin. Password is pass@123. It's working slow. Please wait. Can you hear me, everyone? Shashikant? Shashikant?
Yes,
sir. We are doing.
Okay. So now see, Shashikant, I got this page because I'm trying to access this management. So I got this page, what? Welcome checkpoint, first time configuration wizard. I need to click on next. Sachin. Next. Here I'm getting some option here. What? Continue with R8040 configuration. So our another option we have, what? Install from checkpoint cloud. So right now we are installing what? R804.40 configurations. You can click on next. Here's the IP address. You can see right now I'm using a single interface. Here I told you that we have on this gateway, or sorry, on this management, we have what? Show interface Ethernet 0. We have a single interface Ethernet 0. So here I'm getting this information on Ethernet 0. What is the IP address I'm using? Manually 192.168.255 and default gateway 254. You can click on next. And guys, if you want to configure IP version 6 here also, so yes, you can go back, and yes, this is the option for configure IP version 6. I'm not configuring IP version 6, but I'm telling you the option here. You can click on the next option. Now here you can define a name for this management device. So I'm using CPMG, just a name, CPMG. Domain name you can define here, like for example, JNtech.com. And DNS server, for example, we are using 192.168.1.254 is my DNS server. Secondary is 8.8.8. I'm using this IP address as example, Gomati. Okay. You can click on next. Now you can set the time. So there is two options. If you have NTP server in your organization, so you can select this NTP option. But right now I'm configuring manually. So this is the option. You can change your GMT as per your requirement. GMT time zone. So we are here in what? ACR Kolkata. So you can select the ACR Kolkata option here. No problem. Let's continue with this option. No problem. You can click on the next. Now, here is an option for what? Security gateway and security management. So I'm going to select this option, security gateway and security management. You can click on next, and here you can get option. So there is two option. What do you want? You want to act this firewall as a security gateway or security management. So right now I'm what? As per my topology, I want to use this device, this CP management, this CP firewall as a management. So I'm going to uncheck this option, security gateway, and right now I'm selecting what? Security management. You can click on next. And what? Use Gaia administrator. So there is two options. See, right now we are accessing through graphical. We can access through graphical with any other username, and we can access through CLI with any other username. So here is the option, what? Use Gaia administrator admin. So if anyone wants to access this firewall through graphical, yes, I'm trying to select this first option with default admin user I want to access. So you can select the option, click on the next. Now the option here, what? GUI client. So who can access your checkpoint firewall? Any IP address or this machine? So yes, you can specify a specific IP address here to allow a specific person. For network, if you want to allow a subnet, complete subnet, so yes, you can define here range, like from our 10 people can access your checkpoint firewall. So you can define range. Right now I'm using what? Any IP address. You can click on next. Now finish, and this is, you can click on yes, and now it will take time. Now it's installing all the configuration database. Shashikant, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it will take time. So let's move on your this gateway. So I install a gateway right now. So I will access now. I will manage. I will access this gateway also. So this will take time. Once it will install all the configuration package, so your checkpoint firewall will automatically restart. Okay, Kumar?
Yes.
So this firewall will automatically restart. It will take time to upload all the configuration. Let's verify here. Okay, it will take time. So now after this management, I will configure my gateway now. Please wait, guys. Sachin, any problem? Devendra, any problem?
No, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
Hi, Jason. This is Shashi.
Yes.
Last weekend, I have tried to install. Like I followed the video which you have shared to install the JNS and VMware. After installing everything, I can see like there is no VMware Ethernet on my device.
VMware.
VMware Ethernet to select the internet.
You what you install? You install GNS 3.
Yes. And the VMware I have also installed.
Okay.
While configuring the first time like start template, I'm unable to select ETH0.
ETH0 in checkpoint installation.
Yes.
ETH0.
No, I will share you a screenshot.
Sure, please share your screenshot in group. Okay.
Okay, in the WhatsApp I will share.
Sure.
Can you please explain the architecture once again?
Architecture, we are using this topology. I told you about the architecture. So the topology.
On this one, in the VMware which we are using now.
You are talking about this. Wait, let me create again. I think I have a screenshot on desktop. This is the topology. Rashikant.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay. This is the architecture for lab setup.
Okay.
We are using this portion we are using VMNet 1. So what I did on this checkpoint management, I used one LAN card which is called VMNet 1. I can show you VMNet 1. Same LAN card I'm using on this management PC, VMNet 1. Okay. And on checkpoint gateway, actually I have two LAN cards. So first LAN card is what VMNet 1, second LAN card is VMNet 8. I will add one more LAN card, VMNet 3. Okay. Okay, can you hear me, everyone? Rick, Sachin?
Yes.
So this is what gateway. Admin password is pass@123. Now you can see I'm getting same message. What? In order to configure your system, please access the web UI and finish the first configuration wizard. So let's go again. Let's open new tab here. And I'm trying to access HTTPS 192.168.1. Let me verify the IP address here. So show interface. And I have here what two interfaces, Ethernet 0, Sachin, and Ethernet 1. So let's verify Ethernet 0 information. So I have what 192.168.1.50. So let me access what 1.50 here. More information, go to web page. Username, what admin, password is pass@123. So this firewall we want to use to act as a gateway. So the configuration part is different. Okay, now let's move on here. First time configuration wizard, you can click on next. Next. Manually IP address. Okay, so you have two LAN card right now. So yes, you have both information. Ethernet 0 right now. What Ethernet 0 is already configured. Here is telling what you want to configure Ethernet 1 right now. No, I do not want to configure. You can click on next. I will configure later. What is the host name for this firewall? So CPGW11, just a name. Domain name I'm using what JNtech.com. Domain name I'm using 192.168.1.254 and 8.8.8.8. You can click on next. Next. Now what security gateway, security management? Yes. Here I'm trying to select what not security management. I'm trying to select security gateway. Sachin, if I will select security gateway, then option will change. See, if you click on next here, option is changed. Does gateway as dynamically? Yes, no problem. You can click on next. This is the option. This option you cannot get in management configuration. Rick, can you hear me? Shashikant?
Yeah. Yes.
Gomati. It's a Gomati or Gomati? It's Gomati, right?
Gomati.
Gomati. Okay. Now, Sachin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
See, here we required what? A secure communication to management server. So what? Here we required a key, activation key, for create a relationship in between this gateway and this management server. So right now I'm configuring a activation key here on this checkpoint gateway. After that I will configure on management, but right now I'm just giving a name ASDFGH. Yes, ASDFGH. ASDFGH. You can click on next. Finish. Click on yes. Now it will take time. It will install the package. Now let's move on here. Okay, 90%. So what I will do, see, I will access from this PC. From this PC, I will access this management. Okay, and from this management, I will create a relationship from this management and gateway. So we configured what? We configured a secure activation key, as you can say secure key, you can say in between gateway and checkpoint. So what I will access from this PC, this management, and after that we'll do the next step. Right now I'm not configuring checkpoint gateway. We will first work with only this PC and what with management. Wait guys, will take time. If anyone will face problem about lab setup, so you can send me a screenshot, okay? Otherwise, tomorrow anyone can connect at 6:30 p.m. IST before session. So I will solve the lab problem. Anyone?
Okay, sir.
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks.
But before this, please download all the info, all the setup, Gaia operating system, Windows machine, everything. If you don't have, so please tell me. I will upload all the images.
Are these the 12 files? 12 files.
Yes, I think I didn't upload Windows operating system, right? Right, Rick?
No, I'm currently logged into your
I need
Google
to
Drive.
upload two things. I need to upload two operating system, Windows 10 client operating system and Windows Server. So because we need to integrate our checkpoint firewall with Windows Active Directory. So I will upload two images today. Windows 7 operating, Windows 10 operating system and Windows Server 2012.
At the moment, I'm downloading 12 files that you uploaded.
Okay. Did
That's
you
a
set up a
combination.
lab? Did you set up your lab or are you facing problem?
I haven't even started configuring the lab because I need the instructions how to do that, how to set it up. And I think that's in the video from last week, or not.
Okay. No problem. I will, after this session, I will send it to you. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So can you please quickly give us a short brief about the Ethernet 01, like what exactly, how it functions then?
Ethernet 0.
Yeah, ETH 0, it is ETH 1.
See, see right now, ETH 0 on this. It's my first LAN card. Shashikan.
Yeah.
See, show interface Ethernet 0 is my first LAN card. You can see here, if you type here what, wait, show interface and press tab here, you can get only one LAN card. Okay, Shashikan.
Yeah.
So I'm using first LAN card. This first LAN card I'm using as a what? Management LAN port. Okay, management port. So I have two devices. I have two devices. On this management, I'm using a single port, but on this gateway, I'm using what? Three ports for LAN, or for DMZ, and for outside. Shashika.
Okay. Yes.
So, but on this checkpoint gateway, I told you that we have what? We have two LAN card right now. Two LAN card. If you want to add more LAN cards, so see, this is the option. Edit virtual machine. Like I'm using Windows 7 as example. There is a one LAN card only. So if you want to add, you can click on add, you can click on network adapter card, finish. Second LAN card, you can select with any one option, and next add another LAN card. Like this, you can add multiple LAN card here. Shashikant.
Yeah.
So this is the first LAN card is what? This network adapter one is what? So your first LAN card, this one is second, this one is third. This is a sequence. ETS 0, ETS 1, ETS 2. Okay. Sachin, can you hear me? Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Gomathi, Kumar, Shashikant.
Yes.
Yes.
Nick, Devenj.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So this is your what checkpoint management device, and you can get multiple option here. It's loading, but wait. You can get multiple option here. What? Network management options, system management option, just like a FortiGate. If you are configuring FortiGate firewall or Palo Alto, what you can access through browser. So yes, this is the first option to access my checkpoint firewall. I can access through browser. I only required what? I require connectivity. I can access through browser. This is the IP address of management. So yes, I can get multiple option here, like what? Network management, system management, what advanced routing option you can configure here. User management, high availability. In high availability, see you can you have an option for VRRP. Remember VRRP protocol from routing and switching topic. Maintenance option you have, like for backup, upgrade option. So let's discuss each and everything here. What if you click on network interfaces, Sachin? If you click on network interfaces, so you can get all the interfaces information here. Wait, it's working slow, but it will work. See, right now I'm using what? Ethernet 0 here, 192.168.1.225. This is the mask, and status of this link is up. Right now I have a single interface. If you have multiple interfaces, I will show you when I will access this. Okay, perfect. I can also access my gateway. Wait, guys. In gateway, we have multiple interfaces. So we can see the option here. What? See, this is the gateway, guys. See, the name of this firewall is what? CPGW11. If you click on network interface tab here, so you can see, you can wait. You have multiple interfaces. Ethernet 0, Shashikant, Ethernet 1. Right now, Ethernet 1 we are using 192.168.1.50 RIC. If we want to configure Ethernet 1 through graphical RIC,
yes,
Gomati, you can click on select, you can click on edit, and here is the option to configure your interface. Like first, you need to select enable, like just like a no shutdown command. You can give a name for inside you are using, for outside, up to you. Okay, DMZ I'm using just a name. IP address, you have multiple options, IP version 4, IP version 6. So what, here I'm using what? IP version 4. So let's take example. I'm using 20.20.20.1. Mask I can define 255.255. .0. You can click on OK. Please have patience, guys. It's working slow. So I just click on OK. Now I can verify this interface information through CLI also. So what I configured my interfaces. So let's move on here on this option. So if I have multiple interfaces, yes, I can configure here. If you want to configure ARP tables, so yes, you can configure here ARP information, static ARP entries. If you want to configure DSCP, if you want to use this checkpoint management as a DSCP, so yes, you can enable DSCP option here. Now what host and DNS entry you can configure, IP version 4 static route, IP version 4 static route. So this is the option for graphical. See, we already configured this our first interface, and this is the default gateway information. So to verify this information out, this is the option for graphical. But if you want to verify through CLI, Sashikant, we have a command show root, just like a Cisco ASA firewall. We have a command show root. Remember, guys, in Cisco ASA we have same command.
Yes, sir.
So we have what? We have static root, okay, towards this gateway. Now, if you want to configure any other route, so yes, I can tell you like static or default routing. So I can tell you both options through graphical, through CLI, no problem. But right now, this is the command for routing table information. Same information you can get through this graphical page. Now, if you are working with NetFlow, you can configure NetFlow option here. NetFlow option here. Now, time configuration. If you want to change time configuration, you can select here time option. Okay, cloning group, SNMP configuration, job scheduler. Let's discuss some right now some option here. Message information. If you want to configure any mass information, yes, you can configure display format, session, routing information, advanced routing like BGP, IGP, IP broadcast, PIM multicast routing you can do here, RIP or static multicast route. Guys, can you hear me? OSPF, you can do OSPF configuration also. Here is the option. I'm talking about some basic stuff right now. First, user management. Here is the option for change password. If you want to create user account, by default we have a user account admin. If you want to create user account, user role, yes, you can configure here. Okay. See, here is the option what user role. Remember, guys, in Fortinet, or you can say in Palo Alto, we have option for this, which is called RBAC. There are two options here, just like a Palo Alto and Fortinet. We have what admin role and we have monitoring role. Sachin, do you know about it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What?
We had roles defined.
What option we have in Fortinet in Palo Alto? I think you completed your Fortinet training. Remember? RBAC option, admin profile, professional underscore admin, admin underscore, super underscore admin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Same
Admin
option you have here. Same option you have. What? Admin role. So you can create a user account. You can attach admin role. So he has full access. You can create one more user account and you can attach your role is what? Monitor role. So when this user will log in, he can only monitor the configuration. He cannot do any changes. Okay, Shashikant?
Yes.
Now, let's click on gateway also. So I think what happened? Let's refresh this page. It's working really slow. So I think I configured one interface. I can show you the option here. Wait. I think we refreshed the page. That's why I didn't get the option. But guys, Remember this option, how to configure this interface? Anyone? Through graphical? Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you know that how to configure REC, Gomati?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir.
See, same option I can configure through CLI also. To configure any interface through CLI, command is what? Set interface and what? ETH1. I'm configuring ETH1. We have option IPv4 address, and well, yes, we can configure IP address. For example, 20.20.20.25, and what mask? So submit mask, we need to type 255.255.255.0. You can press enter. Wait, we need to add one more option here. Mask length, I think, set interface. What is the problem? Lock. Okay, no problem. See, show interface Ethernet 1. Wait, guys. Set. I think I need to verify first. Interface status. Ethernet 1. Interface status is off right now. Let's on first this status. Set interface Ethernet 1. State is on. This is the command. To on this, wait. Configuration log present cannot execute this command to accurately log.
You need to unlock.
Log database override.
Looks like it's been overridden by.
Let me work with this management. Wait, guys. Interface Ethernet 0. Okay, I have only a single interface here.
We do this on the gateway, right?
Sorry?
We will be doing this on the gateway, not on the management server.
Yes, we are configuring interfaces. On management, I have a single interface. Sashikant?
Yes. Yes.
On gateway, I have multiple interfaces. That's why I'm configuring. Ethernet 0, Ethernet 1. Ethernet 1. Status. State is.
We can unlock the configuration on the user interface, right? On gateway, GUI.
Let me log in again with admin. Pass. Log database. Overwrite. Set interface. ETH1 IPv4 address 20.20.20.33 subnet mask 255.255.0. Done. Sachin, can you hear me?
Sir.
Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, clear.
I configured this interface through CLI. Gomati, there are two options. If you want to configure this interface on this gateway through graphical, see, we configure through graphical, but we get some error. So now just I unlock the configuration override. So here is what. Remember we configured this IP address, Kumar, through CLI.
We used 25. Now we change it to 33, right?
See, we use 33 Gomati, see.
No, previously through GUI we tried with 25, I think. Now we
but the command is what not executed.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes. So what 33 I'm using right now. Okay, Gomati. Kumar, can you hear me? Kumar. Okay, no. Guys, can you hear me, everyone? The
Yeah, clear.
IP address is
Yes, sir.
configured, but the problem is what? Status is down. Status is down. So yes, you can enable this status through graphical and through CLI also. What is the command? Set interface Ethernet 1 Shashikant status is on. Once you type this command, so now you can verify show interface Ethernet 1 and the status of this link searching is what? On. And you can also verify through graphical. Let's refresh this page. Rick, now it's up, okay? Like this, Devendra, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Is that clear for you? How to
Yes.
configure IP address on interfaces?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so like this, we configured the IP address option. So let me open a text file. I think I have a text file. So what is the first command? This text file I will send it to you guys. Okay, everyone. So this command, what I use, set interface and which interface you want to configure, IPv4 address, IP address, subnet mask, and you can define your mask. You can type here what? So set interface Ethernet 1 state is on. Why? Because just like a no shutdown or shutdown command. Rick, if I want to shut down this interface, I only required what? I only required what? Off.
Off.
So for
just a quick question, because
yes.
I'm from a Cisco world. You're typing in all of these commands via the CLI. Are they automatically saved?
Yes.
Or do you need to do a sort of
we have a command to save
so you
our
don't need to do a write or
Rick, we have a command to save our.
You don't need to do a sort of a save running start or something.
Yes, we have a command to save our configuration. Okay. Okay. Command is I will tell you
So
the command to save our configuration. Just like a Cisco ASA, you need to save.
Yeah. So at the moment, So at the moment, if you do a reload to this firewall, it will come up with the current configurations.
Yes.
Okay. So it's
now,
automatically saved.
It's the same on Cisco ASA, you can save your configuration. On Checkpoint, you need to save a configuration. On Palo Alto, you need to have commit command. But you know, in Fortinet, okay, no need to type any commit command here. On Fortinet firewall, you need to only click on OK button. It's done. Or end to save configuration. End command in Fortinet. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Sir, little summarize the whole thing, whatever you said right now.
Kumar, what I did my basic stuff. I configured my this interface, okay? And this
I'm asking, sir, I'm asking out what are you saying that something saved or not saved?
See,
like,
actually the question was how to save the configuration, right? Right,
okay,
Rick? The question was how to save configuration. So I'm telling what every firewall has its own option to save the configuration. Like in Fortinet, to save your configuration, whenever you do any changes through CLI, you have a command end. Kumar.
Okay.
In Palo Alto, you have commit command. In Cisco, you have what? W command, right? Or copy running configuration to start up configuration. Here you have what? Save config. Kumar.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Now let's move on the option here, guys. See. Shashikant, any question from your side? Clear, Shashikant?
Yes.
Okay, now. So let's move on here on this gateway. Here is the option. If you want to configure static or default routing, here you have an option. But if you want to configure routing, like see, let's verify. Here is the option for IPv4 static route. So for example, if I want to configure here, wait. If I want to configure, I can select. See, by default we have this option. By default we have this option. But if you want to add any static route, like see, we did basic IP address configuration here. I want to configure default routing or static routing. I configured, for example, this information, this site. Here I'm using what? 10 dot. Let me change the IP address. I'm using what? I'm using, oh, sorry. I'm using, what happened? So I'm using what? I'm using, I think, wait guys, 20 dot, I think 6, right? 20, okay. So here I'm using what? 20.20.20.33 on this interface. So let's configure static or default routing towards this TMZ network. Understood, guys? Everyone?
Yes, clear.
So how to configure static or default route? This is the command. First, let me type here what. First, so this is the command we already discussed. CP config I will discuss later, but right now let's configure how to set default or static route. This is the command here, guys. See, set static route, and you can define what, just like a Cisco ASA, Rick, Gomati, Sachin, Sashikant, Kumar, Devendra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Remember in Cisco we type IP route, then remote network, destination network, network address, then mask, then gateway.
Yes.
Same
Yes,
option we have what? Set static route. This is the syntax, command syntax. Static route. And what? Remote network address, mask, next hop gateway address. And you can define what? Next hop gateway address. And you need to type your command on also, because we want to install this route in our routing table. If I want to remove, so yes, I can use here what? Off. Sachin.
Okay, sir.
So for example, see, let's verify here. Set static route, and for example, I'm using 199.199.199.0/24, and what? Next hop gateway, and gateway is 10 dot or 30.30.30.1, and what? I think let me verify the command syntax here. I define address.
And then on.
Oh, I just forgot one command. Address, and now 30.30.30.1. I'm using this IP address as a reference. Now you can type on. Sachin. Shashikant, if you verify in your routing table, show route. See, the route is stalled. Shashikant.
Yeah.
What? Wait. 199. It's not showing right now. I think we don't have interface, that's why it's not showing. Okay, but we can use as a gateway.
If the interface is down, I
will get the route.
Network 30 is not present in any of your connected networks.
That's why I'm not getting the route. Wait, let me use any other 20.20.20.22.
Yeah, then it should work.
See, Shashikant,
yeah,
now
199 at the last one.
Right?
Yeah.
Everyone. So now this is the route. Why? See, exactly we use what? On. If we want to delete this route, Sachin, the command is same. Sachin. Only we need to use what? Off. Now, if you can verify here, show route information. See, now the route is not showing in your routing table. Sachin.
Yes, sir.
Is that clear for you?
Yes, sir.
Gomati, do you have any problem? Clear?
No, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
now see. Now let's click on here. Right now, I'm going to close this gateway information. I'm trying to access my management now. So let's access this management. I'm trying to access this management admin. Password is pass@123. So to do basic stuff like interface configuration, routing, DSCP, basic stuff, you can use this option to access. You can access your checkpoint firewall through this option through your browser. But we have some other option here. See, in checkpoint firewall,
you need IP connectivity.
Sorry.
In order to use the web browser option, Yeah, you need IP connectivity to the firewall.
IP connectivity or for basic stuff, basic configuration only. Like
Yeah.
configuration,
I know,
routing,
but you need to connect to an interface, a console connection on the firewall in order to load the configurations.
For
or not.
Sorry, Rick, can you ask again?
In order to, I think what we should imagine is this firewall is a new firewall that's installed in a rack in a data center. Yeah, so the only way you can start your configurations is by connecting a console cable.
Yes, right now, right.
Yeah,
See,
so
we have two options.
Yeah, so
this is the console
but
page.
you need, that is a console connection.
Yes,
Yeah,
and this is
web interface.
I'm accessing through management port. This is I'm accessing through management port, Rick.
Okay.
Yes. Here.
Mm.
Okay, now see. So here is the option for what? Smart console. We need to download a software here. We need to download what? Smart console. In a smart console, we can get multiple options here to configure your checkpoint gateway and management. See, you need to download this application first. Save. On desktop. Like if you want to configure firewall policies or NAT configuration and rest of the stuff like URL filtering, application inspection and all that, you need to use what? Smart console. See, this is the application which I'm downloading. Smart console, it's taking time.
Sir, can we use a different version like for gateway firewall? We can use RAT30. For management, we can use RAT40.
Exactly. Yes, you can access. View download. I think I have a application here. Wait, guys, taking time. So through browser, I can do only basic stuff. For all the advanced configuration, we need to download Smart Console. The Smart Console, I can get multiple options to configure our gateway and management. What is the rule of management? On management, I will create all the policy, NAT config, everything. I will do configuration on management, and from management, I will push all the configuration on gateway. The benefit is what? If gateway is down, so no problem. I have all my configuration on my checkpoint management device. Okay, everyone?
Okay.
Gomati, any problem?
No, sir.
So we have this application Smart Console. We need to install it on this PC. It's just like a ASDM brick in Cisco. You know about ASDM?
Yeah.
Same, it's just like an ASDM application. Or in Cisco, we have Cisco FMC. So our checkpoint management is what just like a FMC server. And gateway is what? Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. So we can manage multiple Cisco Firepower Threat Defense from a single FMC device. The same option we have, we can manage multiple gateway through my single checkpoint management server. It's already installed, so you can verify here. I have a smart console wizard here. You can open a smart. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Clear.
So you can open your smart console page, and here you can connect your checkpoint management. It's working slow. Please wait. Here you can type what? Username. So admin is a username, and IP address I'm trying to access management device. Admin pass at the rate 123. Wait. Admin pass at the rate 123. IP address I'm using what? Let me verify. Show interface Ethernet 0. So we are using 25. So 25, here you can define your IP address. Password, you can define your pass@123. You can click on login page. Operation timed out. Let me type again pass@323. See guys, can you hear me, everyone? Here we get what?
Yeah,
Option, fingerprint option. This fingerprint will help you to that what? Are you really connected with a valid management server? How you can verify that it is a valid or it's a actual management server? So this fingerprint will help you. Let's go on to this checkpoint device, cp config. You can type here cp config, search it. In cp config, you can get some information. You have multiple information here, multiple configuration option here. Right now, we are trying to focus on this first, second option. Oh, sorry, this option what? Second last, certificate fingerprint. You can select this option. Like option is what? 7. You can see the option. This is the fingerprint. You can match your fingerprint trick, Rishikant, like ALTOROTH.
Yeah.
So let's match this fingerprint. Sachin, ALTOROTH. Sachin.
Right, sir.
So with this fingerprint, you can verify that you are connecting with valid management server. So I'm trying to connect. So I will record. Wait, guys. Authentication fail. What happened? Let me check connectivity again. 25. Okay, yes, I can ping. Two-minute, guys. I'm getting reply. Show. Set. And database. Right. Oh. That's why CLI is good. Come on, come on. I'm using 4 GB RAM for gateway, 4 GB RAM for management, and 5 GB RAM for Windows 10. So you need to have RAM to create that kind of lab setup. Okay, everyone. So it's working very slow. I have Core i7 8th generation, 24 GB RAM laptop. But I'm facing problems. So maybe it will take too much, 1 or 2 minutes. Rick, Rishikant,
Yes.
Gomati, Kumar, Sachin, Devendra.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Okay. So this is your smart console page. You can click on OK. Wait, now again it's working slow. So what you can click on gateway and servers. So here, if you click on gateway and server, right now in your smart dashboard, smart console, you have a single option right now. It's available, which is called what is checkpoint information. This is your checkpoint management server. Now I'm trying to add a gateway here. So you can click on new option here, right? Sachin, can you see this? Network object gateway.
Yes, sir.
In gateway server, I'm trying to add a gateway. You can click classic mode, wizard mode. You have both options. It's up to you. Both are the same. So I'm trying to use what classic mode for set up our gateway, or connect a gateway with this smart console. Wait, it's working slow. Here I need to define a name like CPGW, just a name, CPGW. Now IP address, what is IP address of gateway? So I'm using 192.168.1 dot. Let me verify again. I think we are using here admin pass @123 show interface Ethernet 050 I'm using. So let's define here what dot 50. Now here what communication. So we required a SIG communication, secure internal communication. So you can click on communication. By right now it's what uninitialized. You can click on communication. Here you can define a password. Remember when we configured our management our gateway Sashika, so we define a secure key, secure internal communication key. Remember guys?
Yes.
What was the key? Can anyone help me? ASDFGH. Same. ASDFGH. Initialization. See, trust establish. You can click on OK. Now, Rick, if you forget this key, then what will happen? It's a kind of troubleshooting, okay? SIG troubleshooting. If I will forget the key, then how to reset this key? Understood? Right now, I'm trying to create a trust establish in trust communication in between gateway and this smart console. Now you can see, wait. Now you can see trust establish. You can see your gateway, all the interfaces information on your gateway now. So you have two interfaces, Ethernet 0 and Ethernet 1 information. Now you can click on close. Now these are the blades information, what you want to enable onto this firewall, like what? Firewall feature, IPsec VPN, mobile access, application control, URL filtering, identity awareness, multiple option it's available here. Right now we are trying to select only firewall option. You can click on OK. So it's trying to create a database entry in your dashboard here in gateway and servers information. It will take time. So let's move on your gateway, checkpoint gateway. See what happened if I will forget my secure internet communication key. Remember the key which we were using ASDFGS. Remember guys? If you want to reset, so you have an option here. What option number 5 is available? If you want to reset this key, like you forget the key, so yes, we can type 5. Would you like to initialize the communication? Yes. Are you sure you want to create? Are you sure? Yes. What is the enter the activation key? So here you can define your new activation key. Shashikant. So if you forget this, secure internet communication key, so yes, you can reset from here. Sachin, is that clear for you?
Okay, sir.
I'm not changing. But yes, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now 9 exit. Now it fills. You can say just like a restart your file. Guys, I think that is enough for today. Tomorrow we will continue our session. Okay, everyone?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Can you send me the videos, especially for last week, so that I can start setting up the lab?
Rick, I have a session right now, 8:30 to 10.
Yeah. Okay.
After this session, I will send it to you. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Bye, bye, guys. Let's continue our session tomorrow, everyone. Gomati,
Okay. All right.
Shashikant, Deven, Sachin.
Yes, sir.
Good night, guys. Bye, bye.
Bye, good night.
Good night.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.